On ouvre les portes. Mr. Lamoureux. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 7 petitions.
Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Parliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34(1), I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the reports of the Canadian Parliamentary Delegation respecting its participation at the 25th Annual Session of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly in Tbilisi, Georgia, from July the 1st to the 5th, 2016, and the autumn meeting of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly held in Skopje, Macedonia, from September the 29th to October the 3rd, 2016.
Presenting reports from committees. Once again, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, entitled Interim Report on Media Study, the Impact of Digital Technology. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moves that the second report of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform, presented on Monday, November 28, 2016, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Stina, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise this morning to perform what could be colloquially called a rescue mission of sorts. We've seen the government launch a very expensive and broad survey that has been met with a great deal of, I don't know what other word, ridicule from a large number of Canadians. And what the report I'm presenting today was passed by the Electoral Reform Committee, the same committee that, if you'll remember, the minister first threw under the bus, but now says did great work. And it was the second point that she made, which was true. An all-party committee in which we worked very hard through a number of important questions about our democracy and came out with a several hundred-page report, the most comprehensive report on Canadian democracy in Canada's history, looking at all the elements, the pros and cons of various changes that are proposed, all in an effort to help the Liberals keep a Liberal campaign promise. Extraordinary work, and I think I could speak for all committee members that we got along very well. We felt very enriched by how Canadians invested in us, and we got to hear from some of the best experts, not just here in Canada, but right around the world. And so this motion, and I'll be sharing my time with the MP from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, Mr. Speaker. I neglected to mention that. And it says the following, and this is a motion that he moved, so I thought it was appropriate that he be afforded some time to speak as well. That in relation to the questions on democratic values that the Minister of Democratic Institutions intends to make available for Canadians' response on the website, mydemocracy.ca, the committee encourages the Minister to reproduce and include in its entirety the questions within the committee's e-consultation survey, either as a replacement for the planned questions or in addition to any other questions that the Minister wishes to include. That the committee report this motion to the House, and which we are now doing today, Mr. Speaker, which is to bring forward debate, as I said, in an attempt to rescue what has been derided from all corners, not just from average, ordinary Canadians who tried to participate or did fill out this survey, finding it incredibly frustrating, confusing, and insulting, actually, to their intelligence, because the survey never comes to the point of actually asking the question that's in front of us, which is, what do you want to do with the Canadian voting system? Which, I don't know, I'm not a rocket scientist, but that seems like a pretty obvious question to me when talking about changing the Canadian voting system, rather than some of these vague questions that I'll read out in a minute. The notion before us is that there needs to be a reset button done on this whole process. The government is spending a large amount of taxpayer money through a sole source contract to one firm, no consultation whatsoever with other members of Parliament, other people outside that little inner circle, and produce the survey that confuses, confounds, and insults Canadians. And with such gems as there should be parties in Parliament that represents the views of all Canadians, even if some are extreme or radical. What kind of false choice is that? Canadians either have to say, yes, I'd like all the views of Canadians represented in Parliament, but gosh, what if some of them are extreme or radical? That's a false choice if I've ever read one. Or another gem here, a party that wins the most seats in an election should still have to compromise with other parties, even if it means reconsidering some of its policies. Well, what the hell does that mean? Of course Canadians want parties to compromise. Of course they want parties to reach out, governments to actually engage other members of the opposition, even their own backbench who are not in cabinet, to come to the best solutions. Because no one party has all the solutions to the challenges that we face, particularly when you get to an issue like voting, which has at its core an element of partisan interest that we're seeing on display from the government, unfortunately, because we know the Prime Minister has said he actually has a preferred system. The Minister said it as well. I have a preferred system, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. Well, the only time the Prime Minister has actually taken a moment to say what voting system he would like is one that the committee heard would not only make the problems in our current system dramatically worse, more unfair voting, more wasted votes, more false majorities, it also, as a byproduct, would probably keep the Liberals in power forever. What a coincidence that is that the current Liberal Prime Minister favors it. Now, they said they had to offer all of these false choices in order to gauge out and tease out what Canadians really felt about it. They couldn't ask straightforward questions. Oh, but wait, they did ask straightforward questions, like the voting age for federal elections should be lowered, period. Not even if the following crisis were to ensue, not even if chaos would follow. They also said the day of federal elections should be a statutory holiday, period. Well, that's a straightforward question. There's no binary, there's no poll, there's no false choice. There should be a limit to the length of federal election campaign periods, period. Not even if. Look, you go through the questions, and Canadians did, and boy, it was a source of some significant humor on social media. I'll give the government that. We often need levity in this place because it's often, we got very serious things and people say politics is boring. And it wasn't boring, the response from Canadians. It was quite funny. But when you're being mocked as a government is not a good day. Canadians can disagree with a policy that you have. They can take a countering view, and that's respect. When you get to the level of fundamental mockery, Canadians don't respect anything at all of what the government's doing. So that should be a warning sign. This is what Carol said. The questions were unclear and several repeated themselves in a backward fashion. They certainly could have been written better. Will said, I did the survey anyways, but was struck by the nature of the questions, which did not seem to want to address the various alternatives to first past the post system directly. I wondered why. Barbara said, I filled it in, but felt like the questions were so circuitous and aggressively either or that I knew less at the end. Now, you got to keep in mind the government's going to say, oh, 150,000 Canadians filled this thing out, assuming that the experience of those Canadians who went through this was a great one, when we know for a fact that it wasn't. It was the opposite. And we also know this fact, Mr. Speaker, and the minister misspoke yesterday in the House when she said you could fill this survey in and not provide all that incredibly personal information at the end. She neglected to mention then that your survey then doesn't count. Now that seems to me a strange thing, that if the government wants to know the opinions of Canadians, which, by the way, one question the survey didn't ask? Are you Canadian? Can you vote in federal elections in Canada? You think doing a survey about Canadian values towards the Canadian election system would include the question, are you Canadian and can you vote in our elections? That seems like it would be an important one to sort of tick that box before you get to these other vague and preposterously stupid questions. Clark said, I thought I'd be able to give my opinion on different forms of voting, but was presented with vague, meaningless, and repeated statements where I was often unable to actually answer in a way that actually reflected my values. That is the very definition of a bad survey. that you go through and you are unable to express what it is that you care about. The government goes on and on about values. Well, here's a couple of important values. Integrity. Here's a question that could have been on the survey. Do you think the Prime Minister should keep his promise? Yes. Oh, I know, it's a tough one. Or fairness. Do you think every vote in Canadian elections should count? That's one. So what we've said today, Mr. Speaker, is that the All-Party Committee, working with the analysts in the House of Commons who are the best, put together a survey that we now offer. We offered before to the government. They didn't hear us, so maybe today they will. That said such radical questions like, voters should elect local candidates to represent them in Parliament. Do you feel strongly about that? Do you feel not strongly about that? No confusion. We asked another question. The number of seats held by a party in Parliament should reflect the proportion of votes it received across the country. Well, you know what? People didn't have a problem filling out their opinions on that. Some people said that's very important to me. Other people said it's not. We didn't add any chaos element. We didn't add any skewing to try to drive people in one direction or the other. We had enough respect for people and their intelligence to just ask them the question. We asked, if a vote for my candidate in my riding who does not win, my vote is wasted, which we heard as a committee over and over again from people who said, gosh, I'm a good Canadian, I participate in elections, but I live in riding X. And this riding never supports the party that I represent, be I Conservative in Toronto, New Democrat on the East Coast, ridings that for so long have voted a certain way, and voters feel unheard, because they are. Now, Mr. Speaker, this, as I said, is a rescue mission. We need to reset this process for the government. They have not heard the overwhelming wave of feedback and cynicism that has been heaped upon them, because Canadians are frustrated with governments that come forward and say, we're going to consult. And then you get to that consultation meeting. You try to have your input, and you read bogus questions. You read a skewed survey. You read questions that will lead to bad data, as a leading Canadian pollster told us. This is an opportunity for the government to make good on its promise to work with the opposition. It's their opportunity to make good on their promise to truly consult and listen to Canadians in a respectful way. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member himself presents the valid argument as to why it is that it's not the NDP's responsibility to come up with the actual questions. If you listen to what the member says, he says the first question was a no-brainer. It should have been, are you Canadian? Let me remind the member that there is roughly 1.5 million people that are residents in Canada, for a wide variety of reasons, do not have their citizenship. And I would argue, contrary to what that member might believe, Mr. Speaker, that they too have a vested interest in the democracy that we have here in Canada. I think, Mr. Speaker, that we have to open the doors, as this government has clearly demonstrated, in terms of getting all Canadians involved in the type of democracy that we have. My question to the member is, why does he or his party believe that individuals that are not citizens should not have their opinions taken into consideration? In many ways, they will become citizens of Canada. Why would the NDP deny?
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
With all due respect to my colleague, what the hell is he talking about? The survey they set up allows somebody from anywhere in the world to answer the question, as long as they can fill in a postal code that is connected to Canada. It makes the results of their survey utterly useless. Never mind the fact that you get to the questions that are so idiotic and nonsensical that Canadians, when responding to their survey, say, I'm trying to let you know what I think and what my values are, but your questions are so stupid that I can't get through it, and I'm insulted. I don't know why the Liberals wouldn't take up this offer, because that's what this is, an offer to do better, an offer to work with the opposition. They say the words all the time. Here's an opportunity. Let's see if the words actually match the actions.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that the government wants to avoid this discussion by all means necessary. The member spoke about some of the substantive problems. I want to just probe further this issue of the technical problems, because, of course, we know, anyone who's filled out online polls knows that often the poll will leave some kind of cookies on your computer, so you at least can't fill out the same survey multiple times with the same device. I wanted to test this out. I've filled out the survey twice, gotten different responses both times, incidentally, in terms of whether I'm a guardian or whatever it is. But the government didn't even put in place basic security mechanisms in order to ensure that you couldn't fill out the same survey multiple times from the same device. Now, there would have been a variety of ways of protecting people's privacy while still ensuring that there aren't multiple responses. And of course, there's the issue of people out of the country. So I want to ask the member, in the spirit of the survey, does he think the questionnaire should seek to prevent people from filling out the survey multiple times, or would he prefer a plague of locusts?
Honourable member for Skeena, Oakley Valley.
God, it's such a hard question because I want to prevent people from filling it out multiple times, but I don't know about the locust thing. This sounds like something that could have been written by the Liberal friends who wrote this. The basic security is incredibly concerning to us, and you'll notice, Mr. Speaker, the survey doesn't ask for your name, but it asks for your email. And at first I thought, oh, they're asking for the email because, you know, if you ever filled out one of those surveys to make sure that you're not one of those robots that's automatically filling out, they email you back, then you got to confirm that you're a human. That's not what this did. They're just gathering emails. Why? Why is the email important to this survey in any way whatsoever? Is this a data mining exercise? Because a taxpayer-funded data mining exercise for the Liberal Party of Canada would break a significant number of laws, never mind the basic morality of a government hiding under the pretense of consultation simply to try to gather more data to run more effective elections for themselves.
Comments. The honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope to address this later because as a member of the now extinct Special Committee on Electoral Reform, I'm enormously proud of the work we did and of the report we tabled, and I think all members from all parties on that committee share that pride. I'm wondering if the honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley doesn't think that in a rescue mission of this kind, even now we can ask that the minister direct the firm they've hired to have an automatic opportunity for anyone who goes to mydemocracy.ca to be encouraged to click to read the report that we've submitted. My biggest concern is the disconnect in timing. We submit a report December 1st, and now all people want to talk about is an online survey, which bears no connection in terms of building upon our work.
For Skeena, Oakley Valley.
I thank my friend from Saanich. Of course, the committee, and now the minister even admits that the committee did very good work, and you would have thought the work was so good that on the big survey and 15 million postcards, they would have included a click and a connection to that good work. So Canadians could actually, because it's comprehensive, it just walks you through in a nonpartisan way all the different questions and considerations, the trade-offs and the values, the important things to Liberals, but they don't even reference it at all, like it doesn't exist. My question is this: what are they going to do with the results? 20% of Canadians are guardians. 15% are pragmatists. A bunch are innovators. Well, what does that mean? What system do you get from that? You don't. It's as totally subjective and as useless as the exercise has been deemed by Canadians is absolutely accurate. This doesn't merit the time of Canadians, and unfortunately Canadians are experiencing that when they go through it, and that's why they're feeling insulted by the process.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the New Democrats who graciously agreed to split his time with me. His reason for doing so, as I understand it, is because we don't know what the Liberals are going to do. Are they simply going to force this debate to adjourn before others have had the chance to speak? Something they can do if they move a motion to that effect. Of course, they have the majority in this House. So I'm grateful for the time, even though it means that both his time and mine are somewhat foreshortened. I won't be addressing today the security issues except in passing, simply because they are not the subject of report number 2 of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. I was simply observed that my colleague is quite right. You can fill this in from any place in the world. Of course, you can fill this in if you're not a citizen of Canada, if you're willing to pretend you are. You can do numerous other things that are problematic, filling it in multiple times, and so on. I simply observe these are problems. If this is an exercise that is going to have its results publicized, and we understand that's what the government intends to do, at least the general results will be publicized, if not the actual data. And you say, we have discovered the following things. We've discovered nothing because of the security issues. We heard yesterday the minister offer the number of people who had filled it out. I think she said 80,000, but the impression I get is that at least half of those must be from people in this very House who've been experimenting to find out what the flaws with the system are. Now, there is a system. Clifton van der Linden, who runs the company Vox Pop Labs that actually organized this, he has a system for weeding out. You can read his literature on how they weed out these kinds of responses. But that becomes a problem too. You are going to weed out some valid responses because they looked, according to the algorithm you designed, the metric you designed, as if they were non-valid responses. So this is a complete, from a systems point of view, a complete schmozzle. Nothing that comes out of this will be useful data from the point of view of figuring out what Canadians want. Now, some would say that's what the government's objective was to start with. I would, of course, never be so cynical about the Liberal Party of Canada, which is motivated exclusively by, and they're free to quote this in their literature from now on, it is motivated exclusively by a unique advocacy and care for the goodwill of the people of Canada that is unmatched by any party in this country, or indeed by any other party in any country in the history of the world, possibly the galaxy. But nonetheless, we have reason to be suspicious of this instrument. There are some problems with this. We were told, my colleague from Skinnabuckley Valley and I have been on a number of panel shows with the parliamentary secretary, who is defending both the kinds of questions that we have, the either-or questions that have been the subject of so much ridicule, but also he has talked about why there are no specific questions. We have to have values-based questions. This is not the time for specific questions, he explains, with regard to electoral reform. But of course, as my colleague noted, there are numerous specific policy questions, not values questions, on other aspects of the Electoral Reform Committee's mandate, such as eligible voters who do not vote in elections should be fined. The day of a federal election should be a statutory holiday. The voting, and you have to whether you agree or disagree with these things, the voting age for federal elections should be lowered, and you're asked to agree or disagree with that. Although the government seems to have decided unilaterally on this exercise that it's now 16, there should be a limit to the length of the time of campaign election periods. Do you agree or disagree? So there you go, specific questions. But when you get to asking which kind of system do you prefer, even the general category system, that's excluded. The argument is these were just too complicated. Canadians can't handle these questions. At any rate, they are unlike values questions. And also, we have to ask questions in this either-or fashion to determine what people think at this stage of the process. It's just not the right time to get into determining priorities in some sort of other manner. So I just want to go through and explain how the Erie Committee handled this, because our proposal, what this motion is all about, is saying, in addition to the questions you're asking, just include the questions that were designed and approved by the unanimous, I might add, by all the members of the standing or the special committee on electoral reform. And we had to deal with the problem that there are trade-offs. There is no such thing as a perfect electoral system, one that gives maximum local representation, proportionality, choice of your own MP, minimum party discipline, all those things all together in one package. There are trade-offs. So here's how we did it. We would have questions grouped together. We'd have 4 or 5 of them in a row, and on each one you'd be asked if you agree or disagree on a scale of 1 to 5, the exact same scale that is used in the mydemocracy.ca survey. So there's no incompatibility there. But as you go through, you may agree with multiple statements, but you agree with them at different levels of intensity. So here's an example. Please indicate whether you agree or disagree with each of the following statements. 1, Canada's electoral system should favour the following outcome. One political party holds a majority of seats in Parliament and is able to implement its campaign platform. 2, and you rate that 1 to 5. 2, Canada's electoral system should favour the following outcome. No single political party holds the majority of seats in Parliament, thereby increasing the likelihood that all political parties will work together to pass legislation. 3, Canada's electoral system should ensure that voters elect local candidates to represent them in Parliament. 4, Canada's electoral system should ensure that the number of seats held by a party in Parliament reflects the proportion of votes it received across the country. 5, independent candidates not of a political party should be able to be elected to Parliament. Now, what you can see within that series of questions is the problem of not having a really clear mandate when you've got multiple parties forming the government together and having to negotiate. It's both its good and bad side are presented, but they're not presented as a false dichotomy. They're presented as 2 different options. You can indicate you favor both, but then the strength of your preference is also captured, and that will hint at where your values lie. This is a much more robust, much more useful device for actually determining how people feel about these issues. There's no false choices. There's nothing you can poke fun at here. And at the same time, you are getting both to values and to policy preferences, specific policy preferences. So the government could have done that. They chose not to do it. Here's another example. Please indicate whether you agree or disagree with any of the following statements. 1, the current electoral system adequately reflects voters' intentions. 2, if I vote for a candidate in my riding who does not win, my vote is wasted. 3, the current electoral system should be maintained. 4, the current electoral system should be changed. It's 4 different ways of asking the issue, the fundamental issue here, right, which is, should we replace first past the post with something else, and if so, with what? So now you're asking, the former question there was about whether you are in favor of proportionate versus majoritarian systems, the series of questions. This series of questions is about whether or not you're generally satisfied or dissatisfied with the status quo. So there you go, 2 very robust, helpful, values-based, but also policy-based ways of determining how people feel. And because you've got more than one question, you don't have this problem of false dichotomies, the plague of locusts questions, that sort of thing. Would you vote for proportional representation even if it was covered with rabid fire ants? And questions like that. So, okay, now, the argument has also been presented, well, this is all just too complicated, and the parliamentary secretary has been saying this over and over again. This is a completely disingenuous argument. Canadians don't understand first past the post, single transferable vote, multiple member proportionality. They don't understand, especially the acronyms, MMP versus STV versus DMP, and of course, they don't. In the same way that we often find it hard to attach the right label to the right thing. But when you set the labels aside and actually move to the substance of the issues, people have a very keen understanding. And this was demonstrated I think quite well by both the large number of responses we received to the committee's questionnaire, 22,000 responses, and also to the intelligence of the comments people provided. And one of the reasons this happened was because, Mr. Speaker, I know I've got to wrap up here, but in the last minute I just make the point, the reason we were able to do this was because helpful and intelligent information was provided, as it was at the town hall meetings we held, about the different kinds of systems. There were demonstrations easily transferable onto a computer screen, both through our system and our consultation. Of course, they could be done on the government's consultation as well, explaining how each of these systems works. This includes all the systems, including the ranked ballot system that is the Prime Minister's favorite. Had we included those, and the government could still do this, then ask questions about each of these systems, we would get meaningful responses that would allow the Government of Canada to move forward, as the committee has requested, with a referendum pitting the current first-past-the-post system against the proportional system that seems to be the one, or even preferential, if that's what comes out, that is favored by the largest number of respondents to the survey. And that could be done in time for election 2019. I encourage the government to reconsider what it's done and to actually follow the committee's recommendation and add these questions to its survey. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, for over 25 years, I've had the privilege of being an elected parliamentarian. And over those years, one of the things that I've really grown to appreciate is the value of consulting with constituents, arguing that the best way to get a good sense of what my constituents believe is often to go to them in the form of a questionnaire or surveys. That is something that I've consistently done over the years. And, Mr. Speaker, in most part, 95% of the time, those questions are developed by myself in putting those questions to try to gauge what my constituents were thinking. Now, having said that, I know that I am not the most ably-minded individual in developing questionnaires. There are professionals that are out there that can do the job that needs to get done. My question to the member is, would the member not agree that this is such an important issue that it is important that we recognize that there might even be people that are better than some of the elected officials inside this chamber to develop a questionnaire that would derive the value that Canadians deserve on electoral reform?
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened with the set of questions prepared by the Electoral Reform Committee and put onto its website, the ones that received all the responses that I said earlier. Those were developed by the experts at the Library of Parliament and then brought to the committee and discussed. Adjustments were made by the members of the committee, but in general, we bowed to their expertise. And I tried to give a demonstration in my comments earlier about just how objective and thoughtful the questions were, and I can only encourage others to go to the report of the special committee to see just how thoughtful the responses were as well.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech and his work as well on the committee. I was wondering whether he could attempt to interpret the reason why the government started a new consultation, a new survey, because since they've been elected, the Liberals have said that they will respect their commitment, but they're continuing consultations from the committee and then the committee and then the survey. Does he think, as I do, that this new survey simply shows that the government did not get the answers it wanted up until now, and when you don't get the answers that are satisfactory to you, you continue the surveys until someday maybe they'll find the answers they expect or want? Does he interpret it the same way I do? Is this why we're getting another survey, another consultation?
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, I've been under the impression that what the Liberals are trying to do. In fact, I articulated this a year ago, and I reiterated it in mid-May in an article in the Ottawa Citizen. It appears to me what the Liberals are trying to do is run out the clock. As you take up more time, if you maintain that the 2019 is the last election to first past the post promise as being sacred, if you run out the clock, what you do is you start to cause options to drop off the range of options available to us. So the first one to go is any form of electoral reform that requires redistribution. Most forms of proportional representation require some form of redistribution. That takes about 2 years. So there's an expedited form of redistribution that could occur in a year, but nonetheless, if action isn't taken by the end of the next spring's parliamentary sitting, redistribution is out, and therefore many forms of PR are out as options. That's the first thing to go. Second thing to go would then be a referendum, because that takes about 6 months. And once that's gone, you're left with this sacred promise, which the Prime Minister repeated as recently as yesterday in question period. We will change the system. But all that's left is the one system that doesn't involve redistribution, and that just happens to be the one, ranked ballots, that guarantees the Liberals will win more seats in every election. That's a problem.
We have time just for one more short question and response. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, and I want to thank my honourable friend who participated so ably in our special committee for his speech, and ask him this: the disconnect between what the parliamentary committee did and this online survey. I'm not against an online survey, by the way. I'm not against reaching out to every Canadian household. But it does strike me as more than a lost opportunity. It's an actual waste of resources that when you do the survey, you're directed to work done by other groups, but not to the special committee. And I'll just use one example. There are multiple questions in this survey on online voting, but there's no information to inform the people who are filling out the survey. They don't get to read our report first. And my honourable colleague will remember that expert advice that we got changed our minds. We heard from Barbara Simon, an expert and former executive of IBM, that at this point, knowing what she knows about security, Canadian elections could be hacked and stolen. And that's why our committee said, we're not ready for online voting at this time. But people filling out this survey won't know that. I asked my honourable colleague for a comment on that disconnect.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, I think my colleague from Saanich Gulf Islands, I just want to say what a pleasure it was working with her on the committee. She brought real life and a fresh insight to the committee at every meeting she was at, and I personally very much appreciate it. She's quite right, and she made the point about Barbara Simons and that testimony regarding electronic voting. But the same point applies, and I think this is probably part of what she was trying to say, applies to all the other subjects of the committee's report as well, and that it's regrettable that that information isn't included. One final note, if I might, Mr. Speaker, is just to point out that putting a link would be very, very simple indeed. It could be done at a moment's notice. There are links to a number of other resources already on this survey, So putting this link in would be no effort at all. It really should happen. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts on what I believe is indeed a very important issue. For me, it's where do you start on such an issue that I've been engaged in one way or another for many years, and like many Canadians, have a good number of opinions on it. And one of the things that I think is really important to begin the debate with is just to talk how important it is that we take a multifaceted approach at how it is that we as, in particular, government, but beyond government, all members of this House can reach out and ensure that Canadians are afforded the opportunity to provide input into the process. And for those that are watching and those that are really have taken a keen interest in this subject matter, that I truly believe for the first time in many, many years, I would argue I cannot recall where a government has been so much wanting to get the input of all Canadians in one form or another. And I think that's what's really important to recognize here. It is about trying to tap into the minds of Canadians in all regions of our country so that they can give us their thoughts, their ideas in terms of how we can improve democracy here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I would like to think that we will take into consideration all sorts of vehicles of that communication. And I'd like to cite a few examples. As I indicated in a question that I just posed to the member across the way, is the issue of questionnaires or surveys. We have the mydemocracy.ca, which is a phenomenal reach out to all Canadians. I believe it's in excess of 15 million households that are receiving a card in the mail, and they're being asked to get engaged on the topic. Well, Mr. Speaker, that in itself should not be anything new. I would be surprised if there is a Conservative member of Parliament across the way, or any member of Parliament that's been a member of Parliament for a number of years, that have not taken an advantage of being able to consult with their constituents by sending out a card or some form of a questionnaire. I know, I have done it on numerous occasions, Mr. Speaker. It is an excellent way to get feedback from our constituents. I know for a fact that New Democratic members of Parliament have done it, Conservative members of Parliament have done it, and I know other Liberal members of Parliament have done that. It's a good thing to do, Mr. Speaker, reaching out into our constituents in many different forms. And if I was to share it with the House, some of the ways in which I do it, I have used the mechanism of cards, even protest cards at times. I've had questionnaires go into my riding where I'll have 40, 50 questions. Sometimes they're just simple yes or no. Sometimes I'm asking for an opinion on a list of subjects. It really varies, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I do that is because even though I knock on doors, I go to many different types of events, I meet with all sorts of people at my office, whether it's my constituency or a local restaurant, Mr. Speaker, that does not guarantee in any form that you are getting to the bulk of your constituency. And I really believe that what you really want to be able to accomplish in trying to get a good, fair reflection on some of the issues that are out there, and I would suggest to you, and many across the way would argue that the democracy and the changing of our system is one of those issues, that we should do whatever it is that we can to reach out to Canadians. So what actually have we done? Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister indicated prior to the election getting underway that this is a system of that needs change, and that if we are elected into government, that in fact, Mr. Speaker, that we would fight for that change. And, you know, I like to think that we have been very aggressive in making sure that Canadians are going to be afforded that opportunity. And what I would like to see is that higher sense of cooperation. If members of this House understand and appreciate how much that change is desired from the public, then there should be a high sense of cooperation to ensure that it takes place, Mr. Speaker. I don't question whether it's the Prime Minister's or the Minister responsible or the PS, or I would suggest to you members from all sides of this House that genuinely want to see that change take place. And we saw a demonstration of that last spring. We have standing committees of the House in which standing committees typically have a majority of government members. When there's a majority typically of committee membership is made up of the government. Well, through discussions that had taken place, and there was a debate inside this chamber, the government on this particular issue acknowledged and agreed that we don't need to have that majority, that it would be in the best interest ultimately to make sure that there was all-party representation, and ultimately, Mr. Speaker, we had a minority membership on that committee. And like our minister responsible for democratic reform, I too would like to echo many of the words that she has said. She has clearly indicated that the amount of work that was put in from each and every member of that committee is truly amazing. We recognize, I know within our own caucus, the sacrifice that they had to put in during, whether it's the summer months, even while we're sitting inside this House in evenings, the amount of time that was sacrificed by those individual committee members, Mr. Speaker, is so much valued and appreciated. It truly is. They met with Canadians in all regions of our country. That committee traveled, Mr. Speaker, and as one member of this House, I truly appreciate the efforts of each and every member that served on that special standing committee. They came up with a report. I haven't had the opportunity to read the entire report. I look forward to reading more of the report, as our minister has actually encouraged our caucus colleagues to read the report. So I suspect that that report will get a very good reading amongst all members of Parliament. And I believe that that will, in fact, apply for many individual Canadians that are really following this issue. The caliber and quality of presenters was incredible, Mr. Speaker. I also would like to thank those hundreds of presenters that came before the Standing Committee, whether it was here in Ottawa or the many different regions of our country where those meetings had taken place, Mr. Speaker. Each and every one of those presenters that had taken their time and shared their understanding and their knowledge on what is a very important issue. I compliment them in terms of the sacrifices that they made. Now we have a report, and I appreciate, as I said, the report. Now, I believe that there is still more that we can do. And what we have is a Minister of Democratic Reform saying there is more that we can do. She has taken the mydemocracy.ca concept, and I believe, Mr. Speaker, as opposed to trying to press down and say that it is a bad idea, and that's what we're hearing from opposition, that they should actually, if they want to see and further advance the interest in this topic, they should in fact be supportive of the idea, Mr. Speaker. We see that, as I made reference to it earlier, members of Parliament of all political stripes often will use questions and surveys. That's exactly what it is that this government is doing on this issue. 15 million addresses have been advised through the mail that there is a wonderful opportunity to be engaged on a great issue, on a great debate that we're having here in Canada. And that is about democratic reform, Mr. Speaker. Now, those cards will hopefully cause a good number of Canadians to either phone in or to go to the website. And the more Canadians that participate, Mr. Speaker, the better it is. Now, when I say Canadians, I'm also including permanent residents, Mr. Speaker, because I believe you don't even have to have a Canadian citizenship in order to justify participating. Individuals that have landed, and in many, I would estimate it about 1.5 million people that call Canada their home, many of which will be citizens even before the next election, Mr. Speaker. We all should feel good about our democratic system. We should all have a say in it. We need to be inclusive in the process. That's why I was a bit surprised with some of the statements that have already been made on this issue. I don't believe that the membership of the Standing Committee ever asked a presenter, well, are you a Canadian citizen? At least I would hope not, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we should be asking that question of an individual that's wanting to fill out the survey that's from the north end of Winnipeg or any other area of the country. But you know something, Mr. Speaker? I will acknowledge that I am not the best person to be able to devise a questionnaire that would go onto the internet. I have opinions and I have experience, Mr. Speaker. As I say, I would challenge other members. I can clearly demonstrate the litany of questionnaires, surveys, cards that I have sent over 20-plus years as being a parliamentarian, and 95% of those questions were developed through me, myself, and I, Mr. Speaker, after working with constituents to get a sense of what type of questions I might want to ask, to get an understanding of what's taking place as topical issues, both at the national and at the provincial level, Mr. Speaker. Now, the reason why I emphasize that is because I think it's important to recognize that as much as we all might have opinions, like the New Democratic member that's spoken before me who said he would have asked, are you a Canadian citizen? I wouldn't have asked that question, Mr. Speaker. But it's not for me, nor is it for that member to make that determination. Nor is it necessarily, I would suggest to you, for others that might actually have some experience. We might want to give some thoughts and some opinions to it, Mr. Speaker. But we have professional organizations, individuals that have the expertise, a certain expertise that we might not necessarily have as MPs. I like to think that we're very knowledgeable, Mr. Speaker, but there's a certain level of expertise that I would like to see that ensures that as many Canadians get engaged as possible. I know, Mr. Speaker, if I send out a direct letter to my constituents, I will get anywhere from, let's say, a 5%, 7% return ratio. If they have something in which they can mail back to me. And I know there's a difference if I send an envelope in which they can put their results into the envelope versus if there is no envelope and they just drop it into the mail. It all has an impact, Mr. Speaker. There are some questionnaires, actually it's almost a 50-50, where they won't want to be identified. They won't put a return address. Others will put a return address. I take all into consideration in one form or another, Mr. Speaker. What I actually might publish might be somewhat more targeted, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, it's to ensure that as much as possible that the results reflect what it is that my constituents are truly believing on the issues that I have brought to their attention. I'm going to suggest to you that we need to take a look at the design of mydemocracy.ca. Mr. Speaker, some of the questions have arisen in the media and on social media about whether the results of this exercise will be statistically valid. The answer to that, Mr. Speaker, is yes. My Democracy CA was designed by social and statistical scientists from Vox Pop Labs who have launched similar engagements applications all over the world, Mr. Speaker. Now, some from across the way kind of mock at it. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have more faith in the science of this issue, in the individuals that actually can deliver the type of results and have a proven record. And, Mr. Speaker, I would challenge other members to put their personal credentials on, as I've put my personal credentials on it, Mr. Speaker. And I acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, that I might not be the best person to ultimately develop it, and that's why I have confidence in those individuals that have the experience of doing a thorough job. All of the questions you see on My Democracy CA were developed in collaboration with the government and reviewed by an academic advisory panel. The government chose to work with Vox Pop Labs because the company has a proven track record when it comes to using large sample data to draw valid empirical conclusions. Members of Parliament have held town halls in ridings across the country to hear directly the views of their constituents and submitted individual written reports of input they received. Furthermore, the Minister of Democratic Institutions and her Parliamentary Secretary have also travelled to every province and territory to hear their views, or the views of Canadians on the future of our voting system. Mr. Speaker, it is very thorough. I was one of those members of Parliament that had 2 town halls on the issue, made it very well known, both by cards and by phone messaging, Mr. Speaker, that I was having these town halls. And I appreciated those individuals that showed up, Mr. Speaker, very much. In total, I believe it was maybe 50 to 60 people in 2 town halls dealing with this particular issue. That's right. Member across the way, the Conservatives heckles big group. You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't underestimate the constituents in which I represent. If 50 show up for a town hall, I appreciate each and every one of them that show up. And I trust that the member across the way would do likewise in terms of if 50 people choose to attend a meeting. I'm hoping he didn't try to demean my constituents by not attending a meeting. I'm sure he didn't, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, what I do know is that in order to get a better reflection of what my constituents want, I welcome the card that has been sent out by the Government of Canada. And I will encourage my constituents to get engaged with mydemocracy.ca. I am grateful that we had a standing committee that went to every region, including the city of Winnipeg. I am grateful that we had a Minister of Democratic Reform and the Parliamentary Secretary go into every province and territory of our country, Mr. Speaker, to seek opinions and advice. I believe that this government has been true to its commitment in terms of reaching out and working with Canadians to try to get a better understanding of the type of democracy that Canadians want. It would have been wrong to be completely dependent on a standing committee or on town halls or completely independent on a questionnaire. I think that you have to have a multifaceted approach at dealing with this particular issue, Mr. Speaker. I believe that if you consult and you work with your constituents, you allow the standing committees to do their work, you allow the ministers and the government to do its job, that we will be in a good position to be able to make a decision going forward, Mr. Speaker, if it is desired by all members of Parliament. And hopefully what we'll see is some political parties recognize that if you truly believe in democratic reform, the best thing that we could be doing on this particular file is in fact encouraging those individuals to participate in mydemocracy.ca. I know you said 1 minute, Mr. Speaker, but let me just very quickly, and if I don't get the chance to provide it in complete, I'll do it in an answer. If I was to knock on doors today in Winnipeg North, and I would challenge any member of this House, I would be happy on an individual basis, depending on time, but at least to go to one. But ideally, if they want to come to Winnipeg North, that much I can guarantee, and we can knock on 10 doors. And if you were to say to me in a form of a question, well, do you want first past the post, a ranked ballot, or some hybrid system? Chances are you're going to have to explain in detail in order to be able to get the answer, Mr. Speaker. If members were truly honest, they will recognize that the questionnaire that's being proposed by the level of expertise that we have to develop the mydemocracy.ca is doing what's in the best interest of all Canadians so that we can have legitimate, true reform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I sat and listened to this entire speech, and I'm dumbfounded. And I wish to share to the House, through you, Mr. Speaker, the government asked us, all the members of the House, to work very hard last summer and to actually host sessions in our constituencies about electoral reform and share with our constituents what some of the various options might be. I instead held my session in the fall because everybody who's done this kind of work, which I've done for 40 years, you know you don't get a good turnout in the summer. So I held my session in September, and Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to say I had 250 people. 2 days later, the minister arrived in town and reportedly had 17 people. I also went to the effort with my staff to circulate a survey asking very simple, straightforward questions, explain the alternatives, got feedback. We compiled that and presented that to the government. And I find this an affront to my constituents, having done all that work, that now they have to deal with this puffery piece, which does not present to them the same level of honest options.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know about the member in terms of our actual numbers. I can tell you that the 50 or 60 people that attended both my town halls were actually in September, and I'm sure she's not trying to impute motives of my own constituents. I'm very proud of the residents of Winnipeg North, and I'll suggest to you she might be content if 200 or 300 individuals from her riding. Mr. Speaker, I believe that I want to provide as many vehicles for my constituents to get engaged on this issue, and I want to see a government being proactive at consulting with Canadians in every region, and that's what this government is doing. I'm not settling for 2 town halls where 50, 60 of my constituents. I want my constituents engaged. I'm promoting them to get engaged on the issue, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has made reference to a panel of academics who were involved in the survey as her defense for the survey being as it is, in the order it is, the way it is. We're told it's the experts who designed it, made it this way. The Parliamentary Secretary has repeated this statement today. This seems like a dubious assertion to me. And I wanted to point out, first of all, that if you go to the Vox Pop website, they point out that the choice as to wording the questions this way was actually ultimately a government decision. That's on their website. So I have the following question with regard to the panel of experts and the design of the questions. Number one, did the panel of experts design all the questions as opposed to some of them? Every single one of the questions is on there as opposed to some of them. Number two, did the panel of academics design the questions in the preliminary version of the survey, some of which were dropped from this survey? And if so, what was the basis for changing this? And number three, which questions, did they have a say in which questions got removed from the preliminary version and not included in this one? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question that the member has put across the way. As I've tried to illustrate or to explain, is that even though I have many years of writing questions and having surveys, questionnaires going into my constituency in which I have written the questions, and I say that because I truly believe that I have done a relatively reasonable job in doing questions and surveys. But I recognize that there is a point in time where you need to bring and have confidence in individuals that bring to the table a certain level of expertise. And by using that expertise, we are able to gain a better understanding of what the average Canadians truly believe about their democratic system. Yes, no answers are not the only types of answers that are necessary, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes you need to dig into it more deeper, and at the end of the day, I have more faith in that level of expertise that's been brought to the table to develop my democracy.ca than individual members of Parliament quite often.
Questions and comments? Commentaire, or the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for Winnipeg North. I think I may fall in between extremes here. I think every Canadian should go to mydemocracy.ca and fill out the form, and then I think they should contact the Minister and the Prime Minister and give them some feedback. I find, as an example, that the survey in looking at values, and I can accept the point of view from the honourable member that these were people who are designing a survey of a different type to tease out values. What I find very disturbing is that the key essence of the promise and the speech from the throne is premised on, in order to make sure every vote counts. So the key effort here is to make sure that 40% of the vote equals 40% of the seats, something that overwhelmingly Canadians agree with as a matter of fairness. But there aren't any questions in the survey that tease out a values question of, do you think that 40% of the votes should equal 40% of the seats? The key question before us is omitted in teasing out the values in the survey. And I asked my honourable colleague if he wouldn't agree that there's no harm whatsoever in acceding to this motion and allowing the nonpartisan questions that were passed unanimously by the special committee being attached to the survey.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first off, if I may, just compliment the leader of the Green Party in terms of just her general attitude towards genuinely trying to make a difference. And I can tell you, I'm somewhat sympathetic to it, because in Manitoba for many years, I was one of two MLAs, yet at one time we'd get like 18% of the vote, and you get that sense of a need for reform. And at the end of the day, the types of questions that were developed is something in which I have confidence in, as it's been explained to me. And could there always be additional questions? Could there have been some questions deleted? That's something in which no doubt could be talked on indefinitely, but as an overall package, I believe that the intent is to try to draw out Canadian values towards our democratic system, and to that degree that we will see a successful
We're going to try and get two more questions in here. I ask the honourable members to be concise with their interventions. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I suppose the question is that, as my honourable colleague just said, what's the harm in adding in some actual questions that actually do specifically with the choice that we as parliamentarians are facing? The government has promised in May to bring forward legislation on a new voting system. All we've simply said is take these nonpartisan questions that were developed by the best analysts we have on the Hill, which the minister herself has said do excellent work and did excellent work. Liberals agreed to these questions. Conservatives agreed. Your Democrats, Green, Bloc, we agreed to these questions. They asked the simple, respectful, straightforward question of Canadians, and Canadians had no problem understanding it and answering it. Here's the challenge, Mr. Speaker, and this is my question, that if you attended the minister's town halls, she never got to the question. And people would try to insert it into the conversation. She kept wanting to back it up and say, never mind voting systems, never mind the way that ballots are cast and counted, which ultimately is what the government must decide. She never asked it, which is also true of this survey. To say some experts wanted this when it's been the Liberal pattern on this topic from day one begs a certain curiosity and disbelievability of what the member is saying. So simply add in the questions that everybody's agreed to that are good, solid questions that'll get you an answer so you can finally put some legislation forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, maybe there's an easier way for me to use what the member had said earlier as an example. That particular member suggested that it should be a given, that we should be asking people that sign in, are you a Canadian citizen? I disagree wholeheartedly with that, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why is that there are many landed citizens that are not citizens today but will be citizens at the time of the next election. I wouldn't want to do something that would ultimately potentially discourage them from participating. Are we saying that you have to be a citizen in order to participate? So there's the difference. He has an opinion. I have an opinion, Mr. Speaker. I have faith in the individuals that have been tasked with the responsibility to draw out the values of democracy that Canadians believe. I have faith in that system.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech from the member across the way this morning. But he mentioned that he had a town hall with a total of, I believe he said, 50 people. I had a town hall also. I had 40 people. Even the Prime Minister could only draw 40 members to his town hall. This is the Prime Minister holding a town hall on electoral reform. But the question that they did not put out there, that I did in a householder to over 60,000 households in my riding, was, do you feel there should be a referendum before any change to Canada's electoral system? Why not put that simple question out there first? That's the priority question. Find out if Canadians want to change it, and if so, should there be a referendum? Why not do that?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, as I say, I've got a great deal of experience. First, before I answer the question, let's not marginalize the importance of the town halls. Whether it's 10 people, 15 people that show up, or 300, or even 1,000 people that show up, it doesn't really matter in terms of the numbers. What's important is that members of Parliament extend the opportunity for their constituents to get engaged in town halls, Mr. Speaker. That's the first and most important thing. In regards to the question itself, as I'm trying to recollect what the actual question was. The referendum. You know, if I were to put the question a question in, you know, should we have a referendum on X or Y? Generally speaking, the people that will respond to surveys, depending on the topic, will quite often they'll say yes to it. They'll say yes to 30, 40, 50 different types of referendums that are out there. I understand how questionnaires and surveys work because I used to be in opposition too, Mr. Speaker. What we're doing by having this questionnaire or the mydemocracy.ca is we're reaching out to all Canadians and forcing them to share their values.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise to speak in the House. And I inform you that I will be sharing my time with the member for Sherbrooke. And I think that shows that this is a nonpartisan issue because my colleague for Sherbrooke, the successor of Jean Charest, is an NDP member. And so I think this shows that we are acting in a nonpartisan manner here. Mr. Speaker, we're gathered in this House today to witness yet another episode of the Liberal government's absurd improvisation on this very sensitive, very important subject of electoral reform. Let's remember, Mr. Speaker, that during the speech from the throne, the Governor-General said the words that led us to today. He said that 2015 would be the last year where there would be an election under the first-past-the-post system. So what are we talking about today, Mr. Speaker? Now, I remember when the Governor-General made this declaration because I was in the antechamber with my colleagues. I was in the antechamber of the Senate. Next to me, there was my colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. And there was also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, a man with whom I have many political disagreements, but a man for whom I have a great amount of respect and admiration for his work in politics and for the fact that during 20 years he was recognized all across Canada as being a very experienced constitutional expert and electoral system expert. He is, in fact, the author of a thesis from a French university about the voting system, and as we know, he's also the former leader of the Liberal Party. Well, he was happy, or perhaps I shouldn't say that. He was not surprised, but he was happy to see that the Governor-General had made a commitment to make a change here. But perhaps I should remind you that the Honourable Member for the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs had said in 2012 that the Canadian experience leads us to holding a referendum if we are to change the voting system. It's not us, the big bad conservatives, saying that. It's the current Liberal minister who said that. So, Mr. Speaker, things had started, things were underway, and we were surprised to see this commitment because it is a significant change. And the Liberals always say that we promised this during the election campaign, people want change and so on. But I should remind you that in the Liberals' election platform, there are only 3 sentences about this commitment out of 97 pages. So this wasn't one of their key promises. There were also 5 leaders' debates that were televised during the election campaign, where the leaders could present the most important issues to them. How often was this subject raised by the Liberal leader? 0 times. The only time it was brought up was by the member for Victoria, the leader of the Green Party. So the Liberals never made this a major issue. And yet, it's a very important issue, Mr. Speaker, because changing the voting system means changing the most important institution of our democracy. The voting system determines who will sit in the House, who will form the government, who will be head of state. And so all of the other decisions, whether they have to do with economics, health, or anything else, everything flows down from the voting system. The voting system is really the basis of any democracy. And if people want to change it, it needs to be done by a referendum, as we believe and as the Minister of Foreign Affairs believes. In a democracy, we are all essentially in a conflict of interest position on this issue, because we're all humans. And when we're making a decision, we look at our own interests. But when it comes to changing the voting system, there's nothing more personal than that issue to us. So that's why we are fundamentally in a conflict of interest. And that's why we want to hold a referendum. I'll get back to that later. So the Governor General announced this, but in the last 6 months, the government has dragged its feet. They haven't said what will happen after that. We know that it takes 2 years to change the voting system, minimum, and there's not much time left. But it's taken them 6 months to announce the creation. It took them 6 months, rather, to announce the creation of a parliamentary committee to study the issue. But at least they did that. That was good. But then, improvising once again, under pressure from the NDP and the Green Party, the government finally accepted to change the composition of the committee so that it would not be partisan and so that the government wouldn't have a majority of seats on the committee. Now, perhaps they should have changed, perhaps they regret that decision now, but in any case, they're still improvising. They changed the number of members on that committee. So what did we do, Mr. Speaker? Well, at the invitation of my leader, I had the privilege of sitting on that committee with very prestigious committees, like my friend here. What was your writing name? Lanark Frontenac Kingston. Sorry if I'm mangling that. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot of problem with the very, very long writing names in the federal system. If we could change one thing in our system, perhaps we should have shorter writing names, and that would make everyone happy. But that's a side note. So, Mr. Speaker, we had 12 colleagues, including some that I see here. I can see the 5 Liberal members, and members of the official opposition, members of the NDP, and our member from the from the National Assembly, and the member for Victoria. Well, all of us worked together. We did very good work for several months. We went from coast to coast to hear what Canadians wanted and what they thought about electoral reform. And the results are quite impressive. Allow me to read from the report, the committee report that was published last year. There were 57 meetings. We heard from nearly 200 witnesses, and many, many people participated in the public consultations. These consultations were held all across Canada in 18 different cities, including Victoria and Vancouver, where the rooms were completely full. In other cities, there were less people there, and I recognize that in Quebec, in my city, there were fewer than 10 people who showed up. So, yes, people are interested in this. Those who are interested are very interested, but I admit not everyone is interested. So the first step in this consultation process was to see what Canadians wanted. Over 600 people participated in public consultations across the country. And also, Mr. Speaker, and this is really at the heart of the matter, we also had an electronic consultation where over 22,000 people participated. So let's look at the numbers. 567 people in public consultations, over 22,000 by the online questionnaire. And many MPs also held what are called town halls to see what people wanted. There were 172 reports from MPs, and we estimate that over 12,000 Canadians showed up to these town halls in total. So congratulations, there are a lot of people coming out. And perhaps some of those people participated in all three forms of the consultation. But in any case, many people showed up. NDP colleagues also held their own consultations. How many people participated in their events? 37,000 Canadians participated either online or by mail. But we in the Conservative Party had events in 59 ridings, asked citizens what they wanted. We said, do you think there should be a referendum? And do you know how many Canadians responded? Well, with all the respect I have for all of the other exercises, but it wasn't just 20,000, it wasn't 12,000, it wasn't 37,000. It was 81,000 Canadians who participated in this. I have a lot of respect for my colleagues, but we got the most responses. We got the most Canadians involved and heard what they wanted. And what did those Canadians tell us? 90% of them, in fact, over 73,000 in total, told us that if the government wants to make a change, they need to hold a referendum. And, Mr. Speaker, that's what the committee heard as well. This is what the committee concluded in its report. The Conservatives, the Bloc, the NDP, and the Green Party all said we need a referendum. That's the solution, Mr. Speaker, because we, the politicians, have a conflict of interest here. If we really want to change our voting system, we need to ask Canadians what they want. That's why we tabled this report. That's why the government is trying to minimize or ridicule or insult the work of the committee. I know they apologized, but still, the conclusion is clear. If the government wants to change anything, we need a referendum. We don't simply need this new improvised form of consultation, which they call mydemocracy.ca. Canadians deserve much better when it comes to electoral reform. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the work that we did together on the committee. My colleague knows that we heard from witnesses all across Canada, and they said that if we want to change the voting system, we need to do so in a way that engages with Canadians in a more in-depth manner than the committee was able to do. So I would ask my honourable colleague if he acknowledges that there is not yet a consensus about the exact way in which we should move forward to change the system. What the NDP did was to publicly announce that they were in favour of a referendum, but then afterwards, in their dissenting report, they said that they had serious concerns about a referendum. So this shows that there is still work to be done if we want to engage Canadians on this very important issue.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to answer this question, but especially to salute the exceptional work that this colleague has done with the 11 others, but especially this colleague because we had the opportunity to talk a lot during the hearings and we had a great deal of pleasure doing that. So I congratulate him for the quality of his French. Now, on the substance of the question, if there's any consensus, it's Canadians have to have the last word. Of course, we have to explain the issues to them, but when we say, do you want to be consulted about this? 90% say yes, and many want a referendum. 70% want a referendum, especially if there's going to be a change. If there is a consensus out there, it's for a referendum. Technically, it could be done. The new electoral system could be introduced, but allow Canadians to decide through a referendum. Questions and comments?
Bulkley Valley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague from the Conservative Party. This is quite a bizarre situation. We have the context where we have all parties working together just to keep a promise by the Liberal Party, because normally we don't do that much together, the NDP, the Bloc, the Conservatives and NDP and Greens. But it's the Prime Minister who said during the election campaign that we shouldn't keep this old broken system. It's unfair. Everybody made concessions and worked hard, but the problem is not the Parliament or the opposition, it's the government resisting its own promise. So it's a pretty unique situation in the history of Canada. But we could do something very important for our democracy, for our citizens. It's a symbol of respect to listen to what's going on, including the real question, such as the one we recommended to the government. Is it just a symbol? Or a real effort to respect the intelligence of the citizens of this country? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I do want to salute this colleague for the quality of his French, and he participated in the committee, but that shows what we've been saying from the beginning. It seems like improvisation from A to Z. The Liberal Party wants preferential ballots, but says we haven't consulted Canadians enough. It's grotesque. It's burlesque. On page 179, you have recommendation 9, which said, let's consult Canadians through a referendum with a box marked current system and another box preferential system. So Canadians are intelligent. They're far better placed than us politicians to decide the best electoral system. Questions and comments?
Member for Sarnia-Lambton, a short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a global statistical specialist for a business for several years, and so I can tell you absolutely that the results of this survey will be meaningless in terms of saying what Canadians want for a variety of reasons, including the fact that anybody on the planet who knows the Canadian postal code could answer and answer multiple times, and they're excluding people that didn't include their personal data. But I want to ask the question to the member about the content of the survey, because certainly the committee talked about this. They talked about what the questions should be. So why does he think the government went ahead with their own questions without waiting for the committee's questions?
Deputy Louis Saint Laurent.
Honourable Member.
Because the Liberals are not happy with the conclusion of our survey, with the conclusion that what we have made, we travel coast to coast to coast, but not a lot of people talk about preferential vote. So this is why this government is designing something to steer it in the way they want to. But people, Canadian people, are more intelligent than what they think. So this is why people will decide by referendum what is good for electoral system instead of following the Liberal platform saying that we want to have a preferential vote, which is not good for Canadians, which is not good for democracy. The best way to know where people stand, ask them by referendum.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke, resuming debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise following my colleague for Louis Saint Laurent, who graciously allowed me to share his time so that I could speak to the House about this very important subject. It's very important to me. I was the joint critic for democratic reform in the last Parliament, and I learned a lot at that time. I've been following very closely what was going on here, especially what went on in the last election with the Liberal promise that could not have been any clearer. There are other promises that were a little more vague or nuanced, so perhaps more cynical Canadians might have thought this would not be fulfilled. But in this case, the promise about election reform, that the 2015 election was going to be the last first past the post election, was a very clear promise. It couldn't have been any clearer from the government. They were going to change the electoral system. So they got the support of most Canadians to undertake to fulfill that promise. That was also what was mentioned by the government at the outset of their mandate. They even it even showed that 60% in the last election had expressed their views for reform of the election mode. So it is in that context that the special committee was created. It's a committee that I want to salute and congratulate for their very hard work. They were full of hope, really. The results of this committee's work was one that was very hopeful. Many of my colleagues felt the same way. They saw there was some agreement among all parties, both the recognized parties and the other ones that are not officially recognized in this House. And they managed to have talks and come up with the recommendations that were clear and precise. And I had a great deal of hope following the adoption of that report until we heard the response by the minister the day it was tabled on December 1st. Frankly, it was a very aggressive and surprising response on the part of the Minister of Democratic Institutions, who instead of accepting the report said, well, I accept the recommendations because we're the ones who agreed to put this in place. Thanks to the support of all the parties, we have recommendations and we'll go ahead. No. Instead, she denigrated and insulted members of the committee. So that's even sadder. That's really too bad. It diminished all the hopes I had on this issue. The other thing that dimmed our hopes of seeing electoral reform was the questionnaire, the survey that's online right now. The survey by the Minister for Democratic Institution, who feels the need to consult once again. The committee was created and did its job, but apparently it's not satisfactory for the minister. She said that she wasn't satisfied with the committee's work and insulted all her Liberal colleagues too when they sat on the committee as well. This wasn't satisfactory to her mind, and she had to conduct another consultation, a new kind of way to get the opinions of Canadians. And the way she did it is completely shameful. There are questions in there. The survey itself was ridiculed by experts, by Canadians. It's a laughingstock on the internet and among people who took part and agreed to do it in good faith and saying, well, I have an opportunity to contribute once again to this debate. And they were very disappointed and unsatisfied with the quality of the questions. I can give you an example in English. Somebody who commented said in English,
this survey, and then at the end I was thinking I might have been doing a Facebook personality survey, very much like a pop quiz type thing you find on Facebook all the time, like what you're saying is very disappointed with the bubblegum type personality of the survey. Crazy that this came from the government. Silly, insulting, useless. Je pense que ça remue.
I think that summarizes the feelings and opinion of most Canadians who took part in the survey thus far. And the second report from the committee, which we're debating today, that is concurring in the adoption of the committee's report. It was adopted in committee. Now we're asking for the House to adopt it as well. Asking the Minister of Democratic Institutions to add or even replace, I don't know what she will do if we manage to do this, but add the questions that were proposed by the analysts from the Library of Parliament that were discussed at the Electoral Reform Committee. There are very specific, clear questions that could be included in the survey today on mydemocracy.ca, and that's what we're asking for today, because quite obviously, given that these questions have become a laughingstock, it would be appropriate. And I hope that the government will come to its senses and choose the right way to improve it. That's what we're proposing today, that they improve the questionnaire that's online, that's being ridiculed right now by people from all walks of life, and to choose the right path and do the right thing to conduct a consultation worthy of the name, because the problem with the survey is that the data that is collected and published, we hope, will have no value. It'll be worthless. The reason why the data collected on mydemocracy.ca will have little or no value is that, first of all, there's personal information being requested from citizens at the end of the survey, and if participants don't want to include that personal information for the government, the Minister of Democratic Institutions, their viewpoint will simply be thrown out and not taken into account in the results. And that's an aberration, because you're therefore forcing people to include the information. They're being told, no, there's no obligation to do so. But how can you say to somebody, if you don't include your personal information, we're going to throw away the results of the survey? How can they seriously look at these people in the face and say they're being consulted when they're being forced to provide personal information in order for their opinion to be taken into account? The other serious problem is access worldwide to the website, mydemocracy.ca. Anyone in the world can access it, and maybe several times. That is a big problem. Most surveys conducted by academics or even students who have a school project to do will be more rigorous in their scientific method to come up with conclusions on which you can rely. There's some rigor behind those surveys. This one, by the Government of Canada, doesn't even meet those expectations of scientific rigor that one could expect from a government doing a genuine survey, a genuine consultation. But the data that's collected will, in my opinion, have no value whatsoever. And that's too bad, because it could have provided more information. My impression, really, Mr. Speaker, is that the Minister of Democratic Institutions decided to start this new consultation because she was unsatisfied with the answers she got up until now. And I think that that's the Liberal government strategy, because they have no intention, really, of delivering on this promise to Canadians. As long as they don't have the answer they want, their choice of electoral system or no change at all, they'll continue to consult ad nauseum as long as they don't get the answer they want. That's my impression. They'll continue to ask questions until they get the answer they want. And that is very sad, because in all the consultations I conducted in my riding and that other members did in their ridings, the testimony we heard during the work of the Electoral Reform Committee all come to quite a clear conclusion, and quite a good consensus, too. A vast majority want a system with some form of proportionality. That was reflected in the committee report. And quite obviously, that's not the answer the government expected. And because it was not the answer they expected, they decided to consult again and put the question again. The day they get the answer they want, maybe then finally we'll see some light at the end of the tunnel and have some kind of electoral reform that will satisfy the interests of the Liberals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from the NDP for his speech.
I went across the country speaking with academics and Canadians. Something that was impressed upon all committee members was the complexity of our governance ecosystem, and how changing an electoral system would effectively change many other aspects of the way that Canadians relate with their parliament, the way that governments are formed and dissolved, and all other aspects of our political ecosystem. These are complex questions that are tough to engage Canadians on, and would he not agree that instead of continuing to sloganeer and make arguments that allow one side to argue right past the other, that it is being disingenuous to Canadians, and that engaging them in an online activity that allows them to understand the values that underpin our democratic institutions is an important process in the engagement process that has to continue to be undertaken in order for Canadians to be engaged in this conversation.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on the question of this new consultation, I would have been very happy to be able to support it and say, bravo, this is a good initiative, because it's rigorous and will bring about clear results and obvious results that we can rely on as parliamentarians. But unfortunately, the online consultation they're proposing has no scientific rigor whatsoever, and that's why I'm denouncing it. If we'd had a good survey with real, genuine questions, because that's what the minister's saying every time the committee didn't give her clear responses with a consensus. Well, how can the survey come up with that when it doesn't even ask direct questions? She can't expect to get clear, direct answers if she doesn't put clear questions. These are questions that are pointless. There's no scientific rigor, so the data will be useless. I would have been happy to support the survey if it had been well done and reliable.
Comments. Commentaire, the honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, and what I found interesting about the entire situation was that here was the Prime Minister who campaigned on this, then leader of the Liberal Party, becomes Prime Minister, and so we're hearing concerns raised by the Liberals about complaints really to their own Prime Minister. That's really where those questions should be directed, to be quite frank, because they put this process in effect going. And so there was work, and it was really well noted that it was opposition parties that agreed to try to work towards a political objective of the Liberal Party, being this the last first past the post vote that the Prime Minister has promised. So we worked on this side of the House, and when across this country public money was used for this to actually work on an objective politically noted in the campaign by the Prime Minister. And so now they complain, but they should need to complain at caucus meeting, really, is what they should be doing, and maybe that's happening, I don't know. It's not happening here much in the chamber in terms of a thorough examination. But real quick, Mr. Speaker, the question that I have to my colleague is that wouldn't it have made sense to at least consult the committee about what type of questions public taxpayers should pay for democracy since they travel this country together?
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. I thank my colleague for his question. Indeed, it would have made a great deal of sense. I think that members of the committee would have been very happy to participate and give their opinion on the questions that the minister was going to include in her survey. And I'm sure that members of the committee who are Liberals or from any party would have been pleased to be consulted. I don't think they would have refused the minister's offer if she'd gone to them and said, look, given everything you've heard for months during this consultation, do you have any ideas for questions that we could put in a survey that we anticipate for December? I think that members of the committee would have been very pleased and would certainly have participated in the drafting of the questions. So that's why today, since this wasn't done, we're debating a motion to concur in a report from the committee, which had proposed questions developed by the Committee on Electoral Reform, and these questions are far more valuable, far more direct, and would have provided us with real answers when we got the results. If it had been done scientifically and with rigor, it would have been very positive.
The honourable member for Costa Bay, Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much. And I want to start by saying that I'll be sharing my time gleefully with the member from Montcalm. I hope I got that correct. I think I did. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time in a while that I've stood in this House to speak about electoral reform. I used to speak about it quite often in the last Parliament. And if it's okay with everyone else, I'd like to start with a story. And it's my own personal development about this issue. And I don't think my situation is that much different from any other Canadian who may not have had a distinct interest in this particular topic or an interest in changing the system. And here's why. In 2004, I was elected as a member of Parliament. When I was 12 years old, I wanted one job in life. That was to be a member of Parliament. And the reason why was because I wanted to represent my riding, my colleagues, my brothers, my sisters, my family. I wanted to be the representative of my home. I take no greater pride in being that person that currently represents, and I respect greatly the office. But to me, the essential part of democracy was about direct representation. I was directly elected to represent my constituents. By way of example, recently the Coast Guard announced that they are going to remove the oil from a tanker that sank many years ago. If we had a system in this country where everybody in this House was chosen by one person to sit and represent the whole country.
Apparently, the translation is not working.
Translation working now? C'est correct? C'est bon?
It's okay now, you can hear it? All right.
We'll continue on then, and we'll just make sure we're fully operational. The honourable member for Central, Coast Bay Central Notre Dame.
Being lost in translation is nothing new to me, Mr. Speaker. As I've said, I have a lot of experience being a politician, and it happens on occasion, honestly, but I'll try to tone the accent just a little bit. Perhaps that may have been a problem. So where was I? So I'm a direct representative. I love the fact that I represent this Parliament directly, and to me, that was sacrosanct. But why would one person choose people to sit in this House when local issues like the one I just expressed would never be addressed? Maybe someday down the road when it's too late. So from 2004 straight up to 2010, I was a person who believed that every member in this House should be directly responsible to one riding, and one riding only. The leader of the party a few years ago named me critic of electoral reform, and I got to speak to a group of people called Fair Vote Canada. I also spoke to another group called Lead Now, and we had a fabulous discussion about representation in this country. Should votes of an individual be counted? Should the representation in this House reflect the general vote of this country? And that's a legitimate one. Why should a person feel like they've wasted a vote because they voted for a party that is in a small corner of this House, to which we were at that time? And the elements of that struck me in several ways. So as I was talking about this, I became more open to the idea of introducing perhaps some type of proportionality that would be good for this country, to have a greater reflection of where the country wants to go just by parties and party policy, not from the direct representative. I'm not saying I endorse that position, but I certainly became interested in the concept thanks to people who engaged in a discussion. So here we are, to this day, talking about this discussion and the myriad of ways that we can do it. I do believe that we need to speak to Canadians on a value system like was done in many other countries. New Zealand, for example, Australia for another. Many countries throughout Europe have engaged in this, and many provinces. I had the distinct honor of visiting British Columbia to meet with a lot of people involved in their campaign to bring in STV. I met with many people from Ontario who had the referendum about MMP and the system of MMP itself and the effects of that referendum. I've also spoken to people in PEI who've done the same, about the systems. See, what I truly believe that this discussion needs to be branched out in many areas where it has not taken place. I'll tell you this right now. If I went to my riding and I said, I got a question for you, and I did this when I had my forum. So what system do you want? Do you want AV? Do you want STV? Do you want RUSTV? Would you like MMP? And my constituents would look at me and say, you know, sir, with all those letters, it's a lot of BS, quite frankly. And that's essentially what we need to do, is to say, what do you want? Everyone needs to take that journey that I did, where you go from strictly just, I want everybody in this House, everybody, to represent one riding and one riding only. But I broadened my perspective when I spoke to people who gave me a perspective that I hadn't thought about before. I was not rigid. And before anybody in this House accuses me of flip-flopping, which is, I think, is a ridiculous term, this is a journey for all of us to do. The committee itself, just hit some of the numbers. The committee brought in to every province 57 meetings, 196 expert witnesses, 567 open mic participants, 22,000 responses to surveys. See, that's a good step. And I want to quote from the report, and I think it's one of my favorite quotes from this, and it's on page 2. I've managed to read past page 2, by the way. I just thought page 2 really struck. There's a gentleman by the name of Thomas Axworthy. Now, I've met him before on occasion, and I'm always interested in his writings about how we can progress as a nation, as a federation. Because we are a large country with a few people in an international perspective, so we have to have a system that strengthens that federation. And that's the other part of that journey that I discovered. Here he says this: there is no perfect electoral system. There are advantages and disadvantages to all of them, and it is really a question of values, differing perspectives. That's the differing perspective that I received when I had become the critic. Not everybody in this country has the benefit of being here, but we certainly do realize that benefit. All of us do. And Mr. Axworthy also says it is basically a political process of deciding your purposes and values and what you value most, what we value the most. I still believe that I want to represent one riding. I still want to represent the people who live in the place that I call home. I've done it for 12 years. I'll do it for as long as they deem necessary. And at that point, upon reflection, I will call it one of the greatest honors that anybody in this House can receive. But when I had my forum, something very interesting happened. People started exchanging ideas about, where do we go? You say you have a system called MMP, where 2/3 of the House are directly elected, like we are now. 1/3 is what you call PR, proportional representations. And there are certain variations to that, by the way. But essentially, you'd have a better reflection of the national vote. There was one gentleman in the audience who said to me, he said, I got a question for you, sir. He said, there's something that nobody is asking in this. You always keep talking about members in the House, who they are, where they're from, what political group they're with, how many seats are this, how many seats are that. No one has ever said to me or described to me, what is the ballot going to look like? And here is one of the arguments where I looked at MMP and I went, maybe that's not a bad idea. One side of the ballot says you want this person to represent you in the House of Commons. The other side of the ballot says which party should lead this country? Which party should lead this federation? Now, I'm not endorsing MMP, but by God, that's a valid point. Every point is valid. Should we have ridings that have multi-members? Bigger ridings, where everybody gets to go on a ballot. You can have 2 or 3 people from the same party on that ballot. I may not agree with that, but there's an element of logic in it that makes sense. And if we don't engage with Canadians on values, then we're never going to see the logic of a new system that creates a better country. That's what we need to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. On la députée de Richmond,
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to my colleague to my right, but at any rate, I have a question to the member opposite. He talked about the importance of consulting, the importance of the special committee. I had an opportunity and the privilege of participating with some of his colleagues opposite. Now, you are implying that we need to continue talking about this, but somebody in the throne speech said this would be the last election that we would be having with first past the post. Now, you're talking about the importance of taking time. You even quoted New Zealand that took 10 years to consult. And they said we had to go quickly, but at any rate, it took 6 months to set up the committee. It changed because of the pressure from the opposition parties. But there's a simple question. A committee did excellent work. It crisscrossed the country. It heard from a number of experts, and it came to a conclusion. We would need a referendum to ensure that all Canadian citizens can provide their opinion. Would you agree with that idea, with a very simple question, with a proportional question, a question about the voting system, with a referendum?
Or Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
There are also many jurisdictions that did not have a referendum. There are also many jurisdictions who had a longer conversation, as he pointed out in New Zealand. There are also jurisdictions that had a much smaller conversation and made that choice. There was electoral reform that was discussed in the election campaign. And I can tell you, the interest was there. The hunger was there to have something that strengthens this federation, as I spoke earlier. That is the point of this. I have no problems discussing the idea of a referendum. But the problem is that everybody is racing to the bottom, to the ultimate solution to this, without engaging the values of this country and what we want to do. You don't, if I apologize if my speech is interrupting his heckling, but I will continue. I will continue. Here's the situation. If that party never engaged the electorate once on this. I was there when they did the Fair Elections Act, we'll call it. I use air quotes because it's quite comical. They never once said anything about a referendum. That's a hashtag disingenuous, if you want to call that a Twitter campaign activity.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my member across the way. It's always a pleasure to hear him speak in the House. It's been a pleasure working with him for many years in this place. Mr. Speaker, if there's one profound point that my constituents and, in fact, people from right across my province raised over and over again, they were fed up with the process where less than 40% of the vote got an even larger and larger majority government. That's what happened in the last government, and again, we have a massive majority government with less than 40% of the vote. Clear and simple, everybody has come to me and said, there's got to be a better way to do it. And we've had lots of great discussions with groups like Fair Vote Canada. I had professors come in and talk about the systems in other countries, and people were free to fill out a questionnaire giving some of the options, no pressure. We had the committee that did a very sensible review. What is so upsetting is we now have the valuable information to simply make the decision in the right time, and we have this nonsensical survey that has people incensed. So I'm wondering if the member agrees with me, why don't we just proceed to begin making these amendments?
Honourable Member for Costa Bay Central Notre Dame.
In the spirit of mutual admiration, I say the same about her in my experience working with her and other members on electoral reform in the past. Skeena Bulkley Valley, the leader of the Green Party as well. We've had so many great discussions. And I just want to say very quickly, yes, that's the valid point we're trying to seek here, the representation in the House, which we are trying to do. And that is why we made the commitment to the last first past the post. Look, she may not like a lot of the details about the survey, but the survey is good in that it goes back to what Thomas Exworthy said, which was, let's explore the values of where we want to go and not get caught up into all the details first. The details will follow. But now...
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to say that I was very happy to work with colleagues on both sides of the House during the work of the special committee. I find it somewhat ironic this morning, however, As you know, the Bloc Québécois is sharing its time with a member who sits on the government side. There are some experts who told us, Mr. Speaker, that the willingness to change and a change in the voting system would give us a consensual democracy. It would change the way we do politics in the House of Commons, our legislative chamber. It would lead to a collaborative approach. But this morning, that approach is already evident in the fair play by the government, and that's a little bit ironic. Now, I'm speaking to all parliamentarians in this House, all members who, before being in any way associated with the government, are first and foremost representatives of their constituents. And I'm speaking most directly to the people who are not part of the executive branch. Representatives in this House constitutes the parliamentary democracy. And I want them all to speak based on their true convictions. From the outset, the Bloc Québécois stated that it was in favor of change, but not just any change, and not change implemented in any old way. Not just any change, because for us, we were not prepared to accept a voting system that would reduce the weight of the Quebec nation and reduce it to a geographic reality. That is something that is in the report and respected in the report. Not in any way, because in our view, like for the Conservatives, as I said right from the outset, and in the final hours, we rallied all parties together on this point, not just in any old way, because the debate can't be a debate among politicians, of people, of experts, of people in the know. If we want this debate to be successful, it must belong to the people. It's up to the people to decide. Now, our Liberal colleagues were handicapped in respecting this because the executive powers, even before the committee began sitting, had completely excluded the possibility of a referendum. So that put them in quite an uncomfortable position. When the minister rises in the House and ridiculizes, trivializes the idea of having a referendum, considers it something from the past century, that on such an important debate with respect to new rules for democracy in our parliament, well, it's hardly surprising, given that the members on the government side, sitting on the committee, have trouble distancing themselves from that. It's regrettable, but that's part of the reality.
Because what irritates voters, what really irritates them, is that their elected officials are doing politics in a way in that they consult people on the ground, but then they don't listen. They want their elected officials to vote in a way that reflects what they were elected for. Mr. Speaker, it's ironic that this House, the House of Commons, that tried to undertake a reform that is only in its earliest stages and that would have to go much further. Well, in fact, the Senate has been somewhat reformed, but they treat their independent members much better than the House of Commons does. There is a report that has been tabled. This is a glimmer of hope. At least there was a consensus on Resolution 11, where it is said that the committee recommends that electoral reform go along with an exhaustive study of the other systems of voting. In other words, when we change the voting system, when we change election law, we also need to look at the consequences that will have on the financing of political parties, on parliamentary procedure, so that we don't end up with second-class parties and second-class parliamentarians. So if we want to change the voting system, and I think the committee was very clear on the fact that there is a desire for change that was heard during the committee's work. And what people were calling for was a proportional representation system. So how do we solve this issue? The committee members weren't there for themselves. They were there to listen to what people had to say. And everyone had their own opinion. We know that at the beginning, the Liberals were leaning toward the proportional system. The Conservatives favored the status quo. The Green Party and the NDP wanted a proportional system, perhaps a mixed proportional system. And then the Bloc Québécois wanted a proportional system, but not just any old proportional system, because, as I said earlier, that would have an effect on us as a party. But what the report does is that since not everyone appeared before the committee, but everyone who did appear before the committee wanted a proportional system and wanted a referendum to settle the question, well, then the choice was between the status quo and the proportional system. That's what the referendum should be on. That was the consensus that we all arrived at, regardless of our initial positions. So that means that the committee managed to start from nothing, from no consensus, and they managed to reach a consensus where they said we need to consult all Canadians from coast to coast through a referendum. And this referendum needs to ask a question about the status quo and proportional representation. That's the basic principle. Across the way, they talk about principles, but this is the main principle of the report. This is what we see. So now we need to keep working because we need to get to a second phase where we determine the mechanism. We know what the current system is. It's been practiced for 150 years. But the new proportional system needs to be defined. What would it look like? What would be the scope of the ridings? And so on. So all of that would need to be considered in a second phase of consultation and of information for citizens. And the goal would be to arrive in 2019 with a referendum. I think that that's a much more valid approach than having a bogus survey. Questions and comments?
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think one of the member from Newfoundland and Labrador prior to ourselves mentioned a number of things in terms of a way of moving, and I thought his speech was pretty good. One of the interesting unfortunate things, though, is he criticized the notion of flip-flops, despite the fact that he in this House has called ministers the minister of flip-flops. And I think this sadly becomes a kind of problem for the Liberal Party in terms of credibility, is that they have ones that brought through this process through electoral promise. And then it's the fault of the rest of Parliament that we have to follow through with that because A, they have a majority, and then B, there's actually sincere interest in this country to have some type of electoral reform, and it's now the fault of the opposition. So I'd just like to ask my colleague here simply this, is that why is it suddenly everybody else's fault, including the general public, that are now looking at the questionnaire that's out there by the mere fact that their Prime Minister is the one who actually brought this forward? Why is it now everybody else's fault except for them doing this themselves? And that is a problem, Mr. Speaker.
Le député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that I understood the question very clearly. Perhaps I wasn't able to follow the member's question. I don't want to blame anyone. I'm just saying that there is a way of respecting this consensus that the committee arrived at. And now the Prime Minister said, when he was talking about the timeline, well, I mean, he wasn't very clear about what he said. But then the House gave the committee a mandate to do some serious work, and then they just discounted the committee's results. That is unacceptable, and this government will have to bear the burden of that. If the members across the way, who are legislators like me, do not call out the government on this. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Montcalm and the representative of the Bloc Québécois on the Electoral Reform Committee. We worked together. We worked very hard together, and I'm very proud of the work that we all did, including my Conservative, NDP, Liberal, and Bloc Québécois friends. My question is clear. What does he believe is the reason for which our committee's report is essentially being ignored in this place? And why are we having a debate about this survey, this online survey, rather than having a serious discussion about the recommendations of our committee's report? The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was also very pleased to be able to work with my colleague from the Green Party. Listen, it's extremely clear that the minister's reaction, so the executive's reaction, was thanks and good night. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to start my own approach because I don't really agree with this consensus. That is unacceptable, but that's the way it is, apparently. So this is why their unrealistic timeline announced by the Prime Minister back in the day is not holding. And that's why I will continue to call upon my colleagues, to call on all legislators in this place, on all people who care about what an MP is supposed to do. I will ask them to call out their minister and to quickly undertake a second phase so that we can get to the end of this debate properly, because the Canadian people have had enough of broken promises.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd also like to note I'm going to share my time with the member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan. And first of all, I want to start by thanking the committee for the tremendously hard work that they have done. You know, I watched certainly my colleagues as they spent a good portion of their summer either in meetings in this Ottawa or traveling across the country, and I know that they all perform their work with diligence. And so, to be quite frank, I was very, very dismayed when I heard the minister be so dismissive about the work that they had done, and that was actually very shameful. She did apologize, so I think we do need to move on, but it was an extraordinary thing to say to the members in this House who had worked so hard during the summer, and also to Canadians across Canada who had participated in the process. I'm going to talk a little bit about the majority report, but I think what was very fascinating about the majority report, it actually ended up in a very unusual way reflecting what happened in the riding of Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou in terms of what were the major recommendations. So in the riding I represent, it's a very large riding in the middle of British Columbia, it turned out that there was sort of two independent processes that happened. One, it was a local group of community members that got together, many of them with affiliations to the NDP, to the Green, to the Liberal Party, and then I also had an independent process from them. I was really looking at things probably at perhaps an 100,000-foot level. I had a number of town halls in mostly in the rural communities, and to be quite frank, in the middle of summer, it was not very well attended in terms of engagement. There were beautiful summer days, and I think talking about electoral reform was not as high a priority as perhaps enjoying the very short summers that we have. But I did reach out both with a mail out, and I reached out with a telephone survey. And I talked about, you know what, I had 3 questions, and to me, I'm not someone that designs survey questions, but I think they were logical and they made sense. And my first question in the telephone survey is, are you aware that we're actually talking about the issue of changing how we vote? And so I think, you know, asking about awareness is probably a good start. And out of that, I was actually surprised, Mr. Speaker. I think some of the work over the summer had started to penetrate, because 68% of the respondents, and this went out to 8,000 homes, it was answered by citizens across the riding, 68% actually had an awareness that there was a discussion going on around electoral reform. The next question I asked is, do you believe that we should be changing our system? Again, I think it's a pretty simple question. Are you happy with what we have, or do you think we need to change it? Again, I'm not an expert in survey development, but these were intuitive questions. 41% thought that we should have changes to the system. 58% said it was fine the way it is. 32% didn't have an opinion. And then my third question was about a referendum, of which 66% of the people that responded to this survey said that they believe that there should be a referendum, which is actually pretty similar to a lot of the responses from people, different groups that have done that survey across the country. Now, independently at the same time, this citizens group had more granular sessions where they had sat down with people that had a real interest in the system and had conversations with them in terms of, if we're going to change the system, what should this system look like? And this was actually led by a former Liberal candidate. He was the one leading the charge, and he was very interested in sitting down and talking to the people. Now, the interesting thing is they came out with the work that they did, and their recommendation was very, very strongly for a proportional representation system. The people that had attended were very keen on electoral reform, so the response around the issue of referendum was perhaps smaller, but you know, certainly I felt that I had reached out to many. So what we ended up with is, in our riding, the two sort of principles that came together in that majority report is a referendum and a proportional system. Exact same as what happened with the committee in terms of how we needed to move forward. So in actual fact, you know, I think the committee and the numerous town halls from across the country gave this government a roadmap for moving forward. Referendum, proportional system. So, you know, it's really kind of surprising that all of a sudden at the nth hour, the Liberals, the dissenting report by the Liberals is, no, this is confusing, it's complex, and we don't need a referendum. And so you have all the other parties trying to, as my colleague from Skeena-Buckley Valley said, trying to help the Liberals fulfill their promise, and it's the Liberals at the dissenting report for Majority Committee who sort of put a kibosh. It was very, very interesting. And all of a sudden, they've got postcards that are being mailed across the country. And what I would suggest is that this step that they put into the process, first of all, a little bit dubious, a little bit muddying the water. The committee had offered to provide some questions in terms of if you're going to put out a postcard, linking people to a survey. There's a few things that we would recommend. We've looked at this all summer, and here's some questions that we think you should ask. So not only does this survey not link to the report of the committee, which to me is absolutely stunning. So you go to a report on mydemocracy.ca, you don't actually have a link to see what the committee said. You have links for other things, but not for the committee. It did not incorporate logical questions. It incorporated logical questions, perhaps about age, where you think people should vote, but it didn't around the issues that was purported. This is what the minister criticized the committee about, is they didn't get to the details and the nuts and bolts, and in the same sense that she has sent out a survey that, you know, I think in some ways quite rightfully has been mocked widely because she hasn't asked the basic things that she criticized the committee for. She said they didn't get to a specific sort of model. Well, you know what, they gave her some very strong directions. So I think it's actually very bizarre that we end up in this position with no link to her, to the work of the committee, and we have questions that really are sometimes quite missing the point. So I have other concerns about this survey. So I mentioned that it didn't link to the work. I had a friend that called me last night, and she said, I went on, and then I just cleared my history, and I went on again, and I made sure I answered the questions. They were in a different order, but I'm pretty sure I answered them the same way each time, even though they ordered them differently. And I came out with a different assessment each time in terms of what kind of voter I was. So she said, what is this? I mean, that was her question. She was sending me some notes saying, you know, what is this all about? This is just crazy. You answer the questions in the same way and you get different results. So that one didn't really make any sense. So really, if this person who has a bit of an interest in this topic can just clear history and keep on going. And we heard earlier that the parliamentary secretary thinks it's perfectly all right that people from across the world can answer this survey if they deem so. If they, it's pretty easy to look up a postal code. It's pretty easy to answer the survey. So I have real problems with that. So I cannot believe, I will have no confidence in anything that actually comes out of this survey. The other problem, you know, the minister indicated that you don't have to give that personal information, the personal information being how much you make and your email address. Why do they want the email address? So I have some concerns that she said that you could do the survey anyway, but she didn't tell you is that your responses wouldn't count. So, Mr. Speaker, what I'm going to say is I think Parliament has done the work that it can and should do. And I have always said, and this is my own personal belief, politicians and political parties not only have a vested interest, they have a conflict of interest. And this needs to go, they have guidance, it needs to go to a referendum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was on the committee along with the member from Louis Saint Laurent and the member from Saanich Gulf Islands, and we traveled across the country. We held hearings, and what I noticed, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, that many people came to the committee hearings seeking proportional representation. In some cases, it almost seemed unanimous. But those same people were also against the idea of a referendum. But the majority report, which is really the opposition party report, called for a high level of proportional representation with a referendum. So my question to the member is that testimony to the opposition party's flexibility and ability to compromise with each other? Is that to the opposition party's credit?
Member for Kamloops, Thompson Caribou.
You know, I'm going to say absolutely. I talked about what happened in my riding. The process that I undertook was a referendum. I'm acknowledging the legitimacy that there was another group that went into granular. Those people were very, very interested in changing the system. They unanimously, or almost essentially unanimously, came out with proportional representation. So it is not incongruous that there is an agreement over how we should move forward, and also the vast majority of Canadians, and certainly the vast majority in my riding, believing a referendum, which is not only what they said they felt should be how we move forward, but it's what has been done traditionally in the past. British Columbia, I was certainly in British Columbia as we had referendums. I mean, we can talk about thresholds, but a referendum, those two issues are not mutually exclusive. So I think perfectly right that they did what they did.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. I'm wondering if she thinks, as I do, that the reason why we have a new survey is because the government didn't get the answers it was expecting in the committee report. They never answer a hypothetical question, but if the report had given answers satisfactory to the minister, does the member think there would have been another consultation like this, or could they have finally gone ahead? Or is it because the result is different than the minister's expectations? Is that why we have a new round of consultations?
Thompson Caribou.
There has always been a little bit of concern, certainly amongst many, in terms of where the Liberals ultimately intended to go with this. And that brings me back to my comment about vested interest, conflict of interest. And certainly we know what the preferred model of the Prime Minister is. And obviously the results of the cross-Canada process did not sort of head in the direction of his preferred model. So, you know, certainly not only do I believe they've created a messy reform system, but I certainly have concerns in terms of what the ultimate motivation is.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Richmond-Tabasca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hear my colleague's opinion, her personal opinion, about the fact that despite the report that was tabled, asking for a referendum to consult the public, despite all the work that was done. And my colleague opposite was chair of the committee, did extraordinary work as chair. He heard, as we did, that, you know, we came to the same conclusions at the end. What accounts for the fact that the minister does not want to take this report into account and wants to have this internet referendum or consultation, doesn't even talk about different electoral modes?
It's the honourable member for Kamloops.
I've mentioned I'm very, very concerned about this survey process that they've undertaken, about the security, about the privacy issues, what the ultimate goal is. A referendum which has been done in British Columbia, which has been done in many, many cases, is the ultimate way to get to an answer in terms of, do you want to change our system, yes or no, and what the preference is. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this debate on concurrence in the report of the Electoral Reform Committee. Mr. Speaker, Canadians would like us to work very hard to create cooperation among members and parties here in the House. If possible, We are to work to find solutions to satisfy the most parties possible. On most topics, of course, there's a great difference between the Conservative Party, the NDP, the Blocs, and the Greens. But with a lot of hard work, we created a common report for all the opposition parties. We recognize that Canadians would like to have a referendum to choose between the existing system and a proportional system. This is absolutely necessary. The referendum is necessary so that the government can change the system if the people want that.
Clear that the members on this committee did very good work, that they heard from many different Canadians, that they did their job. And I include in that Liberal members who worked very hard and at times it seems whose contribution isn't appreciated by their own government. All members of that committee worked hard, had important discussions, listened to what was before them, and although there wasn't unanimous agreement among members on the committee, 4 of the 5 parties came to this conclusion, that it was a majority of the witnesses who favored electoral reform were looking for reform in a particular direction, very clearly, but also that there was a need to consult Canadians in a clear, transparent way through a referendum. I again commend all the members of the committee for their important work there. And the government, having seen this detailed process happen, initially tried to delegitimize it, then apologized for that delegitimization, but really hasn't actually stepped back from their response, which was to try and undertake a completely different so-called consultation, hoping that the more times they consult, maybe if they jimmy the questions one way or another, that they can somehow produce a different result. But I would say that aside from the minister's comments, that really is where the profound disrespect is towards this committee and this process. It's in trying to put aside their work through this clearly much less open, much less effective process. I want to share with the House, Mr. Speaker, that I, before getting elected, I was the VP of an opinion research company. So I have been involved very much in this whole area of opinion research. And the first thing you have to recognize is that you may have someone coming in wanting to do a particular research study, hoping that the results will be one thing or another. But you have to always be very clear that the purpose of research is to get good information. It is to ask the public their opinion, to get a sense of their values, and also to understand what exactly the public wants. And if you try and skew your research design in one way or another, then there's just no point in doing it, because you won't be able to rely on the results that you get. This point, I suppose, should be fairly obvious. And the member, our lead critic on this, the member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, who's done excellent work on this, asked the parliamentary secretary this morning if this research design and the questions fully reflected the work of independent experts, or if it was actually the government taking an initial draft and really setting it up exactly the way they wanted. And the parliamentary secretary didn't at all answer the question, and we're still wondering what the answer to that is. It is important that you actually have a proper research design. And members have I think, made some good and worthwhile jokes about just how absurd the design of these questions are. Clearly not designed to ask the obvious specific questions. In my riding, we did very robust consultations around this issue. I noted, as other members have noted, that it is more difficult to get people out to town hall or roundtable type meetings during the summer. So in September, still within the window of the time available for the committee, we did roundtable type meetings, multiple roundtable type meetings within my constituency. And this is something that we do in Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on a regular basis on a wide range of issues. And the approach we took was we said we would make sure we did enough roundtables so that everyone who was interested in participating would participate. But we would want to have each individual roundtable small enough that we could have a free-flowing conversation. So we had multiple roundtables with I think about 10 to 12 people, and we did them throughout a particular Saturday. And we had great participation from people who I know to be from a wide variety of different political backgrounds. People that have been active with our party as well as with the Liberal Party, with the NDP, and with the Greens, all from within my own constituency. And we had very good discussion. I think very insightful points were raised, and I provided that feedback back to the committee. What was identified through that was virtually nobody. I think there was one gentleman throughout the day, but with the exception of him, nobody else that would speak in favor of the Prime Minister's preferred system, because that is a less proportional system. There were those that defended the status quo, and there were those who advocated for a more proportional system. And very clearly that was the shape of the debate that occurred, not just in the roundtable events that I held, but also in the wider discussions that were taking place across the country. But I also joined with my colleagues in doing a mail-out survey. And this was very important as well. Anytime you do roundtable events, town hall events, these are great opportunities for hearing from those who are most active or most invested in particular issues. But there are other ways of yes, engaging perhaps a more representative sample, and that's why many members of our Conservative caucus sent a mailer out to their constituencies. And the feedback on that was overwhelmingly people asking for a referendum. That was the overwhelming feedback in my constituency, as well as in the various constituencies that were polled by other Conservative members. And it's clear that Canadians were looking for a referendum. And it's also clear from the discussions that were happening that, yes, it's a referendum between the current system, which has many advantages, and a proportional system, which has other kinds of potential advantages. Obviously, every electoral system has advantages and disadvantages. So this was the series of consultations that we undertook within our own constituency, consultations that we were asked to do by the government, but that we do on a regular basis, regardless of what the government asks us to do or not do. And now my constituents are going to get another piece of mail from the government at huge expense, asking them to fill out a survey that is not going to provide any kind of useful data. And it's baffling in one sense, but on the other hand, you know, it's clear that the government's approach is just to try and re-ask questions in all kinds of different ways because they don't like the feedback that they've gotten. Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been through this process. We had 4 out of 5 parties in this place endorse a report that emphasizes the importance of a referendum, as well as explains exactly this is where the debate is, and therefore this is the kind of referendum that we should have. And it's amazing listening to this debate how government members, by all means necessary, are avoiding the question. We had the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, for example, make a strong point about how this has to be open to people who aren't Canadian citizens, so that people who are permanent residents or future Canadian citizens living here can fill out the survey. Well, missing the fact that there is nothing in the survey that they have created to prevent somebody who is neither a Canadian citizen nor a Canadian resident, nor has any interest in becoming either, to participate in this survey. There's nothing to prevent somebody who lives somewhere far away, who has never been to Canada, who has no interest in coming to Canada, from not only filling out the survey once, but filling it out multiple different times. And I was incredulous to find that I could actually fill out the survey twice on the same device. This is hard to understand where the government is coming from if they really are trying to justify this process as a credible consultation exercise. We need to do so much better here, and I again commend the committee for its work. I think it gave us a clear path forward, and the government should actually listen to the committee rather than trying to, well, do it all over again just because they don't like the result.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
The honourable member mentioned that all four opposition parties agreed with the two main recommendations, namely for a referendum and for proportional representation that meets the Gallagher Index 5 quotient. I was quite surprised to learn that the Conservative Party was in favour of proportional representation, and I was just wondering if the member could tell us where along the road the conversion took place.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to be very clear because I commend the member for his work on the Electoral Reform Committee, but he's obviously trying to shift the ground here. The reality is that our party has been very clear from the start on the need for a referendum, and reflecting the conversation that has taken place, the referendum must be on something, and there are really the predominant voices we've heard through this process are those defending the status quo and those defending proportional representation. That is the choice that has emerged in this debate, and that is the choice that we think needs to be offered, rather than the government trying to go in a completely different direction to advocate a system that is less proportional. That's the reality of the report. That was the information that came out of it. So it's important for the government to really take that on board, the substance of it, rather than try to maybe pin new positions on people as a result of that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my Conservative colleague for his speech. I am very glad to see cooperation in the House to bring this motion forward, to use the questions that the all-party parliamentary committee, with the help of very objective parliamentary staff, they're very even questions, feel like a great improvement for the government's online survey about democratic reform compared to what we have here. So I'm hoping, compared to what the Democratic Reform Minister is now using in the government's online consultation. So based on the member's previous experience with public opinion polling, I'd be interested in knowing his perspective on the kind of questions that the government is now using. For example, one question being, ballots should be as simple as possible so everyone understands it, or ballots should allow everyone to express their preferences in detail. To me, the question assumes that it's impossible to have both. And I can't imagine anybody saying, yes, they want an incomprehensible ballot. So this is an example of very misleading and biased questions that we're hearing people across the country react badly to. I'd like to know if the member agrees that these are bad questions and that we'd be better to rely on the more neutral ones that have been tested by the committee.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I completely agree with the point that my colleague made. These are bad questions. These are not fair questions. They're clearly not designed to get clear information about people's opinions about specific subjects. But maybe I'll take this opportunity as well to comment on some of the other things that have come up in the debate, just in the context of asking people questions. The implication from some members has been that you can't do a open, clear consultation about questions that are complex. Now, I think Canadians are capable of and interested in thinking about these complex questions. It doesn't mean that if you ask a person you bump into on the street what they think of STV, that they'll know all the detail on it. But it does mean that people are interested in giving their opinions if they're also given an opportunity in the context of that to learn the key information about it. So you could very easily ask people clear questions while also providing them with dispassionate, neutral, summative information. The other point is that there is a distinction to be made between sort of statistical social science research and consultation, insofar as generally with consultation, you invite people with opinions the opportunity to come forward and present that information, whereas often with social research you might use you might really seek out a representative sample, which in a government consultation, you're almost never going to get a representative sample because you're engaging the people that have chosen to participate in that discussion. So it is important that we ask neutral questions both to increase the research value, but also just because that's the right way to do consultation, to give people the opportunity to give their opinions.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to have an opportunity to speak to this issue. I'm very familiar with it, like the other members of the committee, and I'll be sharing my time with another member of the committee, the member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Say off the bat that, like all members of the committee, I'm very proud of this report. It's really an excellent piece of work. It moves the ball forward on what is a complex, oftentimes technical issue. It is, I think, today's most up-to-date and comprehensive compendium of analysis and insight on electoral reform from a Canadian perspective. It's a wonderful piece of work, and if it is a wonderful piece of work, Mr. Speaker, it is because the committee did a fairly thorough job within obviously some limitations, some constraints. We had to report by December 1st. It gave us about 5 months to do our work, but we heard 196 witnesses during that time. Nous avons tenu
We held 57 committee meetings, if I'm not mistaken, and that started in July, right up until the end of November. At the open mic, we heard from 567 Canadians. They gave their views on election reform, and in total, we received 767 witnesses, 514 briefs sent in to the committee, and many members consulted the people of their ridings, their fellow citizens. So 174 MPs responded to the call to consult their constituents through public halls, and some held even more than one town hall meeting. And some, instead of holding town hall meetings, sent out questionnaires to conduct a survey of their constituents on the issue. The committee also traveled across the country. We went to the 3 territories and 10 provinces, and in total, as part of the travel, we went to 18 different locations, including 3 cities in Quebec and on Vancouver Island. We met with members of First Nations communities, in addition to holding public hearings in Victoria. So the number of kilometers we traveled, Mr. Speaker, was 31,000 kilometers. That's how much ground we covered. And we did in-depth work on the issue.
to salute the work of the committee members, some of whom have been in and out today, but obviously the member from Saanich Gulf Islands and the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, who is extremely knowledgeable about the issue of electoral reform. He has a very high level of technical understanding of the issue. And just to give you an example, Mr. Speaker, if I may, we had witnesses piped in from Germany, witnesses who were experts on, who are experts on electoral reform in Germany, and one of the witnesses, his name was Professor Punkelsheim, and he developed a system called the double Punkelsheim. It's some kind of electoral system, Mr. Speaker, and the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston had actually heard about the double Punkelsheim before the witness even appeared. And let me just read something to you to highlight how complex this topic can be of electoral reform. We think it's quite easy. It's a choice between, first past the post and PR, list PR, like we find in Israel and Italy, but it's quite a much more complex subject matter than that. But I'll read you a press release from le Parti vert libéral du canton de...
The Fribourg Green Party, Liberal Free Party. The group has taken a position on the subject of a new election system for the council. The party has with satisfaction acknowledged the work of Jacques Dubé and considers a bi-proportional system proposed at the start of the year, coupled double Pokelschein, will make it possible to overcome the shortcomings in Fribourg as identified by the Cantonal Tribunal.
The reason I read that is just to highlight how complicated the issue can be, and it was further highlighted in the report by the invocation of the Gallagher Index. Now, Mr. Speaker, in my life, I've taken mathematics courses. I'm no mathematical genius by any stretch, but I took some university-level math courses, and I even found the Gallagher Index formula a little bit daunting. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that it's a complex issue, but the Committee on Electoral Reform embraced the issue in all its complexities and did a marvelous job, Mr. Speaker. Now, I think, though, that any electoral reform has to be based on the foundation of citizen values. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because we heard from witnesses before the committee that there is no perfect electoral system. In a sense, there's a relativistic element to electoral systems. In other words, the electoral system that suits a particular nation is a function of the democratic values of that nation. Democratic values shaped by national identity and experience. So what the minister is seeking to accomplish through her survey questionnaire is something that was not really in the committee's mandate to accomplish, nor within its means, because it was preoccupied with the technical aspects of electoral reform. And if you look at the report, Mr. Speaker, you'll see that we detailed a number of systems and variations on each system. I thought coming into this exercise, I thought, well, there was majoritarian systems and proportional systems, but you have mixed systems. And within a system, you can have variations that attempt to adapt to the geographic realities of a particular country. So we were focused on that, but ultimately electoral reform has to be based on what Canadians want, and what they want in terms of an electoral system is always going to be a function of values. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is the point of the minister's exercise through the My Democracy questionnaire, and I think it's been a little disingenuous of some members of the opposition to suggest that the questions in the questionnaire are not relevant. Now, anyone who knows anything about sampling or taking surveys of the public knows that questions, in order to eliminate bias, you want some questions to be proxies for the issue that you're trying to get at. Otherwise, it's very easy for the person answering the questionnaire to essentially answer it in a biased way that they think maybe provides the answers that are expected of them or whatnot. So a lot of these questions are essentially proxies. Now, the opposition members have also said, well, listen, why don't we just take the questions that the special committee had in its survey questionnaire, which were fundamentally more complicated and more technical, Mr. Speaker. Why don't we just take those and take one here and take one there and just cut and paste and put it on to the minister's questionnaire? Well, Mr. Speaker, that's a little bit disingenuous. Anyone who prepares surveys knows that a survey has its own integrity, that it has its own core methodology, and you just can't borrow here, there, and everywhere for political reasons, because you're going to get a mishmash that, at the end of the day, will tell you nothing and will not be particularly useful to your purposes. So I think I'll stop there, Mr. Speaker, and I'm looking forward to questions.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to the speech both in and out of the House of my friend who did it has to be said, and I think this was agreed by all committee members, an admirable job as the chair of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform. Handled a very difficult job. We went all over the place, and was always nonpartisan, always very fair to the witnesses that we have. He mentioned two things about integrity and sort of impugning some sort of political motive in asking Canadians for their direct opinions on something. I was just with last night a pollster and just over coffee a political scientist who works in this field, and I said, they asked, what are we doing today? And I said, well, we're trying to add some direct questions because there are some direct questions in the government survey. Would you like to lower the voting age? Period. That's a direct, simple, straightforward question. But any question that deals with, maybe arriving at a system of some kind, they're not direct. They always have these additions, these even if chaos were to follow, even if democracy were to fall apart, these extreme and false choices. And they said, yes, that's the problem with their survey, is that they have produced a survey that cannot get you good results. Bad questions equals bad data, is what a colleague said, who is very high esteem in the world of the social science. So my question is this: was it not political of the government, of the minister, to choose not to ask the obvious question? If she was, because Canadians want to be consulted, and they're glad to be consulted. They will come into the conversation in good faith. But if they, in the midst of that conversation, realize that this is a cynical exercise that never asks them the question they're hoping to answer, and then spits out results calling them a navigator or a protector or something, and all these values that they don't agree with, they are more than offended by it. So let's not make this political. Let's make it accurate. Let's make it something all the parties agree in, and get an honest and clear answer from Canadians over a question that belongs to them, not to any political party in this place.
Honourable member for Lac St. Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd also like to salute the work of the honourable member. He was extremely engaged in the process, and as chair of the committee, I must say that I didn't approach the hearings with bias. The only thing that I really enjoyed was when witnesses were properly grilled, whatever the point of view of the questioner. I thought it was very important to have a rigorous process, and I think all members of the committee did that process proud, Mr. Speaker. I understand that the honourable member has political scientist friends, and that they may tend more to agree with him on some positions. However, it is true that the survey, that all the questions in the survey were reviewed by an academic advisory panel. These questions were reviewed. They were, in a sense, peer-reviewed. And, academics are professionals, Mr. Speaker, and they have a code of ethics. And I prefer not to impugn their motives. I believe that this academic advisory panel provided sound and objective advice on the issue when they were asked their opinions.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. A short question. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to pay tribute to the member for Lac Saint Joly, who did an exceptional, brilliant job as a chair of the committee. It was very delicate. It was a difficult mandate to manage, but he did it greatly and with a great level of parliamentarism. Now, Mr. Speaker, the member said that many of the observers we heard from weren't in favor of a referendum. I have to agree with him, even though one of the most prestigious one, Benoit Pelletier, well-known academic minister from Quebec, was in favor of it. Why, in the survey, mydemocracy.com, isn't there a simple question as to whether or not Canadians want a referendum, yes or no? The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis. Well, Mr. Speaker, when I said that most stakeholders wanted a proportional system without a referendum, I wasn't referring to the experts who appeared at the table. I'm talking about people in attendance, including some people who came up to the microphone, for example. As regards specific questions, as I said in the beginning, the minister's questionnaire is designed to see what values are motivating Canadians with respect to their democracy. Questions regarding value issues are often general, but they're fundamental and essential to everything that will follow, be it a referendum or whatever. We need to start with identifying the general values.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands. I just want to remind the honourable member that we're going to be cutting at 1:04, so she may not get the full 10 minutes, but probably around 8. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci à tous mes collègues.
And I'd like to thank all of my colleagues. I want to again underscore the fact that I share the comments made by the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley and Louis Saint Laurent and others who said that the member for Lac Saint Louis, as chair of our committee, did an incredible job. I'd like to congratulate everyone on the committee as well. The Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, the Bloc, and, well, we all work together like a big family, like a real team. We had a willingness to work hard together on democracy for Canada, not in the interest of our individual parties or the interest to score political points or political benefit.
Electoral reform is a complicated issue, but at its essence, it's about making democracy work for Canadians. And our goals in finding our values were to set aside our partisanship and say, okay, what do voters want? This is the fundamental question, and Canadians participated in droves in this process. We've had a discussion in Parliament, and I certainly accepted the Honourable Minister's apology. She knows we worked hard, but to me the essence of it is that we worked hard, we delivered on our mandate, we got a very impressive report in on time and on deadline. But it's not just the members of the committee who worked hard. It was thousands of Canadians. We received unsolicited briefs that showed an enormous amount of effort from hundreds of Canadians who actually must have toiled. We would talk about it among ourselves as members of Parliament. The work in briefs that were hundreds of pages long as Canadians attempted to come up with the very best system, a made-in-Canada solution to ensure fair voting. We also had hundreds of people come to our hearings across Canada, many of whom didn't get up to the open mic session. People who sat through hours of testimony just because they were interested in the subject and showed their support for those who spoke. And I do agree with the member from Lac Saint Louis that overwhelmingly, as our report notes, we heard people call for electoral reform. We heard them call for an end to first past the post and to bring in fair proportional voting. Now, in my own case, I held many town halls across Canada as leader of the Green Party, but I'd also written every single household in my riding. Every household in Saanich Gulf Islands got a special newsletter on electoral reform, and I gave as much of the background as I could in explaining why it meant so much to me as a member of Parliament to know that the speech from the throne committed to ensuring that every vote would count, and 2015 will be the last election held under first past the post. So I polled the residents of my riding through a direct questionnaire that was mailed to them, and hundreds of people responded. I think I'd like to share what my constituents said. I've never been able to do this publicly, but voters in Saanich Gulf Islands who responded to my questionnaire, do you support proportional representation? Yes, 82%. Do you believe it can be accomplished without a referendum? More of a split, 63% said yes, others weren't sure, and others definitely strongly want a referendum. What do you think about mandatory voting? This was split. 40% thought it was a good idea, 44% did not think it was a good idea. And they were prepared to dive into details. Voters in Saanich Gulf Islands said we like hybrid proportional representation at 44%, MMP at 16%, STV 17%, and 12% want to keep first past the post. That's the kind of engaged electorate I am so honored and privileged to represent here in Parliament. Well, not only did citizens come to the MP town halls and to our electoral reform committee meetings, they want to participate and they want to be engaged. So I was one of those when called by the media about the mydemocracy.ca survey to say, well, let's give it a chance. But I want to see it build on the success of the committee's work. And that's why this motion 2 from the Electoral Reform Committee is so important. I'm very gratified to know that finally in the House of Commons we're actually discussing and debating electoral reform. We're talking about the content of the report. The member from Coast of Bays, Central Notre Dame, I didn't get a chance to thank him at the time because his question period was up. But what a great engagement from a member who wasn't on the committee, who was able to say, I'm interested in mixed member proportional. It looks like a good system. He stopped short of endorsing it. But we took a big step forward in the Green Party over the weekend. We had a large gathering, a special meeting of members to address the committee report and to deal with what I came down in favor of a referendum. I didn't think I was going to, but in working to find consensus on the committee, I did. So our party has now changed its opposition to referenda to being open to it in some circumstances. They won't be the circumstances that are what the Conservative Party wants. It would not favor a referendum before we moved to PR that included an option for first past the post. But we moved as a party towards, well, we could do a plebiscite like Prince Edward Island with multiple PR choices in advance of the next election, or we could go through 2 elections and then have a referendum. This is a significant shift. We also decided that our preferred voting method is mixed member proportional. Another big move, looking at the fact that the Prince Edward Island voters in their plebiscite just chose mixed member proportional, and the Law Commission report in 2004 picked mixed member proportional, and in deference to my colleagues in the NDP, they have favored mixed member proportional. Let's try to focus on a solution and encourage the government to live up to the promise to ensure that first past the post is not used ever again in Canada. And why would we feel so strongly? It's the threat to democracy in a minority of the voters electing the majority of the seats. This is the fundamental fairness question. I want to quote from the report from Bernard Collat, who is a lawyer who worked on the Law Commission report in 2004. And he puts it in very straightforward language. One basic instinct of a human being is about fairness. If you have young kids, the kids will say, it's not fair. The first question you ask Canadians is whether it's fair for someone to be elected with 30% of the vote or 40% of the vote. The answer will be no. And then you say, okay, we're here to make a proposal to correct this system and improve its fairness. That's my big complaint with the mydemocracy.ca survey. It's interesting as far as it goes, but that's the fundamental question, and none of the questions put to voters in mydemocracy.ca go to the value of fairness. We have a lot of questions on online voting, but without the information up front about why our committee recommended against it at this time. We have a lot of questions about mandatory voting, but nothing about why it is that it was the right thing to do. And we hold the government to account that it was the right thing for the Prime Minister to promise that first past the post would not be used in 2019. Our committee found that ranked ballots were the only system worse than first past the post, and we recommended to the government proportional representation, but not through a pure list system. We did our job. Please, I urge the government to accept the report of our committee, improve the online questionnaire, and live up to the promise of electoral reform.
It's my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith this question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Cullen, seconded by Mr. Dussault, moved that the second report of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform presented Monday, November 28, 2016, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? No! All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Nay! In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I request that the vote be deferred until the expiry of the time provided for government orders on Monday, December 12, 2016.
Accordingly, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Monday, December the 12th at the end of government orders. I see the Chief Government Whip rising on a point of order, perhaps.
Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, you should find unanimous consent for the following motion. that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the recorded division on the motion to concur in the second report of the Special Committee on Electoral Reform be deferred until the expiry of the time provided for government orders on Tuesday, December 13th, 2016.
Does the Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose the motion? Yes? Agreed? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. And the House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Peace River, Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to present petitions from across, signed by people from across Canada. The petitioners are concerned about the impacts and accessibility of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online and the impacts on public health, especially the well-being of women and girls. As such, these petitioners are calling on this House to adopt Motion M47. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper? Questions on the order paper? Questions on the order paper? Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I request that all questions are allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. We have the Chair has received a notice of a request for emergency debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wrote you to press for an emergency debate on the jobs crisis in Alberta, pursuant to Standing Order 52-2. Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure to visit schools in my riding and talk to students. I do mock debates often with the classes, and I take debate suggestions from the principal. At an elementary school I went to in my riding in Edmonton West, I asked the principal what we should debate, and what she told me left me stunned. It wasn't Trump. It wasn't topical issues like the Oilers or medical marijuana or pot legalization. Top of the mind of the students was stress. Grade 7, and their main issue they were dealing with was stress. Stress from not knowing if they'll have a roof over their heads. Stress of not knowing whether mom and dad will have a job or when they'll find a job. Stress of not knowing why their family car was taken away or why their parents are splitting up. Mr. Speaker, there's a jobs crisis in Alberta right now. The number of unemployed Albertans has nearly doubled since 2014, from 112,000 in January 2015 to 206,900 in August 2016. This is not just an oil and gas problem, Mr. Speaker. Since the start of 2015, our province has lost 1 in 5 resource jobs, 1 in 5 agriculture jobs, and 1 in 4 manufacturing jobs. Over 122,000 energy workers have lost their jobs since the oil crash, and Alberta's unemployment rate now sits at a 22-year high of 9%. Food bank usage is now up 60% province-wide. According to the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, 45% of Alberta business owners are looking to cut back on staffing, while only 4% are looking to hire. This is a new record low for this indicator. Just 2 years ago, these numbers were reversed. This government has systematically refused to address the jobs crisis facing Alberta. Our communities are suffering, families are struggling, and a generation of young people have no career prospects. Mr. Speaker, I draw to your attention past emergency debates granted on softwood lumber job losses in November 1, 2001, on page 6807 in Commons debates, and on the fisheries industry job losses on April 28, 2003, on page 5456, and finally on the livestock industry job losses February 13, 2008, on page 3012, again on the Commons debates. Mr. Speaker, I simply ask that you grant us, on behalf of these struggling Alberta individuals, families, and businesses, the opportunity to be heard here on the immense impact of the oil price collapse in the energy sector and the ripple effect on Canadians from coast to coast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Edmonton West for his well-reasoned and presented arguments on the matter. In this case, the request does not meet the exigencies of the requirements for an emergency debate. I'd certainly encourage the honourable member to consider other means within the standing orders that the issue at hand might be brought to the consideration of this House. We'll go to orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement Sénat. Commencement.
Beginning debate at second reading of Bill S4, an act to implement a convention and an arrangement for the avoidance of double taxation.
Mr. Macaulay for Mr. Morneau, seconded by Madame Leboutillier, moves that Bill S4, an act to implement a convention and an arrangement for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, and to amend an act in respect of a similar agreement, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to speak today on the Act to implement a convention and an arrangement for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, and to amend an act in respect of a similar agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honourable members. What we're going to be talking about today is about implementing tax convention that are going to be very beneficial for our country, create jobs and promote commerce, and also favor the protection and the avoidance of tax evasion in our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today on the second reading of Bill S4. Bill S4 implements a double taxation convention and a double taxation arrangement recently concluded and publicly announced with the State of Israel and with respect to the jurisdiction of Taiwan. Bill S4 also amends the legislation that implemented the Canada-Hong Kong double taxation agreement to add to it for greater certainty and interpretation provision. La Convention en matière de double imposition avec l'État.
The Double Taxation Convention with the State of Israel replaces the current arrangement we have with that country, which was signed in 1975. The updated convention represents an update when it comes to current policies of Canada and Israel concerning double taxation.
Taxation arrangement between Canada and Taiwan. Taiwan is one of the few remaining large world economies not covered by Canada's network of 92 tax treaties currently in force, and thus the conclusion of a double taxation arrangement with Taiwan has been an important objective for Canada. Taiwan is a significant trading partner for Canada, ranking as Canada's fifth largest trading partner in the Asia-Pacific region and ranking 12th worldwide in 2015. In 2015, Canadian exports to Taiwan were valued at $1.46 billion, while imports stood at $5.46 billion, for a total of more than $6.91 billion in trade between our two jurisdictions. Taiwan currently has double taxation arrangements in force with 30 other countries, including Australia, Austria, Belgium, Denmark, France, Germany, the Netherlands, the New Zealand, Sweden, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. In keeping with Canada's One China policy, the double taxation arrangement with Taiwan has been concluded as an arrangement between the Canadian Trade Office in Taipei and the Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Canada, as opposed to an agreement between sovereign countries. This double taxation arrangement with Taiwan is consistent with other existing Canada-Taiwan instruments in a wide range of areas, from air transport, agricultural market access, visa exemptions, and postal services to science and technology research, financial supervision, youth mobility, among many others. Once implemented in Canada through this bill, the double taxation arrangement with the jurisdiction of Taiwan would constitute a functional equivalent to a tax treaty. La Convention.
The convention and the arrangement to avoid double taxation, contained in S4, will facilitate bilateral trade and investments with the State of Israel and the jurisdiction of Taiwan by eliminating or reducing double taxation on transporter operations. This will mean that taxpayers will only pay taxes once on a given income. This will also help prevent tax evasion, which is eroding our tax base and our tax system. Bill S4 depends on Canada's continued efforts is part of Canada's continued efforts to update and modernize its tax agreements with other territories. As has already been said, Canada depends on one of the most widespread tax convention networks in the world. We currently have 92 conventions in force.
Make it clear that Bill S4 does not represent any new or significant change in policy. In fact, the double taxation convention and arrangement covered by this bill, like their predecessors, are patterned on the Model Tax Convention of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, commonly referred to as the OECD, which is accepted by most jurisdictions around the world. The provision in the particular double taxation convention and arrangement comply with the international norms that apply to such double tax conventions and arrangements. Comme l'économie du Canada est de
Canada's economy is increasingly integrated within the world economy, and so eliminating tax obstacles to trade and investment has become increasingly important. Conventions and arrangements on double taxation, like the one we're discussing today, are designed specifically to facilitate transborder trade, investment, and other activities between Canada and signatory jurisdictions. The expression fiscal convention refers mainly to conventions and arrangements that deal with income tax, that lay out to what extent one jurisdiction can apply individual or corporate taxes to a resident of another jurisdiction.
The tax treaty gives us assurances of how Canadians and Canadian businesses will be taxed abroad. Conversely, for tax treaty partners, Canada's tax treaties give them the assurance of how their residents will be treated in Canada. Our tax treaties are all designed with two general objectives in mind. The first objective is to remove barriers to cross-border trade and investment, and I'm sure that's something that every member in this House would agree, Mr. Speaker, most notably the double taxation of income. The second objective, and I'm sure the members would also agree, is to prevent tax evasion by encouraging cooperation between Canada's tax authorities and the tax authorities of the other signatory jurisdictions. Those are two objectives, Mr. Speaker, that I'm sure will get unanimous consent from all the members in this House. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to take a few minutes to expand on each of these very important objectives for our country. Let's talk first about removing barriers to trade and investment, something that I'm sure all members will agree.
First of all, the elimination of obstacles to trade and investment is essential in the current world economic context. There is no doubt that investors, negotiators, and stakeholders who do business internationally want to have some certainty about the tax repercussions of their activities in Canada and abroad. Similarly, Canadians who do business or who invest abroad want to be certain that they will be treated fairly and consistently from a tax standpoint.
They want to know the rules of the game, and they want to know the rules won't change in the middle of the game. That is one of the objectives of Bill S4, to remove uncertainty about the tax implications associated with doing business, working, or investing abroad. Tax treaties establish a mutual understanding of how the tax regime of one jurisdiction will interface with that of another. This can only promote certainty and stability and help produce a better business climate, especially with respect to eliminating double taxation. Let me turn to double taxation, Mr. Speaker.
No one wants to be taxed twice, and this should, in fact, never happen. But in the absence of a convention or an arrangement to avoid double taxation, such as those included in Bill S4, that's exactly what could happen. Thus, when it comes to transborder operations, both jurisdictions could apply their income tax without giving the taxpayer any kind of relief for the tax paid in the other jurisdiction. To reduce the possibility of double taxation, tax conventions apply one of two general methods according to the specific situation. In some cases, the exclusive right to tax a certain revenue is given to the jurisdiction where the taxpayer has his residence. In other cases, this is a shared right.
If a Canadian resident employed by a Canadian company is sent on a short-term assignment, say for 3 months, to any one of the two signatory jurisdictions in this bill, Canada has the exclusive right to tax that person's employment income. If, on the other end, that same person is employed abroad for a longer period of time, say for 1 year, then the jurisdiction where that person works can also tax the employment income. However, in this case, under the terms of the Double Taxation Convention and Arrangement in Bill S4, Canada must credit the tax paid in that other country against the Canadian tax otherwise payable on that income. This is one example of how the allocation of taxing rights between jurisdictions under tax treaties ensures that individuals and businesses are taxed fairly. Let me move then to withholding tax, Mr. Speaker.
One of the ways to reduce the possibility of double taxation consists in reducing the tax withheld. These deductions constitute one of the major characteristics of international taxation. They are imposed by one jurisdiction regarding the revenue earned in that jurisdiction paid to residents of another jurisdiction. Though revenue usually subject to this are interest, dividends, and royalties. The withholding taxes are applied to the amounts, the gross amounts paid to non-residents.
Canada usually taxes this income at a rate of 25%, which is the rate set out under our own domestic tax legislation, the Income Tax Act. The Double Taxation Convention and Arrangement in Bill S4, however, provide for a maximum withholding tax rate on portfolio dividends paid to non-residents of 15% in the case of the State of Israel and the jurisdiction of Taiwan. For dividends paid by subsidiaries to their parent companies, the maximum withholding tax rate is reduced to 5% in the case of the State of Israel and 10% in the case of the jurisdiction of Taiwan. Withholding rate reductions also apply to royalty, interest, and pension payments. The double taxation convention arrangement in this bill cap the maximum withholding tax rate on interest and royalty at 10% and on periodic pension payment at 15%. The double taxation convention and arrangement also provide that no tax may be withheld on cross-border payments of interest in specific situations, such as interest paid on loans made, guaranteed or insured by Export Development Canada or a similar institution in Israel or Taiwan. Le taux de retenue d'impôt.
The rate of tax withholdings provided for in the Convention and S4 comply with current Canadian policy about double taxation.
To encouraging cooperation. J'ai mentionné.
I mentioned that tax conventions have two objectives. I dealt with the first objective, that is to remove obstacles to trade and investment across borders by eliminating double taxation. The second objective, and I'm convinced that my colleagues will fully agree with me, the second objective of these conventions is to encourage cooperation between tax authorities in Canada and those of other jurisdictions. In the case of Bill S4, the convention and arrangement to avoid double taxation provides for such cooperation between the tax authorities of the State of Israel and Taiwan. For example, the tax conventions provide for a dispute settlement mechanism or questions of application that happen when such things come into effect.
Authorities of the two jurisdictions, known as the competent authorities, are to consult with a view to reaching a satisfactory solution under which the taxpayer's income is allocated between the two taxing jurisdictions on a consistent basis, thereby preventing the double taxation that might otherwise result. The Canadian competent authority under Canada's tax treaties is the Minister of National Revenue or the Minister Authorized Representative, who would normally be an official at the Canada Revenue Agency. Furthermore, one of the most important benefits of increased cooperation between Canada and other jurisdictions is preventing tax evasion. Indeed, tax treaties are an important tool in protecting Canada's tax base in that they allow consultations and information to be exchanged between our revenue authorities and their counterparts in jurisdictions with which we have a double taxation convention. À cet égard,
in this regard, the convention and arrangement to avoid double taxation as included in S4 implement the current international standard that provides for the exchange of tax information on demand established by the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that allows Canadian tax authorities to obtain the information necessary for the administration and application of Canadian tax law while helping them prevent international tax evasion. Thus, the Convention and arrangement to avoid double taxation in S4 contribute to ensuring the fairness of our tax system by making sure that the tax to be paid is indeed paid. Conversely, as I mentioned, these conventions helped citizens not pay more tax than they need to.
Mr. Speaker, to timing and consideration. Une fois que ce projet de loi aura été promulgué,
once this bill is promulgated, Canada will be in a position to send its notice of ratifying the convention and the arrangement on double taxation in this bill. Taiwan has already communicated its notice of ratification to Canada, and Israel has committed to doing so and deploying all efforts necessary to do this before the end of the year.
Taxation convention and arrangement, they will have effect the first day of January the year following that in which the later of these notices of ratification have been exchanged. Thus, it is important that this bill is enacted before the end of this year so that Canada would be able to send its notices of ratification regarding the convention and the arrangement in order for the double taxation convention and arrangement to have effect commencing on January 1st, 2017. Otherwise, the next opportunity for the coming into effect of the convention and the arrangement would be January 1st, 2018, Mr. Speaker. So in conclusion, the benefits of Bill S4 are clear. The double taxation convention and arrangement covered in Bill S4 will promote certainty, stability, and a better business climate for taxpayers and businesses in Canada and in the partner jurisdictions.
Moreover, the double tax convention and arrangement will allow us to reaffirm Canada's position in the most competitive circle of trade and investment internationally. It complies with the international standards of the OECD and will contribute to strengthening the tax system to benefit Canadians and the achievement of our objective of tax equity.
Of economic efficiency and responsible fiscal management. For these reasons, I invite the members in this House to support this bill. They'll support trade, they'll support tax integrity, and I'm sure that every member will support this bill because that's not just the smart thing to do for Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his speech. Obviously, we're supporting this bill and certainly pleased by the implications this is going to have for our relations with some important countries and for commercial opportunities. I wonder if the member could speak specifically about in the current juncture deepening our relationship with Taiwan. Taiwan as a place which is democratic and I think is a beacon of democratic values in a immediate area that certainly benefits from that positive example. And Canada's partnership with Taiwan can help strengthen Canada, can help strengthen Taiwan, especially in that context. So I wonder if the member would have some further comments about the Canada-Taiwan relationship specifically and what it means for that region.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for his very smart question. Indeed, our relationship with Taiwan is one which is increasing. As I was noting, Taiwan is already a significant trading partner for Canada, ranking as Canada's 5th largest trading partner in the Asia-Pacific region. And the member would agree with me, this is a growing region of the world. And like I was saying, the good thing with these arrangements, Mr. Speaker, this is about creating more opportunities for Canadian companies, for example, to export, because we know that certainty and stability is what business is looking at. And I must say that when you look at the potential that you have with Taiwan, this is certainly the right thing to do because this, Mr. Speaker, is going to create opportunity for Canadian business to export more, create jobs in our country, and I would say this is beneficial for all Canadians if we can ratify that before the end of the year. Otherwise, like I said, Mr. Speaker, we'll lose 1 year that we could have of growth in our business with Taiwan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Not so long ago, we had a debate in this House about a tax convention at the initiative of a bloc member that dealt with the double tax convention, which we're talking about, but it was Canada-Barbados that was discussed at the time. And the particular case of Barbados is that businesses that don't do business directly on the Barbados territory pay 0.5 to 2% tax. So that convention means that some companies can take advantage of the preferential tax rate of Barbados before they repatriate funds here in Canada and then tell the Canadian Tax Department, well, I've paid my taxes and you can't tax me now because I'm taking advantage of this double tax convention. So can my colleague discuss the potential danger outside of these two agreements here that are good ones, but there's a potential danger. And Canada has to monitor the tax situation in each of the countries with which we have a convention so that when we witness a situation like Canada-Barbados, we can review these conventions and cancel them if necessary when they make no sense. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague who does very constructive work on the Finance Committee. As he knows full well, combating tax evasion was an important theme of the 2016 budget. As you will recall, Mr. Speaker, we invested $444 million in the CRA to combat tax evasion because we want to make sure that the agency has the means and technology to combat this scourge. We had talked about international cooperation. So one of the things these conventions do, and we have over 92 worldwide, is to provide for the exchange of information between tax authorities. And this exchange, and I'm sure you'll agree, do allow to combat tax evasion. That's the right thing to do for Canada. These accords promote trade between various jurisdictions, but also give us an extra tool to ensure the integrity of Canada's tax system. Thank you. Questions and comments.
L'honorable député de Winnipeg North.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
You know, I asked my colleague as he's introduced what is a very important bill. Even though we're talking about the taxes, both whether it's with Hong Kong or Taiwan, it's important that Israel. That it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we recognize that a part of the lifestyle that we have today in Canada is because of trade agreements and just trade in general. And this is why it's so important that when we look at world trade, that a very important aspect of it is the whole issue of taxation and how tax policy is actually administered. So my question to the member is if he takes a look at the broader picture of just how important trade is to our country, and the taxation is something that cannot be overlooked. It is a very important aspect to trade.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, obviously, thank my colleague for his question. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation. Canada depends on trade for growth, and you will recall, Mr. Speaker, that in the fall economic statement, we created even an agency to attract investment in Canada, the Invest in Canada Hub, because we do realize that today you need to make efforts, you need to market Canada to attract investment. So when you have these conventions in place, an arrangement in place, what you're doing is you're providing certainty, stability. That's what people who want to invest in our country want to know. They want to know, what are going to be the taxation between the two nations, between the two jurisdictions when you're going to do these things. And I must say our trade with Israel is increasing, our trade with Taiwan is increasing, our trade with Hong Kong is increasing, and it's important as well. So we're doing the right thing, Mr. Speaker, because this is about creating Canada as one of the most attracting places in the world to invest. We have 92 of these arrangements and conventions in place. That's the smart thing to do, and that's what we're putting that forward, Mr. Speaker. And I urge all members to support us so we can put the notices in so that the convention and the arrangement will take effect in January 1st, 2017. Thank you, sir.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his answer to my question, but unfortunately he congratulates me for being constructive, but his answer is not that constructive because he's avoiding answering. He did not see that there was, whether there was a potential danger with double tax conventions. He talks about the two we have before us today, which are perfectly legitimate, but my question is a simple one. Does he see a potential danger in these conventions when they are with jurisdictions where tax rates are extremely low or non-existent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for this opportunity to reply constructively, to repeat for a second time. And before I talk about Bill S4, the bill that we are debating here today, I want to point out that in the tax convention and the arrangement with Taiwan, what we see there is that the two of them contain the model clauses from the OECD, as my colleague knows by modernizing our tax conventions, which is what we're doing. We've got 92, as I said. We're modernizing, and what we're doing, Mr. Speaker, in doing so, is to include the modern clauses being put forth and proposed by the OECD. So that enables us to have the best instruments possible to deal with tax evasion. My colleague knows full well that that's something we announced in this government's first budget. We invested over $400 million into these issues because tax integrity is important for Canadians. It's an additional tool for us in our toolbox to ensure that people pay their fair share of taxes and to promote trade at the same time. It's the right thing to do for Canadians in order to promote trade here at home.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Before he begins, I'd like to remind him that he may be running up against question periods, so he may have about, I'd say about 18 minutes, so he can resume, after question period and finish things off.
Mr. Speaker, we'll make it that much easier for the government members who want to hear my speech to come now and then stay for question period, because I know many of us are receiving a lot of correspondence from our constituents on Bill S4, so it's important that we take the time to talk about it and study it in detail. So this bill, pardon me, maybe I said Bill C4. It's Bill S4 coming to us from the Senate. It implements a tax treaty with the government of Israel, as well as a tax arrangement with the government of Taiwan, and it amends the Canada-Hong Kong tax agreement. Now, these types of tax treaties are very important for facilitating international trade, for investment between different countries, and certainly in that light, our party we're a pro-trade party, very much so, and that's why we're supporting this bill. This is about enforcement. It's about fighting tax evasion, but it's also more broadly about facilitating trade liberalization, making it possible for companies to do business in multiple jurisdictions, and in particular, deepening our relationship with some very important partners, with Israel and with Taiwan. So I want to talk then in my remarks today about three issues. I want to talk about trade liberalization in general, as well as the Canada-Israel relationship and the Canada-Taiwan relationship. Now, with respect to trade liberalization, I've said before that it is important for this government to move from inertia to action on trade. We've had a number of different bills and issues up for debate with respect to trade. The implementation of the Trade Facilitation Agreement, the CETA trade deal. Next week we're going to be debating, I believe, the Canada-Ukraine free trade deal. And these were all were and are things that we in the Conservative Party support, in part because we recognize that they're really the continuation of work that was begun under the previous governments. You don't just come up with a tax treaty overnight. In fact, these are cases where a lot of hard work was done by the previous trade minister, by Stephen Harper, the previous prime minister. And when it came to trade, we were quite aggressive in our trade agenda. We were negotiating, updating agreements. We were undertaking a vast array of different negotiations to expand Canadian access to trade, such that at the time of the election, there were trade deals that we had negotiated between TPP and the CETA agreement that represented over 60% of the world's GDP. So Canada would have been uniquely positioned with respect to trade. Now, we know the story with TPP, of course, with the government not leading on TPP and backing away from that to a large extent, but still being supportive of some of these things that we've done. So we have these bills that the government is putting forward before the House, and this one among them, which we agree with, we see as positive bills, but they reflect as well a certain inertia, the continuation of policies that were begun under the previous government. And I would say to this government, that much is good. It is positive to see the continuation of good policies that were started under the Conservative government. But we are also going to need them to be proactive on trade, for them to start new initiatives that reflect emerging opportunities and emerging challenges. Inertia is not going to be enough. especially given the current global economic climate. Inertia is not going to be enough, and the history of the Liberal Party has been in office continuing leaving in place trade deals that the previous Conservative government created, but not necessarily implementing new original trade initiatives. So that's the general context. And I'll say, Mr. Speaker, as well, that in light of what's happening around the world right now, which is emerging protectionist sentiment, and certainly we have a president-elect in the United States who has expressed in the past a certain degree of skepticism about the value of trade within North America, perhaps more so of trade between the U.S. and Mexico, but generally a concern about trade coming out of that new incoming administration. So it's important for other world leaders, other nations in general, to make strong arguments about the importance of and the benefits of the open economy. And for us to be actively pursuing that discussion, but also to be seeking out opportunities to sign new agreements to move a trade liberalization agenda forward, perhaps with other countries, perhaps in different kinds of arrangements than we've seen exist in the past. We can do that, and we can at the same time show the benefits of those trade arrangements. Canada should seize this moment and continue to be a pro-trade country, a country that benefits from trade. Again, not merely continuing with inertia, but also undertaking new initiatives. When we talk about trade liberalization, and specifically about the bill before us, it's important to recognize that these kinds of agreements have economic benefits, but they're also ways of affirming and deepening relationships between like-minded countries. Certainly our strategic relationship with Israel and our strategic relationship with Taiwan are important. They reflect our values. These are both places which are democracies in regions, in environments that are not as friendly to democracy as perhaps our context is. Israel, of course, being the only democracy in the Middle East, and then we have Taiwan, not declared as an independent state, but as a self-governing jurisdiction, which is a democracy and certainly beside the world's most influential non-democracy. And I think that really speaks to why Taiwan and Israel, in a special way, reflect Canada's values. And when we sign these kinds of agreements, they create opportunities for commerce, which creates economic benefits for Canadians and for people in these countries. But it's also a powerful signal about the importance of these relationships, and it creates a deepening of people-to-people commercial and therefore social ties between these nations. So we should recognize the economic benefits of trade, but not entirely see trade as being distinct from the opportunities to build a greater community among like-minded democracies. And the current environment in which we may have an American administration more skeptical about trade should not prevent us from seeking other opportunities to pursue new and deeper trading relationships with other like-minded and pro-trade countries. For example, in light of the Brexit vote in the UK, of course, the UK is going to be working through what exactly its new relationship with Europe will be. But we know that many of those that were pro-Brexit were also supportive of having broader trading relationships for the UK. So after the relationship between the UK and Europe is finalized, we certainly need to pursue the opportunity to deepen trading relationships and pursue free trade between Canada and the UK, and possibly, depending on the trajectory of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we need to deepen our trading relationships in Asia with like-minded countries like Japan, like Australia, like New Zealand. Under the previous government as well, we commenced free trade negotiations with India, and I think there is a very strong opportunity to continue this process of and hopefully be able to see the realization of a free trade agreement between Canada and India. Very strong people-to-people ties exist between Canada and India, and despite a lot of course, differences between the ways our economy is structured, there is a positive opportunity there for us to benefit from those ties and to establish deeper commercial relationships as well. Now, I'll say in that context that I am skeptical of this government's trade policy in terms of the only new trade initiative that they've talked about, which is pursuing a free trade agreement with the People's Republic of China. Now, the strategic genius of TPP, from my perspective, was that it was about establishing a trading agreement among like-minded countries in the Asia-Pacific region that would have really set the terms of trade within that region in a way that would invite the People's Republic of China and other countries to come up to that standard in terms of environmental protection, in terms of human rights, in terms of labor rights, in terms of intellectual property. And instead, the emphasis from this government, rather than negotiating those kind of strategic partnerships with like-minded countries that will advance our values, the emphasis was, let's go and negotiate a bilateral trade agreement with a country before we've even completed the process with countries like Japan, Australia, New Zealand. Let's go negotiate a bilateral agreement with China, a country where there are obviously significant problems in terms of human rights, environmental protection, labor rights, and intellectual property. So I think we see in that not a sufficient appreciation of that relationship between economic collaboration and our values, the benefit of having trading relationships that establish the strategic conditions for advancing our more fundamental and important convictions in terms of our values, in terms of our ideas on human rights. But to sum up this particular point, we are in an environment where there are increasing challenges, rhetorical challenges coming from different quarters to this idea of trade liberalization. So it's important that we continue to move forward with initiatives like S4 that do deepen trading relationships, create more opportunities for international commerce. But it's also important that we not just continue with things that were done under the previous government, but that we also look for new initiatives and emerging opportunities to advance our trading position, our economic as well as our strategic position within the world. Having said that, as a general point, I'd like to delve a little bit into specifically the importance of the two principal relationships that are touched on by S4, our commercial relationship with Israel, and then as well our commercial relationship with Taiwan. Now, I had an opportunity to visit Israel this summer, and it was a great visit. I went as part of a parliamentary delegation with a number of colleagues from different parties. And whenever we hear about Israel in the news, it's often in the context of our important strategic and security relationship in terms of perhaps Israel's relationship to different conflicts that are happening in the region. But it's important for us to appreciate and perhaps look into an aspect that's not as often discussed, which is Israel's economic vitality and the unique innovation that happens there, how cooperation between Canada and Israel gives us opportunities to understand and benefit from that innovative culture and strong economy that exists in Israel. And it was a real pleasure for me, and I think for the other members that participated in this trip this summer, to understand and see firsthand some of that innovation taking place. The advanced tech and research and development that occurs within Israel has earned it the nickname Silicon Wadi. Wadi is an Arabic word for valley, so that's kind of a Middle Eastern adaptation of Silicon Valley. There's a lot of innovation that happens in Israel, and we see that just in terms of a number of different indicators. The highest level of research and development spending relative to GDP anywhere in the world takes place in Israel, and it's the largest destination for global venture capital per capita worldwide. So there's significant investment and research happening in Israel, and I know a lot of my colleagues and I on this trip were asking the question, what are the policy things that are in place in Israel that encourages this kind of innovative economic culture, and how can we learn from that in the context of our own discussions about encouraging innovation here in Canada? And certainly I think there are opportunities to learn from each other. There are lessons that we can learn from the incredibly innovative dynamic that exists in Israel. But it's also interesting to reflect on the cultural, the connections between Israel's innovative economic environment and also the culture. And members who have read the famous book Startup Nation will know that aspects of creativity and innovation are really encouraged throughout Israel's culture. And one of the discussions that we had as part of our delegation when we were in Israel especially was actually learning about how in Israel there is such a strong sense of purpose and mission that exists among those who are there. For the most part, there's a real appreciation of Israel as a nation with a specific purpose, to be a homeland for the Jewish people. And that sense of purpose and mission feeds people's desire to create, to contribute, and build a stronger society. And so the system that they have in Israel as well is one of military service that takes place after high school. Virtually everybody participates in this national service. And that as well is a time in which innovation, creativity is encouraged, and people are given the opportunities to learn skills that they can then use as part of subsequent innovation throughout the rest of their life. So there's this fascinating connection that exists between an innovative culture and also the economy. And obviously not all of those lessons are particularly applicable to the somewhat more different kind of society we have here in Canada. But the opportunities that come from increased collaboration commercially and otherwise are very significant. So we should appreciate the importance of security and strategic cooperation with Israel, but also understand that within the context of economic opportunities as well. Now, I'd like to speak as well about the Canada-Taiwan relationship, and I think members know that we have a little bit of a curious relationship with Taiwan. Taiwan, we don't have a formal diplomatic ties, and that's why we speak here not about a tax treaty, but a tax arrangement, which is different in name but similar in form to what we're talking about with Israel and what we deal with in other cases. Mr. Speaker, the kind of relationship that exists between Canada and Taiwan, notwithstanding the uniqueness of the names we use, because Taiwan has not declared itself as an independent state, that relationship is still extremely important and close. Taiwan is a major trading partner for Canada, and there's great opportunities for us as, I guess, somewhat different kinds of societies. Obviously, Canada drawing on a rich wealth of natural resources, but the opportunities to share and to learn from each other are very significant. Taiwan also is a
1 second. I want to remind the honourable members. Excuse me. Order. I just want to remind the honourable members that debate is taking place, and it's nice to see everyone getting along and talking to each other, but it is getting a little bit loud. So if we can respect the honourable member who's speaking, I'm sure he has a lot of interesting things to tell us. So we'll continue. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's great to see so many government members have come to hear my speech, and this is a good thing. Now, just to say more quickly about the trading relationship that happens between Canada and Taiwan, main exports from Canada to Taiwan include mineral oil, asphalt, wood, coal, nickel, meat, railway vehicles, and metal ore. Canada is Taiwan's 24th largest trading partner. We import mobile devices, recording equipment, boilers, steel products, and plastic products. So a lot of important economic exchange happening between Canada and Taiwan. But, Mr. Speaker, I think what I was just getting to say is just the importance of Taiwan as a society that is
that is Chinese speaking, that is obviously has a close relationship to China in terms of cultural similarities, but is also democratic. And some of these arguments we hear from the People's Republic of China are that, well, we can't have democracy here, but it has to, or we have to have a different kind of a system because it reflects our culture. But the reality is democracy exists in Taiwan, and it's working very well, and is a strong example in terms of what can work there. So I think I've got a few minutes to continue.
We've got that. Yes, the honourable member will have 2 more minutes once we resume from question period. Statement by members, déclaration des députés, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, I will read a motion that was adopted unanimously at the National Assembly this morning. The National Assembly denounces the federal government's desire to allow the construction of an airport in Mascouche despite the Environmental Quality Act. It calls upon the government of Quebec to intervene to prevent the construction of the airport. Everything that has to do with Ottawa concerning Quebec ends up going against Quebec's interests. As soon as they put their nose into our business, the National Assembly has to issue a unanimous declaration to denounce that. Sometimes they even have to go before the courts. Everyone pays the price. Our sick people, our workers, our forestry workers, our agricultural workers. And now the entire population of Mascouche will pay the price. I see Liberals across the way who are laughing, but they can't even accept this. The message is clear. Stop piling all of this on our heads. I hope the Minister of Transport has heard this message loud and clear.
For Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm adding my voice to that of my colleague from the Yukon to speak about the need to protect the Porcupine Caribou calving grounds located in the National Wildlife Refuge. In fact, I ask all of us in this House to speak together to protect these grounds as the risk to this area being opened up for drilling increases. The Arctic National Wildlife Refuge is one of the most fragile ecosystems in the world and is already under assault from climate change. The Gwich'in people have traditionally relied on the porcupine caribou herd as a main source of food, for tools, clothing, and trade. Caribou is not hunted for sport or entertainment. Today it still fills the freezers for our elders and the stomachs of many families. We must work together to sustain present and future generations of this herd. I encourage all MPs and Canadians to help seek permanent protection for the porcupine caribou calving grounds in Alaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Milkameen.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are right when they say many Canadians want to talk about democratic reform. In fact, I've heard from many citizens in Central Okanagan, Milkameen, Nicola this week about this very topic. They are, to put it candidly, outraged and insulted. Insulted by the absurd online electoral survey push poll, and outraged there is no opportunity to provide input on either proportional representation or a democratic referendum. In fact, a constituent of mine who tried to phone in was told they were not even ready to take his phone call. Mr. Speaker, we may never forget that democracy in this great country belongs to the people and not to any political party. I implore this Liberal government to stop treating democratic reform like a circus sideshow and give Canadians the voice they deserve with a true democratic referendum guided by a proper process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for York South Weston.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
Today to speak to a great institution in my riding of York South Weston. Founded in 1904, West Park Healthcare Centre has been vital not only to my riding but across the province of Ontario. West Park
offers specialized rehabilitation services, including complex care, long-term care, and community health services that help people manage difficult health problems, such as lung disease, diabetes, stroke, amputation, and musculoskeletal problems resulting from illness or trauma.
Announced that West Park Healthcare Centre is expanding with the addition of a new hospital building. This new facility will be 720,000 square feet and will provide inpatient and outpatient services. I congratulate the staff, the management team and volunteers for continuing to make this centre successful in my riding. Through this expansion, Honourable Speaker, the Westlake Healthcare Centre will continue to remain and be an integral part of my riding for decades to come. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, Over the past year, I've stood in this House many times asking this government when will it stop hiding behind the CCAA process and actually help the over 20,000 Stelco workers and pensioners in Hamilton. And in that time, we have heard nothing from the Liberal government or from the minister. Negotiations are now taking place to lift the company out of bankruptcy protection. Having the federal government at the table to make a modest investment would help enormously. Such an investment could help ensure that the workers and pensioners don't get shafted in the process. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? Total silence again and no commitment of any kind. This last Monday, I met with the steelworker leadership representing these workers and pensioners. They expressed profound disappointment at the Liberals' failure to live up to the promises made during the election. This government needs to wake up and show the leadership that the workers in our steel industry expect and deserve. Why has the Liberal government chosen to abandon Hamilton steelworkers and pensioners? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
350 years ago, a Saint soldier, Guru Gobind Singh, was born. A master of verse, archery, and diplomacy, he stood up against any who threatened the rights of others. However, his determination and steadfast courage to ensure that everyone should be allowed to practice their faith freely became his mission. He decided that he will create a nation of free spirits with no race, creed, or caste, that would never bow their heads to fear or oppression, but instead live as sovereigns of freedom. In doing so, he lost his father, his mother, and 4 young sons, but never shed a tear as he knew generations were yet to come. He fought 11 battles, yet never won for territory. For this, he created the Khalsa, an order of women and men who as equals would stand in a crowd as beacons of hope and freedom. Today, almost 600,000 of his people call this country home, 17 of which sit in this House. To them we say, Happy Gurpurb.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, foreign interference in Canadian elections through unrestricted funding to third parties is not a hypothetical. It happened in the 2015 election, in which substantial amounts of U.S. dollars flowed to Canadian third parties. Recently, in shocking testimony before the Senate Legal Affairs Committee, the Chief Electoral Officer said that there is nothing to prevent foreign funding to third parties during elections, even though the Canada Elections Act expressly prohibits foreign interference during elections. Mr. Speaker, foreign interference during Canadian elections has to stop, and this government has a duty to make it stop. It's time for this government to take action to stop foreign interference in Canadian elections.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, as Canadians prepare to see their families and friends to celebrate the holidays and the new year, I'd like to acknowledge the important contribution of family farms and the agriculture sector as a whole, which allow us to put healthy, high-quality food on our tables. Many of these families will be working through the holiday period. They work tirelessly every day to meet your very highest expectations, as I'm sure you will see. By supporting agricultural workers and artisans in your region, you will discover distinctive new food products, and you'll be helping Canada's economy grow and flourish. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite all members of this House to take a moment to appreciate these families who give the food, who help produce the food that we share with our loved ones. Happy holidays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Longueuil, Charles-le-Moine.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, as the member for Longueuil, Charles-le-Moine, I rise today to raise awareness in my riding about the 15th annual Christmas fundraiser known as the Grande Guignolée des Médias de la Rive-Sud. As the holiday season approaches, I invite everyone to be generous with our most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, $3.7 million have been distributed to organizations that help the vulnerable over a period of 14 years. I'd like to thank the volunteers, the municipalities of the region of Longueuil, the corporate sponsors, the local and regional media, the Board of Administrators for La Grande Guignolée des Médias, and its president, Mr. Jean-Marie Girard. Thank you.
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, December 10th will mark 68 years since the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This is the benchmark for the fundamental human rights that all people, no matter their race, religion, ethnicity, sex, or status, are entitled to. The Universal Declaration was created to help heal divides left by the Second World War, but it's just as important today. World events of 2016 have been poignant reminders of how fleeting and fragile human rights are for billions worldwide. Every day, freedom of religion is threatened, movement is restricted, free speech is stifled, and conflict creates additional turmoil for so many. Human Rights Day is an annual reminder that this terrible reality exists. This year's focus encourages Canadians to stand up for victims of abuse in an increasingly interconnected world. Countries like Canada have a responsibility to renew our commitment to protect those very basic rights, rights that vulnerable people often cannot address themselves. I invite Canadians to reflect on what they can do to raise awareness and how they can participate in protecting and improving human rights. Mr. Speaker, compassion never goes unnoticed or unrewarded.
The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
68th anniversary of the adoption of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights by John Peters, drafted by John Peters Humphrey, an academic, human rights defender, and McGill graduate, of course. The Declaration was the forerunner for countless human rights charters, including our own. It affirms the fundamental right of every individual to freedom and dignity and aims to transform states sweltering in the heat of oppression into oases of freedom and justice. La Journée Internationale.
International Human Rights Day is an opportunity not only to celebrate the progress that we've made, but also to reflect on all that remains to be done. Today, more than ever, we need to stand together against extremism, intolerance like Islamophobia, and violence. This Saturday and every day after that, I invite all of my colleagues in this House and all Canadians to take up Mr. Humphrey's fight and to defend human rights around the world.
Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise and acknowledge the work our government has done to reunite families. Over the last year, I've heard many heartbreaking stories from residents of Brampton West that have been separated from their partners for extended periods due to long application processing times and confusing requirements. Yesterday, I joined the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees in Brampton West as he announced that the processing times for spousal sponsorship applications will be reduced to 12 months from 26 months. Our government has simplified and streamlined the application process, resulting in faster and more efficient system. The results speak for themselves, Mr. Speaker. We have a government that listens and acts. I look forward to seeing the residents in my riding and across Canada reunited with their spouses, starting their families, and giving back to our society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, there are reports of people smelling burnt toast on the Liberal front bench. Late last week, the Minister of Democratic Institutions was forced to stand in this House and apologize for what she termed as an outburst. Well, Mr. Speaker, insulting members of Parliament isn't an outburst, it's outrageous. Recently, at a Senate committee, the Minister of Finance apologized to the senators for not being prepared to answer their questions. The Health and Justice ministers were made to pay back expenses they had wrongfully charged to Canadian taxpayers. The Ottawa minister completely bungled the selection of a new hospital site. And earlier this week, in order to avoid a walkout, the Prime Minister made his Natural Resources Minister call and apologize to First Nations chiefs. This all begs the question, Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister still have confidence in his cabinet, and might the new year bring a new front bench?
Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, December 10th is Human Rights Day. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights defines our individual and collective rights. Brave women and men defend these rights in Canada and around the world each and every day. To mark this, we are proud to host the Scholars at Risk Network. The 450 academic institutions around the world, including 15 Canadian universities, protect scholars whose life is at risk by giving them safety, security, and a reprieve from imminent danger. This ensures that human rights are protected, academic freedom is secured, and the right to free expression is sanctified. Today, we have 5 scholars joining us, along with their respective academic institutions. From Syria, Dr. Rana Mustafa, Dr. Neil Yazri, Dr. Hanadi Ibrahim, of course, Dr. Asma Abu Mamar from Palestine, and Dr. Homa Hudfar, a Canadian academic held in Iran. We thank them for their bravery and enduring defense of human rights.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, here on the Hill today, an organization called Scholars at Risk is meeting to discuss the importance of protecting academics from around the world who are suffering grave threats to their lives, their liberty, and their very well-being, merely because of the research they do. This organization works to promote and protect global academic freedom by arranging temporary research and teaching positions at Canadian universities that value the rights of these scholars to be freely engaging in their work. Mr. Speaker, with this coming Saturday, December 10th, marking Human Rights Day, I find it particularly timely, highlighting the meaningful steps that this organization has taken to ensure that more than 700 scholars have found sanctuary since its inception in 2000, and that hundreds more have benefited from its referral services. This morning, I was pleased to join my parliamentary colleagues in meeting with this dedicated group. We will work together with the common goal of protecting and advancing academic freedom around the world.
The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Speaker, today at Beechwood National Cemetery, Canadian Air Force pilot Captain Thomas McQueen is being laid to rest. When he was 8 years old, Thomas dreamt of being a fighter pilot. He designed paper airplanes, he went to Army Air Cadet Camp, and he got top marks in school to get into training. An Afghanistan veteran, he even got to fly escort duty for Santa Claus. Thomas loved the outdoors. He loved speed, whether it was on land, on water, or in the air. And he was a notable handyman. When he decided that the prices were too high in the furniture stores, he built his own furniture. And he loved to make people laugh. But his real love was Caitlin. They were to be married just after Christmas. Mr. Speaker, we thank Thomas for his service to our country. We extend our condolences to Caitlin, to his parents, Tom and Edith, to his family and friends. And Mr. Speaker, a good man, a proud Christian, is now flying with the angels.
The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer.
And symbols matter. I was 4 years old when I heard the N-word for the first time. I didn't know what it meant, but the word stung.
Imagine how Viola Desmond felt when she was told to leave her seat in the cinema.
The hurtfulness of that moment, the sting of being dragged out, arrested, and charged, the humiliation of losing her case in the courts. Her courageous act of standing up for her rights eventually led to a more just society. For
the first time, a Canadian woman's face will at long last grace a Canadian banknote. I congratulate the Minister of Finance for making Viola Desmond's struggle for dignity Canada's story.
Afro-Canadian heritage are proud of what we're accomplishing. We, like all women, like Viola Desmond, strive to be fully equal. No more, no less. Words and symbols do matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to welcome the outgoing Vice President to Canada today. We appreciate the good work that we all did together over the last decade. But there are new challenges on the horizon with the United States, work that we fear this Prime Minister isn't ready for. While the new U.S. President-elect starts slashing taxes and looking out for American jobs first, This Prime Minister is doing photo ops and fundraisers. Meanwhile, there hasn't been a single additional full-time job created in this country in a year. What's the Prime Minister's plan to compete and get Canadians back to work?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we presented our plan to grow the economy for the middle class last year during an election campaign, and Canadians overwhelmingly supported it. And since then, we've been making record investments in infrastructure to put Canadians to work and to create opportunities for them to get to and from work with public transit. We've put more money in the pockets of the middle class by raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower them for middle-class Canadians, and we're delivering a more generous Canada Child benefit to the families that really need it by stopping to send them to millionaire families. These are some of the many, many things we're doing to help Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's why it's so important for the Prime Minister to start getting serious. In the U.S., the new administration is getting ready to slash taxes for businesses and families. They already have advantages over Canada in energy costs. Canada's competitiveness is at risk, and jobs are going to go south even faster. That's unless the Prime Minister can get down to work. Will he come back next year with a real low-tax plan to keep jobs in Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite speaks about getting energy to markets. That's exactly what we've done by approving the Kinder Morgan TMX pipeline. That's going to allow us to diversify our energy markets and allow Albertan producers to finally get global prices for their natural resource. On top of that, we continue to put forward growth and plans for investments that are going to help Canadians flourish right across the country. We understand that building a strong economy and a strong environment go hand in hand, which the other party previously in government did not.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, high taxes are not creating jobs, and with Trump's election, it's about to get worse. Chez nos voisins du Sud,
with our neighbors to the south, the President-elect has an aggressive protectionist and trade policy to keep jobs in the U.S. and thus imperil Canadian jobs. Aggravating the situation, the Prime Minister proposed that NAFTA be renegotiated before he was even asked to do so. Does the Prime Minister recognize that was irresponsible? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the members of the opposition party spent the whole year criticizing the fact that we talk about global investment here in Canada. I went to Davos, I went to Sun Valley. We welcomed investors from all over the world to invest in Canada. There was the GE decision, the GM decision, the Amazon decision, the decisions of many companies like Thomson Reuters to create high-quality jobs here in Canada. So we know we're on the right track. We know what it is to be open to the planet and create jobs here. That's what we're delivering. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In Canada. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we asked about cash for access, and the Prime Minister said there are a lot of questions about these issues, and he needs to answer them. The Liberal Party is promoting these events as a chance to discuss business and lobby the government. The hosts of these fundraisers know it, the guests know it, the Prime Minister knows it, but he also knows that this is wrong. When will the Prime Minister finally admit that selling access to raise money for the Liberal Party is unethical, and when will he commit to stopping it?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, despite what the members opposite say, Canadians can be reassured that we have some of the strongest rules in the country on political financing and fundraising. Those rules allow for openness, transparency, accountability that will reassure Canadians that everything is being done properly and in the rules. That's exactly what the Liberal Party has always done. We follow all the rules and the values that underpin them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's highly disappointing, and it's actually disturbing to see the Prime Minister continue to blindly defend his actions of selling access to himself and the rest of the government. And the Liberals aren't even denying it anymore. They're explicitly linking government business with fundraising and raking in hundreds of thousands of dollars. Not only is the Prime Minister breaking his own ethical rules, he appears to be breaking the conflict of interest laws. Does he understand these facts and just doesn't care, or is the money too good to say no to?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, despite the rhetoric and the contentions of the members opposite, Canadians can be comfortable in knowing that at the federal level we have some of the strongest rules around fundraising and political financing across the country. And Canadians can be reassured that we have always followed all the rules, and we always will, as well as upholding the principles and the values under which Canadians have confidence in their government. Principles like accountability, transparency, and openness.
The honourable member for Outremont. The fisheries minister stated that no government business was discussed during these exclusive fundraising dinners, but that has proven to be false. Allow me to read you a quote. There are questions about the inconsistencies in his own stories, his own contradictory statements. There are inconsistencies in what ministers of the Crown have been told to say to Parliament. Who said that? Well, it was the Prime Minister himself regarding the Senate scandal about Conservatives. How can the Prime Minister defend that he's become what he used to criticize? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, despite what the opposition is saying, Canadians should know that we have the strictest rules in the country about political financing at the federal level. Canadians can be confident in the accountability, openness and transparency of our election financing system, and I can reassure Canadians that the Liberal Party has always followed all the rules, values and principles underpin these rules.
The Prime Minister himself says he wrote rules banning cash for access events. Quote, there should be no preferential access to government accorded to individuals because they have made financial contributions to political parties. I couldn't agree more with the words of the Prime Minister on that one. Access to ministers and the Prime Minister should not be based on donations to a political party. Why? Because it's unethical. So my question for the Prime Minister, where was he last night?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we all agree that the rules governing political financing are extremely important and need to be followed. That's why we always follow them. The principles of openness, transparency, accountability are necessary for public trust in our institutions. And that's why we're proud that we have among the strongest rules in the country for political fundraising, and we always follow them.
Member for Outremont.
At another cash for access event. Now, on democratic reform, I know the Prime Minister got a bit confused by my question yesterday, but I do acknowledge that he again recommitted to changing the voting system before the next election. We also know that in the past, the Prime Minister has expressed his personal support for a system that greatly benefits the Liberals. My question for the Prime Minister, he wouldn't unilaterally bring in a system that only helps the Liberals, would he?
Honourable Prime Minister.
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, there are many, many different perspectives across this country on electoral reform, and that's why I'm so proud of the work that our minister and indeed the Electoral Reform Committee, comprised of people from all parties, has done on this issue. We're also very pleased to be engaging directly with Canadians through mydemocracy.ca, where I encourage Canadians to visit and fill out their perspectives and share their thoughts on how we can improve our democracy and our electoral system. Mydemocracy.ca, Mr. Speaker, I highly recommend it.
The honourable member for Outremont.
Our democracy, Mr. Speaker. Le projet de loi libéral.
The Liberal Bill C-29 does two things. It attacks Quebec jurisdiction and eliminates consumer protection regard to the banks. Stephen Harper tried to do the same thing when he was in power, but the court stopped him. Why is the Prime Minister seeking to protect banks rather than the most vulnerable among us? Will he withdraw these odious provisions that attack Quebec consumers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member for Outremont knows full well that we're working very hard to protect the vulnerable. That's why we reduce taxes for the middle class and increase them for the 1%. We have the child tax benefit. We'll lift hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty. Unfortunately, the members opposite voted against that measure. to increase taxes for the richest. We work to help our youth, seniors, the most vulnerable across the country, and we'll continue to do so.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister just doesn't get it. His hubris is astounding. He has hosted at least 17 Elite Cash for Access events. His cabinet has hosted over 80 shady events this year alone. They claim to be consultations, but they come with a $1,500 entry fee. They are exclusive, whether they're in Bay Street law firms or in the homes of millionaires. The Prime Minister is selling access to his government. He knows it, and he knows it's wrong. So when will he show some leadership and end these unethical cash for access events?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I always appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to be able to assure Canadians that when it comes to political financing, that we have some of the most strict rules across the country. Even the Chief Electoral Officer stated that Canada's political financing laws are the most advanced, constrained, and transparent in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, I actually feel bad for the members across the way, the ones not in cabinet, and the ones who actually believed this Liberal government would be different from the corrupt Liberals of the past. They believed, I'm sure, the Prime Minister when he published his open and accountable government rules. They probably thought he was going to live up to those standards, and I'm sure they're very, very disappointed. The Prime Minister makes the House Leader stand every day and repeat these pathetic talking points. It's insulting to her, and it's insulting to every member of this House. Everyone except the Prime Minister can see he is selling access, so when will he wake up and put an end to these events?
Honourable Government House Leader, order.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I am proud to be representing the good people of the riding of Waterloo and to do the good work that this government is doing for Canadians. What's insulting is that we can't work better together to respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. When it comes to political financing, we have some of the most strict rules across this country, and this government, this party, will continue to follow the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, L'Orléans, Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has prefabricated answers, and given the numerous questions about its ethics, many organizations have even sounded the alarm regarding its credibility around fundraising activities. The more they refuse to honestly answer our questions, the more they prove they're dishonest. Are the ministers waiting for us to demand a commission of inquiry, or will they stop this and follow the Prime Minister's ethics rules? Mr. Speaker, as I said many times in this House, the rules about fundraising at the federal level are the strictest in the country, and we follow them all. The Chief Electoral Officer also said that Canadian political financing laws are the most advanced, transparent, and strict in the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sarnia Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, serious ethical questions are being asked about the Prime Minister and his cabinet ministers and their cash for access fundraisers. But all we get day after day are irrelevant talking points about Elections Canada finance rules. There is government business being discussed at Liberal fundraisers, and people who pay $1,500 are getting whatever they want, a new bank, an appointment, whatever. Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop breaking his own ethics rules and finally put an end to his unethical shakedowns?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I once again appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House and to remind Canadians and to assure Canadians that when it comes to political financing, we have some of the most strict rules across this country, and I can assure Canadians that we will continue to follow the rules. And what I also know that Canadians appreciate is this government has taken unprecedented levels of consultations so that we can respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has stated that Canadians have a lot of questions regarding the Liberals' Cash for Access fundraising scheme. No kidding. And yet, for all the assurances he tries to give, nobody is buying it. The Prime Minister set some pretty high expectations, and he's now demonstrating that punching above his weight was a one-time only event. Canadians should be asking, when will the for sale sign be going up in front of the Prime Minister's office if it hasn't already? Mr. Speaker, when will he come clean and admit he made a promise on ethics he had no intention of keeping?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage encourage the member to listen and to understand that when it comes to political financing, we have some of the most strict rules across this country, and we will continue to follow the rules. Even the Chief Electoral Officer has stated that when it comes to Canadian financement, the rules are some of the most strict, advanced, and transparent in the world. We will continue to respond to the very real challenges that Canadians are facing, and we will continue to do the good work that they expect us to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Barrie Innisfil.
In Ontario, we've seen the Liberal Cash for Access scheme go full throttle for well over a decade with the Prime Minister's friends at the controls, and it's travelling at hyperspeed since the operation moved from Queen's Park to the PMO. Everyone knows it's wrong. The Prime Minister's province of a higher standard of transparency was only a mirage. Repeating the strictest rules in the country line is nothing more than a cheap Jedi mind trick. These are not the fundraisers you're looking for. Canadians were offered a new hope, but isn't this Cash for Access scheme more like the dark?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians wanted a government that works for them. Canadians wanted a government that responds to the very real challenges that they are facing. That's exactly what this government is doing. This government recognizes that when you follow the rules, no conflicts of interest can exist, and that's why this government always follows the rules. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We want to be quiet. Breaking a bit Jedi mind tricks. The Honourable Member for Skinner-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, today we launched a rescue mission to save that fun little Liberal quiz, mydemocracy.ca, because Houston, the Liberals have a credibility problem. Instead of having a survey of confusing and ridiculous questions, we're suggesting adding clear and relevant questions. Here's one. Should the number of seats a party hold reflect the number of votes it actually received from Canadians? Our questions were drafted by experts and unanimously approved by the all-party committee, including our Liberal friends across the way. So will the government come back from outer space and support our proposal and reboot their discredit?
The Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member opposite for another opportunity to invite all Canadians to go online or pick up the telephone and take part in mydemocracy.ca. We want to hear from as many Canadians as possible about their values on electoral reform. We're proud, Mr. Speaker, that tens of thousands of Canadians have already taken part. We are proud, Mr. Speaker, of the Canadian political scientists who have helped us draft these questions, and we look forward to hearing from as many Canadians as possible before introducing legislation in this House.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. The mydemocracy.ca survey is about as scientific as something out of Harry Potter. Are you going to be an innovator, a challenger, or pragmatic? Personally, I would have liked to have been Gryffindor, and the minister is certainly Serpentor. This morning, we propose that the government correct the situation by including the committee's questions in its electronic consultation. These questions are neither partisan nor biased. Will the minister take electoral reform seriously and include the questions by our committee? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his interest in Harry Potter, and I want to thank him for his interest in mydemocracy.ca. Mr. Speaker, over 22,000 Canadians participated in the survey that the committee put forward. We thank them for their participation. Now, we'd like to hear from as many Canadians as possible in an accessible and inclusive way about their values on electoral reform before we move forward on this initiative, Mr. Speaker. Tens of thousands of Canadians are responding. We are proud of this initiative, and we look forward to hearing from many more voices before introducing legislation.
Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Based on his response to an earlier question, it sounds like the Prime Minister's choice of mydemocracy.ca was a Freudian slip. Right. Mr. Speaker, the CEO of Vox Pop Labs says that many responses to the My Democracy survey will be rejected. Not only responses unaccompanied by personal information, but also any that do not meet the test of what he calls, quote, a series of screening measures to ensure that the data set is consistent with unique respondents, end quote. To be clear, the screening test is proprietary and therefore opaque. So, when the final survey results are released, will the minister let Canadians know how many responses were excluded from the results and for what reason?
The Minister of Democratic Institutions.
I thank the honourable member for the opportunity to respond. I can assure all Canadians that we are open to hearing from as many voices as possible before introducing legislation. I can assure all Canadians that providing personal information is completely optional, and I can assure all Canadians that we will incorporate all feedback, whether Canadians have chosen to incorporate their personal information or not, into the final result. And Mr. Speaker, as always, we'll be open and transparent about this all.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Well, Mr. Speaker, since the minister seems to have trouble answering questions, maybe I could make it a little easier for her by putting it in the form of a multiple choice question, like her so-called democracy survey. So who ultimately chose the questions that were to be included in the Liberal survey? She could press 1 for experts, press 2 for academics, press 3 for her political staff, or press 4 for the magical democracy fairy. So will the minister finally be honest with Canadians and simply admit this is nothing more than a Liberal distraction tactic?
Honourable Minister for Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud that tens of thousands of Canadians are engaging in a conversation about their democratic reform. We are proud to be a government that's open to hearing from Canadians before introducing legislation in this House. And we are proud that the initiative MyDemocracy.ca was developed in collaboration with Canadian political scientists, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to hearing from many more voices before we introduce legislation in this House.
The honourable member for Richemont-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, the minister tells us she wants to consult the public by launching a survey to find out what the age, sex, and nationality of people, what kind of voter they are, but never does she talk about the real issues. Do we want a referendum? Do we want proportional representation, first past the post, regional representation? Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't the minister who came up with this survey, who are the intellectual giants who manipulated these questions?
Mr. Speaker, MyDemocracy.ca is about empowering as many Canadians as possible to be part of this important conversation. MyDemocracy.ca is based on the values that are at the heart of our democratic system, Mr. Speaker. MyDemocracy.ca asks these questions based on the research that exists out there, based on best practices out there, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, the very committee that the member opposite participated on responded in their report that because there is no perfect system, the best way to have this conversation with citizens is through a value-based approach.
Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of Parliament for over 12 and a half years, and I cannot recall a time when a minister or a government initiative has been mocked so relentlessly as this minister in this survey. Does the minister not realize that the reason that she and her government is being ridiculed is because the survey in itself is ridiculous? Yeah. Now, the minister appointed a panel of so-called academic experts to help her design the survey. And I can see why, Mr. Speaker, because it gives the minister a chance to blame yet another group of individuals for her own failures. Why does the Prime Minister simply do the right thing, appoint somebody who knows what they're doing to this important file?
Honourable Minister of Democratic Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the honourable member for 12 and a half years of service to his constituents and to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that he can agree that we all wake up every day hoping to make this a better place for all Canadians. We can all agree that we are all working towards creating a healthier democracy. That's what I'm committed to, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're committed to on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker. And we are thankful that tens of thousands of Canadians see the merit in our approach and are engaging.
A member for Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, carfentanil is a devastating drug 100 times more powerful than fentanyl. It has hit Canadian streets and people are dying in British Columbia and Alberta. It is so deadly that first responders are overdosing when they merely enter a room in which it is airborne. Yet this government refuses to declare a national public health emergency or repeal C2, as experts have called for, to save lives now. Can the minister tell us, what is she waiting for? Must more Canadians die?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, like the member opposite, I am extremely concerned with the extraordinary circumstances surrounding the opioid crisis, which is the cause of hundreds of deaths across the country. I can assure the member opposite that my department and I and our government are working on this matter every day. I'm working with my colleagues, including the Minister for Public Safety, on this file. We are making sure that first responders have the resources that they need. This very day, I was in communication with the Minister of Health from British Columbia to discuss making sure that all resources are being made available to respond to this crisis.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Mr. Speaker, after having ignored requests from his provincial counterparts for months, the Prime Minister will finally be sitting down with them to talk about health funding. Around the kitchen table. Not really what they'd asked for. But one thing is sure, the premiers will not budge on their request to see the 6% funding increases restored. I will therefore ask the Prime Minister if he intends to honour the commitment he made during the election to work with the provinces, not to impose his conditions upon them. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Pleasure to work with my counterparts across the country over the past number of months to discuss how we can make sure that Canadians have access to the health care that they need. I'm very pleased that the Prime Minister will be speaking with the premiers across the country about health care tomorrow evening, and then the Prime Minister will ask me to continue to work with the health ministers across the country to make sure we invest in health care in a way that will transform the system and ensure that Canadians have access to the care that they need.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, there are many residents in my riding of Davenport that have been waiting upwards of 3 years to be reunited with their spouses and children. This has led to significant economic impacts, to broken families, and to an enormous amount of stress. We know that the large backlogs and unacceptable processing times is a result of the former Conservative government's cutting of immigration levels and resources. Can the Minister of Immigration please update the House on what he's doing to accelerate bringing families together here in Canada?
Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question, and I'm pleased to say that yesterday we reduced the processing times for spouses and their families from 2 years to 1 year. A special thanks to the young officials whose Tiger teams led to a radical improvement in the processing guidelines for our new system, and I can tell the House that we will harness their skills to improve our performance in other areas, including thank you.
Ms. Goka.
Mr. Speaker, today we learned that the Canada Border Service Agency is very concerned that violent drug cartels will expand their reach into Canada now that the visa requirement for Mexicans has been lifted. The CBSA believes that Mexican drug cartels will send their operatives over the border with ease and recruit airport and marine employees with ties to Mexican crime rings. With drug overdoses in the news every day, can the minister tell us how he plans to fix this mess made by the Liberals' political decision to lift Mexican visas?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, CBSA has worked very closely with the Immigration and Citizenship Department to ensure that we have a strong system in place to facilitate appropriate, legitimate travel between Canada and Mexico, and at the same time to ensure the safety and security of Canadians. Canadians can be absolutely assured that every reasonable step has been taken to make sure that this arrangement works successfully both ways.
Member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that isn't what they're saying in an internal report. The CBSA sees Mexican drug cartels picking up the baton from China on fentanyl shipments into Canada. The Liberals' ill-advised decision to lift Mexican visas on a whim is now coming home to roost, and we will have tragic consequences. How can the minister ensure Canadians that murderous Mexican drug cartels will not have easy access into Canada to supply our streets with more deadly drugs?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to that kind of fear-mongering, in fact, Mr. Speaker, what that memo shows is that CBSA has done their homework, and they've worked assiduously with all their partners in Canada and in Mexico to make sure that the border arrangement works effectively and that Canadians are indeed safe.
Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about another area where there's a lack of planning in this government's immigration policy. The funding for Liberal-sponsored Syrian refugees is about to run out. And months ago, in advance of this, I asked the minister how many of these refugees had found full-time jobs and how many they were predicting to do so. So he's already had this question in committee, and I'm going to ask it to him once again. How many Syrian refugees have found full-time employment?
How many? Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, in terms of funding, the honourable member should know that just recently, last month, we initiated $18.5 million of additional funding, half of which is going to language training and half of which is going to settlement areas. And the member should also know that this is a long-term investment. When refugees come from a terrible civil war without language or education, it takes a while for them to become fully operating Canadians.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's code for I don't know and I don't care. And he should care, because in order to have the most successful experience...
Order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre and others will want to hear the question. They'll come to order. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this is a very simple question. It's one that ensures the success both of Syrian refugees and of Canadian taxpayers. They should be planning for this. He should be able to answer it. How many of the refugees have found full-time employment?
Answer the question. Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, we have been working with the provinces to plan this since day one, and the settlement agencies and many Canadians. As I have said, this is a long-term investment. Somewhat less than half of the refugees currently have full-time employment, but 90% of the government-assisted refugees are in language training, and many of them are making terrific progress towards gainful employment. And this will be a successful long-term investment for Canada, and the children always do extremely well.
Member for Saskatoon West. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4,600 financial professionals and accountants working for the public service have been fighting for pay equity for years. But tomorrow, they have to go before the Public Service Labour Relations Board to defend themselves against a government that's trying to limit their case before they've even had a chance to be heard. Mr. Speaker, this is why we need proactive pay equity legislation now. This government claims to support pay equity, so why is it using its lawyers to fight a pay equity claim against its own employees?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we're proud of Canada's world-class public service. We're encouraged by recent progress in negotiations, and we remain committed to bargaining in good faith with public sector unions and negotiating deals that are fair for public servants and fair for all Canadians. We have a strong mandate to implement an ambitious agenda focused on the middle class, and we know the important role our public service will play on delivering on those commitments, and we look forward to continuing those discussions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, we're just a few weeks away from Christmas, and for the many Canadians who live from one paycheck to the next with no security cushion, receiving the money they're entitled to would be a welcome Christmas gift, be it a tax settlement or a recalculation for the Canada Child Benefit. Families back home are having trouble making ends meet because the backlog at Revenue Canada are doubling the time it takes to process applications. Mr. Speaker, what does the minister plan to do to ensure that these people have a Merry Christmas? The Honourable Minister of Social Development.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this opportunity to remind the House just how important it is to invest in middle-class families and to ensure that no one is left behind. That involves the child benefit, the Canada Child Benefit. As a colleague mentioned, it's important. It will help 9 million Canadians across the country, and it will also ensure that services and benefits are provided to meet citizens' needs.
Merci.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-29 is bad legislation that implements bad measures in a bad Liberal budget. That's the reality. But there's worse yet, Mr. Speaker. It contains a virus, a constitutional one, because we know that the bill is attacking the Consumer Protection Act that is a provincial jurisdiction, and in 2014 the Supreme Court said that. They're still going ahead. We're heading into a constitutional squabble. We don't need that any more than we need a toothache. Why is the Liberal government so intent on interfering in areas under provincial jurisdiction? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in our budget, we have put in place a number of steps to help improve things for the middle-class Canadians. We've also improved consumer protection. It's very important to have regulations that work across the country, and that is exactly what we've done with consumer protection in the banking sector. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. But there's something missing there. In 2014, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court was very clear. The consumer protection is provincial responsibility, but the government wants to take action. The Quebec Premier, the National Assembly, said they will challenge C-29 if adopted. The Liberal government is going ahead anyway. We're heading right into a constitutional squabble. This is going to mean millions of dollars for lawyers, and the government's going ahead with it. Why isn't the minister doing what he should? Take those clauses out of Bill C-29. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the banking sector is a federal jurisdiction. We know that it's very important to protect consumers in the banking sector, and that is exactly what we're doing. We are improving the situation for Canadians across the country in terms of protection in this sector.
Member for Cypress Hills Grass.
Mr. Speaker, neonics are a valuable tool for agriculture. Farmers have used these chemicals safely and effectively for decades, and they rely on them. Without consultation and with virtually no scientific study, the Liberals announced that these chemicals will no longer be available to producers. Now we hear that decision was not based on science, but in fact came down from the PMO. Mr. Speaker, the integrity of our ag system is critical. How can that be maintained when decisions such as this are not being based on science, but on the whims of one or two of the Prime Minister's hired help?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes matters of health and safety very seriously, and Health Canada reviews pesticides on a regular basis. As part of that scientific review, Health Canada found that a particular pesticide, imidacloprid, can be found in concentrations up to 290 times what is an acceptable risk in water. Given this risk, Health Canada is proposing a phase-out of agricultural uses for imidacloprid. There is a proposal. It is evidence-based. It is sensitive to the realities of farmers while proposing steps to protect the environment.
The member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, fully 1 in 8 Canadian jobs are linked to international trade. Stronger and more strategic foreign direct investment initiatives will help ensure that Canada is recognized as the best location for international investment. We know the Minister of International Trade has been very busy opening international markets, new international markets for Canadian businesses with her efforts at CETA and the Canadian-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. But can the Minister inform this House what she is doing to attract job-creating investments for here in Canada?
Good question. Honourable Minister of International Trade.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his very important question. Our government believes that now is the time for partnerships and prosperity. Now is the time for Canada to be the world's location of choice for investors. Strengthening our national brand and attracting international investment are key elements of my mandate. That's why I'm delighted that Canada is dedicating $218 million to support the creation of a new investment promotion agency to increase the investment that will create jobs and growth for middle-class Canadians.
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, last week's Statistics Canada release was more bad news for Alberta. Last month, unemployment in Alberta rose to a staggering 9%, the highest in a quarter century. The report also highlighted that 14,000 construction jobs were lost last month. So the Liberals talk about building stuff, but the people who build stuff have lost 14,000 jobs. What am I missing here, Mr. Speaker? Can the minister please tell Alberta's struggling families when they can expect the Liberals to do something to actually create the jobs we need now?
Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, we all understand
the difficult time that Alberta families are going through, and that is why, in cooperation with the province, and we approved 3 pipelines that will create more than 22,000 jobs, as well as with the support of municipalities, we have approved more than 125 projects with combined investment of more than $3 billion for Alberta communities. We hope that we believe that these investments will create jobs for all Canadians, including Albertans. Thank you.
The honourable member for Gisnecki, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Yesterday, I rose in the House to ask this minister a question to which she replied, and I quote, "It is not a situation I'm well aware of. In fact, I've brought this file to the attention of the minister 3 times in this House, and I've written a letter to which remains unanswered. It is a responsibility to do her job, Mr. Speaker. Out of respect for the students of Nortap Norpac who traveled from Saskatchewan to be here today, will the minister answer my question? Will her government help Nortap Norpac?"
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for Mississippi, Churchill River, for helping to arrange the meeting with the students from this program with my department and my office earlier today. The member can rest assured that I've asked my office to continue working with her, the students, but also the program's administration on a path forward with all possible partners.
Député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Last election and recently with the census, Canadians showed their belief in supporting good quality data from an independently trusted source. The data collected by Statistics Canada helps everybody. The private sector, governments at all levels, not-for-profit groups, and researchers to make better decisions. And it is a cornerstone of this government's commitment to evidence-based decision-making. Can the minister update the House on how he is ensuring the independence of Statistics Canada?
Good question. Well, Minister of Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Pierrefonds-Dollard for that very insightful question. Yes. And it was my honour, Mr. Speaker, on day 1, on behalf of this government, to reinstate the mandatory long-form census. That was a very important government announcement. And yesterday, I was pleased to also table legislation to amend Statistics Act to reinforce the independence of our statistical agency, Mr. Speaker, because let's make no mistake about this. Ideology will no longer trump good quality data.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Yay. Mr. Speaker, last week KPMG released the findings of their audit on Nunavut Planning Commission. The findings were troubling. Victor Tutu, who was the Chief Financial Officer of NPC, was also the president of 2 companies the NPC was charging hundreds of thousands of dollars to. Mr. Speaker, I know the Liberals do not understand conflict of interest, but on this side of the House, we do. How is the Liberal government going to respond to this blatant conflict of interest?
Order. Honourable Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the question, and I too am looking into this matter. It is, in terms of the Nunavut Planning Commission, there is much work being done, including new members of the Commission, and as well, we are working hard on Nunavut devolution.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, Vice President Joe Biden is in the city and will be meeting with the Premier of Quebec. What a wonderful opportunity for the government to join in and to acknowledge that the forestry system in Quebec complies with free trade regulations. What an excellent opportunity to come forth with some action to protect the industry. Nobody wants to see any Canadian capitulation. Will the government immediately provide loan guarantees to our forestry sector and commit to ensuring free trade will apply?
Yes, the Commerce International.
The Honourable Minister. We are committed to protecting the Quebec forestry sector and system and will continue to include it in all our negotiations. We are confident that the forestry industry in Canada is operating in compliance with international rules. I was happy to speak to the Quebec Minister of Forestry a few weeks ago, and I'm keen to meet him again this afternoon, along with the Quebec Minister for the Economy and my colleague, the Minister for Natural Resources. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, In a letter dated November 29th, Jean-Marc Fournier reminded the Minister of High Finance, and I quote, "The federal parliament has no power to decide peremptorily that provincial legislation does not apply." Yet the Liberals voted. Order, please. Order. I mentioned earlier this week that ministers must be named with their proper titles. Therefore, I would ask the member to finish his question and use the proper titles. Yet the Liberals voted against our amendments to fix the problems in C-29 knowingly, because they decided to defend the banks by attacking Quebec. My question is this, Mr. Speaker: how many $1,500 tickets did it take to convince them to sell out Quebec consumer protection in the favor of the banks? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, we implemented several measures into the budget to help the middle class. We also decided that it was very important to update and modernize consumer protection in the banking sector. That is what we did. And banking comes under federal jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now I believe the Honourable Opposition House Leader has the usual Thursday question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Government House Leader if she could share with the House what the business of the remainder of the week and next week would be.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the rest of today, we will debate Bill S4 on tax conventions. Tomorrow, we will call Bill C25, the business framework legislation, followed by Bill C30 regarding CEDA.
Monday and Tuesday, we will be studying Bill C31 on the free trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. And in the following days, we will give priority to Bill S4 with the goal to seeing it adopted before the adjournment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The day.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate on Bill S4.
Arrangement relatif à la fiscalité.
Just give it a second. Alors, I encourage members to take their discussions out into the lobbies. J'encourage les députés de...
I encourage honourable members to take their discussions into the lobbies, please, or elsewhere.
Perhaps we could have a nice round of shh. Merci beaucoup. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has 2 minutes remaining in his speech.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to take this opportunity while I'm on my feet to particularly thank you for your involvement in hosting a great Christmas event yesterday for the children on Parliament Hill. My daughter was much more excited about meeting you than Santa Claus. Now, I just briefly in my final few minutes here to summarize what I've been talking about this important bill. So S4 implements a tax treaty between Canada and the Government of Israel, Canada and the Government of Taiwan, as well as Canada and Hong Kong. So it's important that we take this time to reflect on the importance of trade liberalization in general, and certainly the benefits that have come to Canada and will continue to come to Canada as a result of our commitment to open trade. I've called on the government to yes, certainly continue with what they've been doing, which is moving forward with the kinds of trade deals that we begun under the previous government, but also that they need to move from inertia, from the continuation of these things, to actually starting new initiatives when it comes to trade, because we need now more than ever leaders who are prepared to recognize and speak for the benefits of trade. I spoke about the importance of understanding the relationship between trade and our strategic interests, and how our relationship with the countries, for instance, that are identified in this legislation are particularly important because of the strategic dynamics that are at play. The kind of relationship we have with Taiwan as a democracy in the Asia-Pacific region, and certainly the relationship we have with Israel as a democracy in the Middle East. That our desire to pursue stronger commercial ties, yes, reflects Canada's economic interest, but also reflects our values and the benefits of working together, in particular at a commercial level, with countries who share our values. So we're pleased to support this bill and hope to see it pass. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Qu'est-ce commentaire? Honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention on this subject, a very important subject, obviously, and I would like to ask him if he, when he saw the bill, if he thought, as I did, where it says that it's prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, does he really believe that the provisions found in this bill and in the agreements and conventions in question, in the annexes to the bill, are truly provisions that will allow us to fight fiscal evasion? Because the only places where we might truly find that's the case is on the intelligence agreements and the countries that have signed on to those. But when we look at the text in detail on these intelligence agreements, it's the wording there is inferior than what we find in other agreements. So when the bill says that it will work to prevent fiscal evasion, does he believe that that will actually happen with these provisions?
Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that for this bill, it's an important step in the right direction. And that is why our party will support this bill.
The right direction, Mr. Speaker. Certainly, I think that the measures undertaken will make a significant positive difference in terms of combating tax evasion. Certainly, if the member has proposals for further enhancing cooperation between the countries that are identified here in terms of security, in terms of enforcement, I think those would potentially be good proposals. But are the provisions here positive and worth supporting in light of the impact that they will have? Absolutely.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think this bill is a fine bill from the Senate. Taiwan is our 12th largest trading partner, and it's a democratic jurisdiction that we need to support because we do a lot of trade, and we need to find ways of building relationships, ensuring that Canadians not only can do business here in Canada but in Taiwan, and eventually use the value chains that they have created into China to ensure that we build relationships. And this type of deal is going to this type of agreement is going to allow Canada and our citizens to truly benefit, and it's going to see a benefit not only for Taiwan and Canadians, but also China. And a successful Taiwan is a successful China. And so this is why I'm very pleased to support this bill. I'm very pleased to see that a lot of members in this House, and I hope the honourable member can also agree from Sherwood Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member makes some very good points, especially about the Taiwan-China relationship. And it's interesting how, of course, there's fundamental differences in terms of the kinds of systems that exist in those countries, but also in terms of the way that the People's Republic of China views Taiwan. But there's also significant trade and commercial activity that happens between those countries. It is important for Canada, in terms of our relationship with Taiwan, that we deepen that partnership for our economic interests, but also because of the benefits that come strategically from having stronger partnerships with other democracies within the Asia-Pacific region. That is important for China because of the potential commercial bridge that exists there, but also because of the way in which we can, through these partnerships with other like-minded Asia-Pacific countries, work to set the terms of trade in the Asia-Pacific region in a way that reflects our values, in a way that reflects international human rights, labor rights, environmental rights, these sorts of things. That's why, incidentally, I have always been a very strong supporter of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which in the first round did not include Taiwan, but could potentially include Taiwan in a future round. And whatever form that kind of cooperation takes within the Asia-Pacific, I think it's very important that we emphasize the importance of collaboration among democracies in that region.
Questions and comments? Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to follow up on that question with our important economic partner in Asia Pacific, Taiwan, could the member comment or give a bit more information on the fact that Taiwan could become a jumping-off point for Canadian businesses in the Asia Pacific region, not only for China but for other countries, particularly because of the protection of intellectual property laws that we find in Taiwan that we don't find in China. Could he comment on that potential that it could be a jumping-off point for Canadian businesses into the Asia-Pacific region?
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, a very good point that my colleague raises. It's not that we should never or can never trade with countries that don't share our values or respect universal human values, but it's certainly much easier and to a much greater extent beneficial to be able to prioritize trade with those countries where there's a commonality in terms of values, and also where we're able to work from similar rule of law standards. So that is what makes trade with places like Taiwan, as well other countries in the Asia Pacific region, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, countries which have similar standards to us when it comes to intellectual property, as well as human rights, labor rights, protection of the environment. So my colleague is quite right that it's particularly important. It is easier and it's also beneficial to us economically and strategically to engage in particular with those types of countries.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Someone standing? Honourable Secretary of the Government House Leader.
My friend and colleagues recommended I stand up, Mr. Speaker, to pose a question, and not wanting to disappoint him, I do have a question for the member, and that is, of course, to recognize that when we talk about the issue of taxation policies, and it's a very important aspect of trade agreements in principle, and when we look at the countries in question today, Israel, Taiwan, and there's the third one that escapes my mind right off hand, Mr. Speaker, that it's important that we recognize that it further advances and formalizes an important aspect of an agreement that's already in place. And by doing that, we're reinforcing those trade connections between Canada and other specific countries. And I see that as a good thing, because Canada, and I'm sure, and this would be my question for the member, is to recognize that Canada is in fact a trading nation, and we are very dependent on world trade.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly agree with my friend from Winnipeg North in terms of the benefits that have come to Canada through trade. We are a trading nation, and it wasn't always obvious or taken for granted in our political debates the benefits that came from it. But our party, the Conservative Party, has really led the way in terms of demonstrating the benefits of trade, and in terms of signing new trade deals and negotiating new trade deals. And as I said during my remarks, it is good to see some of the continuation of that policy in certain respects with regard to trade. But at the same time, we're not seeing nearly as strong a willingness on the part of the government to really defend the importance of trade. We're seeing them completing some of the things that were started under the previous government, but we'll wait to see whether there's actually a willingness to start new initiatives. But it is at least encouraging to hear some of the words that have been said about this particular bill. Again, whether we'll see actions follow through from that on new initiatives remains to be seen. But we strongly affirm on this side of the House, yes, Canada is a trading nation, and indeed must be a leader in terms of speaking out about and demonstrating the benefits that come from open trade.
Remains a minute or so for one more short question, short answer. Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And very quickly, I'd like to ask the same question that I asked my colleague, my Liberal colleague across the way, who didn't seem to see any danger in the agreement on double taxation. Now, this bill says that it's going to fight tax evasion, but in certain cases, for example, in the Canada-Barbados agreement, we know that in Barbados there are very low levels of taxation, so the agreement that we have with that country allows people to use it to avoid paying their fair share of taxes. Does he see a danger that some of our agreements might facilitate tax evasion? The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going to comment specifically on the deal with Barbados because it's not what we're debating in front of us. And honestly, I don't know the detail on that agreement. I will say in general, though, Mr. Speaker, that sometimes we get this perspective that jurisdictional competition is necessarily a bad thing. I don't think we should assume that jurisdictional competition with respect to tax rates is always a bad thing. In fact, often it can be a very good thing. If jurisdictions are competing to offer a more efficient combination of public services and lower taxes, then many economists would tell us that actually leads to a better service delivery and a more optimal combination of services and taxes. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise today to speak at second reading of Bill S4, which was recently, I believe, Monday, passed at third reading in the Senate. And so it was referred to us. And this is a very important bill. And it's certainly important that we debate it today in the House. I understand that the government is in a hurry to get Bill S4 passed, because if it can be passed, if royal assent could be given before January 1st, it would allow us to implement the convention and the agreements that are the subject of this bill. So the agreement with Israel, as well as the tax agreement with Taiwan. And the ultimate goal of these agreements, as has been said in the previous speeches, is to prevent a double taxation. And clearly, if you're taxed once in one jurisdiction, it's evident that money that has already been taxed by one country should not be taxed by a second country, Canada in this case. So, in this bill, there are two agreements. The agreement with Israel is being updated because we've had an agreement with Israel for many years now, and today it is being updated with to meet the new OECD standards, which have provided a model of an agreement on double taxation. And in the end, the changes made to the agreement with Israel will simply update that agreement. The second agreement is brand new. We've never had such an agreement with Taiwan. But we will be implementing, and well, we're proposing the implementation with this bill, an agreement with Taiwan, something that's never been done before. So this is certainly a very positive development.
Before I continue, I should mention that in the bill, just for people's information, there's also a technical change in the Canada-Hong Kong agreement. It's a clarification of the situation with Hong Kong, and basically it will be treated in the same way as Taiwan. These are two jurisdictions that are in the same situation relative to China. So at the same time as we proceed with this agreement with Taiwan, we're going to clarify the situation with Hong Kong and treat Hong Kong exactly the same way as Taiwan. I won't speak at length about the Hong Kong agreement, but I think we need to be careful because according to an expert who appeared before the Finance Committee on this last Monday, this change with Hong Kong could be interpreted as a reopening of the tax convention, because in a way it could be considered that the agreement wasn't in force with Hong Kong currently because the terminology was not necessarily correct. Anyway, that's one interpretation. I won't go on at length about it because I think the technical change is quite appropriate. I'd also like to mention that we will be supporting Bill S4 as it stands today. It comes from the Senate because traditionally tax conventions originate in the Senate and then come here. In the past, we've seen this a number of times. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there are 92 tax conventions in Canada currently, and there are others that have been signed and are awaiting ratification, such as the two before us today. So 92 conventions of this kind, and the Senate is the place where these conventions begin. And these conventions follow on the heels of negotiations among jurisdictions. We can't really say countries in this case because we're talking about Taiwan, so we have to be careful with our language. Diplomatically, we could make some mistakes. Just look at what happened last week with the president-elect in the U.S., who kind of stepped in it in referring to Taiwan. So I think we need to be very careful with our choice of words. So these two jurisdictions entered into negotiations with Canada. Those negotiations can be somewhat protracted. I think in the case of Taiwan, it took quite a while. It started under the Conservatives and finally ended with a signature in January 2016 rather. So it was signed by the Taiwan Economic Bureau in Canada and the Canadian Economic Bureau in Taipei. So since we're talking diplomacy, I think it's important to say that this was done intentionally so that it wouldn't be two governments speaking to one another and negotiating an agreement, because that could have been perceived as a diplomatic gaffe. It could have been perceived as nation-to-nation negotiations, and the government of China could have actually taken umbrage and interpreted that as Canada recognizing Taiwan as a nation state. So that's how we arrived at this agreement. The negotiations took some time. I believe it was signed January 21st, 2016, so almost 1 year later, the government is proposing to implement it and have it enter into force. In Taiwan, this didn't take quite so long. It should be implemented in February 2016, but we've been a bit slower. We're just dealing with it now in December 2016, and the government claims it's almost a national emergency because if we don't get this done by the end of December, the convention will not be able to enter into force until January 1st, 2018, because the convention provides that the convention takes effect the 1st January following its ratification. And that's why the government is saying that this needs to be passed quickly so that it can enter into force January 1st, 2017. The parliamentary secretary earlier said that in the case of the Israel Convention, it hasn't been ratified by the Israeli parliament. So if we manage to do it before the end of December, then it could also enter into force, the agreement with Israel, by January 2017. As I said before, we'll be supporting this bill, S4, and the two conventions in it. But there is one issue with tax conventions, and I mentioned this earlier when I was asking my colleagues some questions. There's a potential danger with tax conventions, and I don't want to go on too much about it, but there's a problem of disparity between the tax rates in various jurisdictions that sign tax conventions, because the Library of Parliament did some research on this, and I'd like to thank them for it, because we got some specific numbers on individual income tax rates and personal and corporate income tax rates in various jurisdictions. In Taiwan, the rate's a little lower, but Israel has a more progressive tax system, so their personal tax rates are higher. So there's not necessarily a problem in these cases, but there could potentially be a problem when we enter into this type of tax convention if we're dealing with a country with very low income taxes. There are some countries with zero income tax, and so we have to guard against this race for the bottom, race for ever lower income tax rates. That can be a problem in society, and we have to be very careful about countries with very low income tax rates. We have a tax convention with Barbados, and one of my Bloc colleagues raised that problem a few months ago with a motion to revisit that tax convention with Barbados. That convention is very similar to the OECD model and to the two conventions we're dealing with here today. The convention with Barbados is almost the same as the ones we're looking at today, except for a few differences. It's a bit less elaborate than the OECD model, but it's basically the same idea. And that suggests that the convention with the Barbados may be being used for the wrong reasons. At one point, Barbados was, after the United States, Canada's second biggest destination for foreign investment, Canadian foreign investment. So the fact that there are jurisdictions that appear legal for companies and individuals, it's not surprising that those would be jurisdictions that we have a lot of dealings with. But when you consider that Barbados has gone from second to maybe third rank in terms of Canadian investments, well, you have to ask, how is it that Barbados is the second destination that Canadians choose to invest in? It's a Caribbean country. There's not a lot of economic activity going on there, so it raises questions. And when you dig a little deeper and you look at the numbers, you have to ask yourself, what's going on in Barbados? Why is there so much foreign investment in Barbados? Canadian investment. And you don't have to look very deep to discover the reason for that being the second most popular investment destination for Canadians in the entire world. I think the main reason is that we have a convention that provides for no double taxation. So companies that decide to take advantage of that convention, they can repatriate the funds from their subsidiaries in Barbados, and they can say to the Canadian government, look, I paid my taxes in Barbados at 0.5%, and now I'm invoking this convention. I've paid my taxes in Barbados. I don't have to pay any more here in Canada. And as I was saying before, with Taiwan and Israel, there's no problem. But in some cases, it's a serious problem because corporations are managing to pay far less tax than they would have to if they were being taxed in Canada or by a country with similar tax rates. So that's why I support S4, but at the same time, I'd like to sound the alarm for the benefit of the government. The parliamentary secretary doesn't appear to acknowledge the problem, he didn't seem to want to deal with it. And unfortunately, the Liberals voted against the block motion to revisit the tax convention with Barbados. But I'd like to sound the alarm because I think a second look should be taken at the 92 tax conventions that we currently have with other jurisdictions, because it's one thing to say we're entering into this kind of convention with Taiwan, but if we find out a few years down the road that Taiwan has drastically cut their income tax rates, well, we shouldn't get into this race for the bottom. We don't want to compete with other countries for the lowest income tax rates. So the government should undertake to monitor the tax situation in each jurisdiction that we enter into a convention with, because otherwise this could end up backfiring. It could be counterproductive. It could go against the very reason for entering into these conventions in the first place. So this should remain a way to fight tax evasion, not a way to facilitate it. So I hope we can at least have a mechanism for monitoring the tax situation in these other jurisdictions that we have tax conventions with, because it would be very disappointing for the government not to undertake to keep an eye on the situation in these other countries, because that could engender serious problems. Tax evasion is very serious. I care deeply about it as critic for national revenue. It's a problem for all countries in the world, for all people on Earth, really. People want services, better and better services from their government. The very role of government is to serve the citizenry. It's to serve the people. And when companies have more and more ways, and wealthy individuals also have more and more ways of avoiding paying tax, then governments can do less, or the law-abiding, honest citizens have to pay more in taxes to make up for those who've avoided paying their fair share. And there are some tax experts with no scruples who see no ethical issues with getting their clients the lowest taxes possible. And sometimes they use very sketchy methods. Sometimes CRA goes after them, but sometimes those tricks are perfectly legal. And sometimes the Income Tax Act has nothing to say about those shady methods that are used. So we really need to keep on top of our policies and our legislation to fight tax avoidance and tax evasion. That's an issue that the government should really make a priority of. And the government keeps saying they've spent some $450 million to fight tax evasion. But sometimes that very tax avoidance and evasion is perfectly legal. And the tax experts go to court and they say, look, we abided by the law. There's no problem. We abided by the Income Tax Act, by the letter of it, at least, maybe not the spirit, but the tax planners and experts have all kinds of tricks up their sleeve, all kinds of ways to helping their clients avoid paying their fair share in society, and that's unacceptable. And that's a serious issue, and I'd like the government to take it a bit more seriously, not just investing to catch the culprits, but also they should be taking steps legislatively to make and in policy to make it harder for people, for dishonest people, to avoid paying their taxes. Also, in those conventions, there's something relatively positive. which is maybe not exactly what we'd like to see, but it has to do with the sharing of tax information. At least the bill does deal with it partially, but it would be better to treat that subject separately from the idea of avoiding double taxation, because the bill provides that information can be shared, but on request only from the other jurisdiction that's a party to the agreement, and that's problematic. I think it would be better if the exchange of information was automatic. We're not there yet, but we're taking, I guess, some steps in that direction. And we also need to make sure that the information is real-time, that it's useful and helpful and stuff, and eventually automatic, not just on request. I'm running out of time, but I'd be happy to answer any questions from my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague asked a number of times during the debate, and in his speech, he talked about a potential danger. I think if it's important to have treaties with other countries, we will have those treaties. So is he looking at this in terms of the countries we don't have this kind of treaty with? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm glad my colleague brought me back to the question of the potential danger. Obviously, in the case of these two jurisdictions, Taiwan, it's a brand new convention, and Israel, it's just an update. But yes, there's a potential danger, and what I wanted to point out was that we already have 92 tax conventions with other jurisdictions. Obviously, some are more problematic than others, or potentially so. And that's why I asked the Parliamentary Secretary to the Finance Minister to create a mechanism to monitor and keep an eye on the tax situation in those jurisdictions where we have a tax convention. Because over time, for example, Taiwan and Israel, we want to make sure that those conventions remain reasonable and don't become tools that facilitate tax evasion. So I wanted to underscore that potential danger and encourage the government to do a more serious follow-up on these countries that we have treaties with to make sure that this doesn't actually end up being counterproductive, this type of agreement.
The Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, and just to address some of the points, the member across the way talked a great deal, obviously, about tax evasions and avoidance, and made reference even at one stage of the government's approach in regards to providing literally hundreds of millions of dollars in order to try to deal with the issue. And I think it's important to recognize that this government does take tax avoidance and evasion very seriously, and the budget clearly demonstrates that. When you take a look at the whole trade file, you can talk about Mongolia, Hong Kong as investment agreements that have been signed since in the last year. We've got Ukraine and CETA, two trade agreements in which we're debating legislation today, and those are some of the most obvious things. And then we have the bill itself, S4, which deals with the importance of the taxation policy along with trade. And I guess my question to the member is that would he not agree or be inclined to support, and I believe the member is supporting the bill. I thought I heard him say he was going to be supporting the bill, recognizing that the bill is important, and actually there would be some value in terms of having the bill passed in a relatively timely fashion so that we can put in place the measures that are being encompassed in this legislation.
The
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This allows me to talk about the importance of these two conventions that we're going to be supporting, because they are conventions that are in the interest of Canadians. And So yes, this is an important opportunity, and it also allows me to mention the opportunities that will be open to Canadians and to other people with whom we've signed these conventions. And it means that we will be able to transact business in their countries and their region. Because if we talk about Taiwan, for example, and we could say the same thing for Israel, but if we talk about Taiwan, since I know the situation in Taiwan, it's really a springboard for our Canadian businesses to the Asia Pacific. Like other similar places, such as Japan, which is also a very advanced society. So Taiwan is a springboard for our Canadian businesses toward the Asia-Pacific market because we have regulations that are much more similar, especially in terms of the protection of intellectual property. Taiwan is making a great deal of effort to attract Canadian business and to use the springboard that this country represents towards the Asia-Pacific country. And it's a democracy that we must encourage in that region as well. A democracy that is exemplary. And thanks to our economic exchanges and potentially thanks to conventions such as this one that fosters commercial trade. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague from Sherbrooke for focusing on an issue that might seem rather dry to some people, but I would say that before asking my question, I engaged with the citizens of Trois-Rivières. We talked about tax evasion, and this is one of the issues on which I received a lot of answers and a lot of comments, because although we can't always explain the mechanisms behind tax havens, people do know that people use these tax havens. And people know that these companies are not paying their fair share of taxes, and therefore it is individual citizens who have to compensate for that. And therefore my question in relation to Bill S4 is, when there is this reciprocity agreement to avoid double taxation, shouldn't there also be in the agreement guidelines stating that the tax rate should be the same or practically similar to what is provided for in the bill, which means that each citizen would feel that the company that is repatriating its profits into the country must pay its fair share of taxes? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's an excellent point that my colleague raises concerning this type of agreement. And I must also say that my fellow citizens in Sherbrooke are also very concerned about the problem of tax evasion. They find it appalling to see that certain companies, not just companies, but some individuals, thanks to their fortune, often they can hire very astute tax experts who will allow them to circumvent the rules. And of course, you have the very clear example of KPMG. They paid $100,000 to these tax experts to make fiscal arrangements to ensure that they paid no tax at all. And they were using the Isle of Man as a tax haven. So this is shameful. And it does make my fellow citizens angry as well. And yes, there are solutions that could be put in place to harmonize the tax rates to ensure that corporations pay their fair share of taxes. These mechanisms are being studied, but it is something that is being looked into because these corporations that use tax havens often, they're here in Canada. They use our roads, our airports, our infrastructure, and all that is paid for by taxpayers, by ordinary Canadians. And so they're benefiting from our society, from our infrastructure, but they're not paying their fair share of taxes, and that needs to be denounced as much as we can. And obviously, our fellow citizens are doing so, and that is why our government should crack down.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for
Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill S4. I can continue? Thank you. At first glance, you might ask why a bill dealing with international tax treaties and measures would be of much importance. Is it? I can continue. Okay. Keep going? Thank you. On the face of it, S4 does not appear to have much to do with economic growth, but if you look at it a little bit, the thrust of the bill is entirely consistent with our government's commitment to growing the middle class and those looking and help those looking to join it. Canada is a treaty nation, and improving economic growth in our country is highly dependent on international trade and investment. Removing barriers to incoming business and capital is essential to these efforts. And let me reiterate, our government has been relentless in its efforts to boost economic activity and has made historic investments in infrastructure. In addition to the investments made in Budget 2016, the Minister of Finance recently announced the creation of an infrastructure bank, which will help to leverage federal government commitments even further. Our government recognizes that to further grow the economy, we need to attract investment and talent to our country. International tax competitiveness is a key element of Canada's economic performance that we must not overlook. A tax agreement with other jurisdictions, including Taiwan and Israel, is an important part of attracting new investments and talented individuals, boosting economic growth, and creating jobs. While large-scale tax measures generally get more attention in terms of their efforts on Canada's international competitiveness, there are many other components that can be easily integrated into the tax system and strengthen Canada's tax advantage. Tax treaties with other countries and jurisdictions play an important part in the goal of making Canada's tax system as efficient as possible and thus more competitive. Canada currently enjoys the benefits of a network of bilateral double taxation conventions currently enforced with 92 foreign jurisdictions, one of the largest such networks in the world. Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from Laurentian-Seeds, LaSalle, Louis Saint-Laurent, LaSalle. Merci beaucoup. Laurent Saint-Labelle. Merci. There is an ongoing need to expand and modernize this network, and we are continually working to secure additional agreements and update existing ones. These treaties of mutual benefit to both signatories and to their respective taxpayers provide clarity on the rules relating to cross-border trade and investment and remove barriers augmenting them. Furthermore, these agreements help to combat tax avoidance and tax evasion through the exchange of information that permits our government to uncover income that may be concealed elsewhere. Madam Speaker, it is very important. Our government has spent a lot of time and energy on this and ensuring that Canadians have a tax system that they can have confidence in, and that all Canadians and all Canadian corporations are paying their fair share. To these ends, Bill S4 implements a double taxation convention and a double taxation arrangement recently concluded and publicly announced with the State of Israel and with respect to the jurisdiction of Taiwan. Bill S4 also adds an interpretation provision to the legislation that implemented the Canada-Hong Kong double taxation agreement for greater certainty. Relief from double taxation is desirable because of the harmful effects double taxation can have on the expansion of trade and the movement of capital and labor between countries. Double taxation conventions require countries to clarify the respective jurisdiction to tax income and provide certain forms of relief from double taxation. There is currently no double taxation arrangement between Canada and Taiwan, Canada's fifth largest Asia-Pacific trading partner and 12th overall in 2013. This means that Taiwan is one of the few remaining of Canada's larger and, I would say, one of the most important trading partners to enter into our tax treaty network. The bill also implements a revised double taxation convention with the State of Israel. This replaces an existing tax treaty which was signed here in Ottawa in 1975. The revised double taxation convention has been updated to make it consistent with Canada's current tax treaty policy. Madam Speaker, this revised double taxation convention with the State of Israel builds upon strong, multi-dimensional bilateral relations as evidenced by our close political, economic, social, and cultural ties with Israel. Underlying the strength of the Canada-Israel bilateral relationship is the breadth of personal connections between the two countries. There are approximately 20,000 Canadian citizens living in Israel, and many Canadians, of course, have family in Israel. The Canadian Jewish community, which stands at around 350,000, acts as an important bridge, linkage between Canada and Israel. These informal ties have led to significant cooperation in business, philanthropy, and tourism. Canada and Israel have a number of bilateral agreements in place, including the Air Transportation Agreement from 2015, a renewed and funded Science and Technology Agreement, the Canadian Space Agency, Israeli Space Agency Memorandum of Understanding for Space Cooperation dated 2005, and the 1975 Convention. On the trade side, Canada-Israel merchandise trade totaled approximately $1.4 billion in 2015, comprised of $342 million in Canadian exports to and $1.2 billion in imports from Israel. Israel was Canada's 44th largest export destination worldwide in 2013. In that year, it was Canada's 43rd largest source of imports globally. I would say, even though that Israel's trading numbers with Canada may not be in the top 10 or top 20, having had the honor of visiting the State of Israel this past summer, I can certainly say that expanding trade ties and investment ties between Canada and the State of Israel is very important. Their venture capital and what they've done with venture capital funding in Israel, and specifically Tel Aviv, is very impressive. Their venture capitalists are world-renowned, and there are a lot of exciting things happening in the State of Israel that Canada needs to look at and emulate. With respect to Bill S4, the intention for the convention with the State of Israel signed on September 21st, 2016, was to contribute to the elimination of tax barriers to trade and investment between Canada and Israel, and to help solidify the economic links between the two countries. It is consistent with the government's commitment to seek out new investment and trade opportunities for Canadians and to promote foreign investment in Canada. As with the double taxation arrangement with Taiwan, the convention with the State of Israel generally follows the pattern of other double taxation conventions already concluded by Canada. Accordingly, it generally follows the format and language of the OECD Model Tax Convention on Income and on Capital. Most countries, including Canada and Israel, tax their residents on their global income. Additionally, where a resident of a country derives income from sources in another country, such as from a business located there, it is typical for the source country to be subject that income to tax. The Convention recognizes this international taxation dynamic and sets out under what circumstances and to what extent Canada and Israel may tax the earnings of one another's residents and non-residents. The Convention also implements the current internationally agreed standard for the exchange of tax information upon request as developed by the OECD, and therefore allows Canadian tax authorities to obtain information relevant to the administration and enforcement of Canadian tax laws and assist them in the prevention of international tax evasion and avoidance. Bill S4 would also reduce double taxation and encourage investment by reducing the withholding tax. It would provide for a maximum withholding tax rate of 15% in the case of the State of Israel and the jurisdiction of Taiwan on portfolio dividends paid to non-residents. This, Madam Speaker, will help encourage and foster innovation and trade between Israel and Canada and Taiwan and Canada. For dividends paid by subsidiaries to their parent companies, the maximum withholding tax rate is reduced to 5% in the case of the State of Israel and 10% in the case of the jurisdiction of Taiwan. Again, Madam Speaker, these measures will encourage and facilitate trade and investment and increase ties between Canada and Israel and Canada and Taiwan. This bill would also cap the maximum withholding tax rate on interest and royalties at 10% and on periodic pension payments at 15%. Madam Speaker, The provisions of this convention and arrangement contained in this bill are an excellent example of our government's efforts to create a more equitable and competitive tax system. Madam Speaker, this Bill S4 allows us to continue to grow in our economy and create good middle-class jobs. They allow for more predictable and fair tax treatment for cross-border transactions and help the government to combat tax avoidance. We look forward to securing additional agreements such as these, and I encourage all members to support this legislation to help Canada become a more competitive jurisdiction for international business and investment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Great interest to my honourable colleague. And the issue of fixing our tax regimes with other jurisdictions where people move back and forth is something that we need to do, and I see that we're doing it with Taiwan and Israel. I'm a little confused about the expression that this is an act to prevent fiscal evasion, as I don't see within the bill the efforts to deal with fiscal evasion, and it's a serious problem internationally. And I think in terms of a larger vision for Canada to make sure that we're getting a fair deal for Canadian citizens here is how we deal with offshore financial arrangements that put us at a disadvantage. For example, the Canada-Barbados Treaty Agreement was certainly substandard for Canada, and it's allowed for a lot of money to flow offshore that should have been taxed here. So in terms of supporting this legislation, it's necessary, it's cleaning things up, it's making things more equitable for deals between Taiwan, Israel, Canada, but the larger question of the vision of this government for dealing with international tax evasion and tax havens, I'd like to hear my honourable colleague speak to.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Timmins James Bay for that question. What I will say is in Part 1 of S4, there is in the legislation, there is legislation contained in there that deals with the issues that my honourable colleague had mentioned. Part 1 for Israel and Part 2 for Taiwan. And Madam President, Madam Speaker, what I'd like to say is that, I do sit on the Standing Committee on Finance, and I'm proud to state that I was the member on that committee that presented the motion for tax avoidance and tax evasion for the committee to look at that, to examine that issue within our committee. And it's something that is paramount to our government. We've invested $444 million over 5 years to ensure that CRA has the resources and tools to ensure that all Canadians and all Canadian companies and organizations and those subsidiaries, foreign subsidiaries operating in Canada are paying their fair share, and that Canadians have confidence in the tax system, and that the revenues coming in to our coffers are obviously then being used to fund programs that Canadians value and hold dear to their hearts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Repentigny.
The honourable member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard my colleague talk about the state of Israel. Under the treaty, what is Israel? And I'll give an example. For example, in the occupied territories, is that in Israel? And is it covered by the double taxation treaty?
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And what I will say is that this type of treaty encourages greater links between Canada and the state of Israel, and greater links and investment and trade flows between Canada and Taiwan. And I think that's what's important. That's what we need to focus on within this bill. It allows our the country of Canada and Israel to continue to create stronger links between the two entities. And I think that's very important. I had the pleasure of visiting the state of Israel this summer. It was very learning. I visited Ramallah as well, and Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, and it was an eye-opening experience and a learning experience, and I'm the better for it. This bill, S4, again, allows our government to move the needle forward in terms of creating a strong economy for Canadians, creating strong middle-class jobs, and overall is a win-win for us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. A very brief one from the member for Courtenay Alberni.
member from Vaughan Woodbridge for his speech. And you know, when we talk about these agreements, my colleague from Timmins James Bay talked about the Canada-Barbados tax treaty, which is similar. What safeguards can the member tell us are going to be put in place so that we don't see what we're happening with the Canada-Barbados trade agreement? We're seeing a leakage of the Canadian economy of over $5 billion that could be paying for things that we need, pharmacare, services that Canadians demand. So maybe the member can tell us what safeguards are going to be put in place to protect Canadians.
A very brief answer. There's 10 seconds left.
Please, to my honourable colleague, please look at Part 1 and Part 2 of the legislation, and you'll find the answer there to that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, I just want to remind the member that he's to address the questions of the chair, so I would just suggest that the member not use the word you. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague from Vaughan Woodbridge for sharing his time with me today. I'm very happy to rise today to speak in the House to debate this very important issue, Bill S4. As you certainly know already, this bill would put in place and apply a tax treaty concerning double taxation, which has been recently signed and announced. This agreement has been signed with the State of Israel and has been arranged with the jurisdiction of Taiwan. Right now, Canada has 92 tax treaties which are in place, and it continues to work on further agreements with other countries and territories. Bill S4 is part of the Government of Canada's continuing efforts to update and modernize its network of tax treaties, which allow us to avoid tax evasion and double taxation. Canada has one of the largest networks of tax treaties in the world. And this is an important characteristic of Canada's international tax regime. It's essential to promoting our ability to be competitive. And at the same time, the regime must ensure that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. We don't want certain companies, both foreign and Canadian, to take advantage of Canadian tax rules to avoid paying taxes, or for certain very lucky individuals to go to foreign countries to hide their income and avoid paying taxes. Every time that this happens, workers and small businesses in Canada, among others, are forced to pay more taxes than they should, and that's quite simply unfair. To identify and discourage the hiding of income, the CRA needs information from foreign countries. To that end, the treaty and agreement to avoid double taxation, which we find in Bill S4, will implement the current standard, which has been agreed upon at the international level, concerning the exchange of tax information on demand as established by the OECD. This allows tax authorities in Canada to obtain the information that they need to administer and apply Canadian tax laws. And this, of course, helps them to prevent international tax evasion. Here in the country, the Government of Canada continues its efforts to keep the tax system up to date and ensure that it remains competitive so that Canada remains in the vanguard of the world economy. It's essential that we take measures to support a more competitive tax system so that our entrepreneurs and industries in Canada can excel, and this, of course, will help them succeed. And if we can count on modern tax treaties like those which are found in Bill S4, well, this is a key element of our goal. Canada remains determined to maintain a tax system which will help Canadian businesses become leaders at the world level, while at the same time ensuring that everyone pays their fair share of taxes. Honourable members, tax treaties go hand in hand with our government's overall commitment to put in place a more competitive tax system, which will increase the level of quality of life for all Canadians. The treaty and the agreement to avoid double taxation, as we find in Bill S4, directly supports trans-border trade of goods and services. And this, of course, contributes to Canada's economic success. Every year, Canada's economic wealth depends on foreign direct investment. as well as having information, capital, and technology come into Canada. The treaty and the agreement in Bill S4 will make the tax system more fair and transborder trade more fair for Canadian and foreign businesses. I'd now like to talk about the tax withholdings in this, the reduction of tax withholdings and the avoidance of double taxation. Tax withholdings can be imposed by a territory concerning certain income in the territory which are provided to the residents of another territory. This can include, for example, interest, dividends, and royalties. Without a tax treaty, Canada generally taxes this income at about 25%, which represents the level included in our internal right under the Income Tax Act. Other foreign countries impose tax withholdings at similar rates or higher rates, given that one of the main functions of a tax treaty is to divide tax powers between the signatory partners. These agreements have provisions which reduce and in some cases eliminate tax withholdings which can apply to certain territories or payments. For example, the convention and the arrangement to avoid double taxation that we find in Bill S4 would put in place a maximum tax withholding rate of 15% for portfolio dividends paid to non-residents in the case of Israel and Taiwan. For dividends which are provided by subsidiaries to head offices, the maximum tax withholding level is reduced to 5% in the case of Israel and 10% for Taiwan. The reduction of tax withholdings also affects royalties, interest, and pensions. The convention, the arrangement to prevent double taxation, which we find in this bill, will limit the maximum rate on the withholdings of interest payments and royalties to 10%, and the maximum rate on payment withholdings for periodic pension payments to 15%. Honourable members, the second area that I'd like to touch upon is double taxation. There's international double taxation when taxes are placed on the same income, the same taxable income for the same period in two different countries. Bill S4 will contribute to avoiding double taxation and will ensure that taxpayers pay taxes just once on any given income. Generally speaking, Canada's tax system applies to global income of Canadian residents. However, given that foreign jurisdictions might also use their right to impose, or to tax rather, income earned outside of the country by a Canadian resident, Canada generally gives a credit a credit for the foreign taxes paid on that income. This, of course, can have negative and unjustified consequences on taxpayers. Nobody should be taxed twice. But in the absence of an agreement or an arrangement to avoid double taxation, such as we find in Bill S4, this is exactly what can happen. The two countries could apply their taxation without giving a credit for the taxes paid in the other country. So to conclude, the treaty and arrangement to avoid double taxation in this bill will contribute to certainty, stability, and a better business climate, which will help both taxpayers and businesses in Canada, as well as those in our partner countries. The agreement found in Bill S4 will allow Canada to remain one of the most competitive countries in the world when it comes to trade and international investments. For all these reasons, I invite my honourable colleagues to vote in favour of this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I have to say that I agree with him when he says that nobody should be taxed twice on the same income. And with the tax rates that we have, I think once is more than enough. But what people are wondering is everybody paying their fair share? So, when we have an agreement with another country on to avoid double taxation, being taxed twice, do we ensure that the tax rate in the two countries is similar? And again, similar, that's a pretty unclear term. Does my colleague not believe that we should establish some guidelines to say that beyond certain taxation levels, the agreement is no longer good because it would discredit one or the other partner? The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, certainly every time we have an agreement with any country, we need to look at the current state of both countries. And we can't just assume that we put one agreement in place for everyone and it'll always work the same way. What's important here with these agreements is that we can exchange data so we can find out who is avoiding paying their fair share. It's maybe not always perfect, and certainly we agree on that, but the goal is to find those who are abusing this system and not well, I think it's important that we need to look at that for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to ask him why. Why are we talking about Bill S4 today? Because the government's able to fix a lot of things through regulations. For example, there are regulations which allow tax evasion with Barbados. There are currently 22 tax havens with whom we don't have treaties, but for whom the government has decided to act as if there were such a treaty. So if the government decides everything through regulations, why are we talking about Bill S4 today? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill S4 would implement two treaties. And for reasons that I'm not familiar with, we're putting these treaties in place through the bill, and is completely normal. So I don't see why the Honourable Member has a problem with Bill S4. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank the Honourable Member for his presentation today. I was in Israel on a parliamentary trip this summer and saw an enormous potential for investment through venture capital and some of the items that he's discussing in royalties and the movement of money between our two countries to help stimulate growth and jobs that we're looking for. Could the Honourable Member say how significant is this in terms of a non-tariff trade barrier and how that could help venture to move between our two countries?
Honourable Député de Laurentide-Labelle.
Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle.
We have a new treaty to help our relations on fiscal policy and investment policy and anything. It does help with our relations to those countries to build out our own economy and theirs. We're one planet. I think we should see it that way, and we should work as best we can to work as a team within the bounds of what we find acceptable in each place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of tax treaties is interesting and actually hits close to home for me because my wife gets an income from another country with whom we have a tax treaty. One of the issues that comes up, though, is the difference in income between employment income and pension income. And I'm wondering if this bill accurately reflects the situation where in some countries they will tax your employment income but not tax pension income, and then the alternate takes place here where they will not tax the income because it's being taxed in another location, but if the pension income isn't being taxed in the home country, it can be taxed here. Does the member know which way we're going on this particular treaty?
The
Honourable Member for Laurentide-Labelle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't actually know the answer to that question. I read through what I could, and I know that pensions were specifically addressed, but I don't know the specific details. I couldn't answer in a particularly helpful way. But I know that the S4 is going to be a positive bill for us working with these other countries on tax policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions? Sorry, resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So it's with great pleasure that I rise today to speak at second reading of Bill S4. Before starting, let me say, Madam Speaker, that I would like to salute the people of Chauveau, the provincial riding in Quebec. 8 years ago, today, they allowed me to launch my political career, and I'd like to thank them for putting their trust in me. So thank you to the people of Chauveau, who I now represent to the best of my abilities here in the House of Commons in the federal riding of Louis Saint Laurent. Madam Speaker, we are at second reading of Bill S4, which, as its name and title indicates, is a bill from the Senate, and which is a relatively technical bill. I wouldn't say it's mechanical, but it's technical when it comes to applying certain trade agreements with Taiwan and with Israel. So, Madam Speaker, to be more specific, this is a convention and an arrangement for the avoidance of double taxation for people who trade between Canada and Israel and between Canada and Taiwan. Because, as has been said a number of times throughout the debate, well, nobody wants to pay taxes twice. Once is enough. Sometimes it's even too much. So twice, well, that's certainly too much, and that can represent a break on enthusiastic investment. And because we know that our country depends not necessarily that the economy and the success of our economy depends on international trade and free trade agreements between our country and other countries around the world, well, it's important that we have agreements that can indeed facilitate these arrangements. This bill would facilitate trade with the two targeted countries, and I'll come back a bit later on the advantages of free trade between various countries. So let's look more specifically at this bill when it comes to Israel and what Bill S4 would do. It's updating an agreement that was signed a number of years ago in 1975. So you'll understand, Madam Speaker, that since 1975, a few things have changed. That's over 40 years ago, if you can imagine. So international trade and being what it is, and given how it's evolved, it's certainly worth looking at these older agreements to make sure that they're up to date and that they meet the needs of the new realities facing investors in both Canada and other countries.
So when it comes to Israel, it goes back to 75, but for Taiwan, it's another story. There was no agreement. So there had been tax agreements under the previous government, but they needed to be updated with this bill, S4. It's also important to be aware, Madam Speaker, of the fact that if this bill were not passed by the House of Commons, if it doesn't happen by the end of this calendar year, i.e. by December 31st, the whole thing will be delayed by another year, and that could have some adverse repercussions for our economy, for our dealings with Israel and Taiwan. So that would be a year's delay in stimulating the economy. It wouldn't be a good thing. Another thing is that the Hong Kong agreement is also affected by this bill, because, Madam Speaker, you have to understand, as I was saying earlier, this is a bill that is highly technical. Everything we're looking at has been studied in great detail, and I would just like to read some passages from it. But I have to say it's very well drafted, because often when dealing with this type of agreement, it's a lot of gibberish. It's very hard to read. In other words, Madam Speaker, I was a journalist and I was reporting I was doing a report with Lawrence Bergman, who was the Quebec Minister of Revenue, and he drafted the legislation at the time, and it's quite the legislation. It's this thick, it's incredibly technical, but Mr. Bergman was only too delighted to read out his bills word for word, and that was his job, of course. And the legislation affected a lot of things, but when you get into the very fine detail of trade agreements or tax conventions, it's the devil's in the detail. You really need to take the time to draft these pieces of legislation very carefully, and that's been done with S4. So parliamentary committee dealt with this bill a few days ago. We heard from experts who were involved in the drafting. We tried to kick the tires and turn over a bunch of stones to see what was there. So obviously there's an agreement to avoid double taxation of those who have business dealings with Taiwan or Israel. Now, Taiwan, of course, is a crucial player in terms of an economic partner, potentially under the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And so we had reached a deal a year and a half ago, the TPP, and that deal is crucial to developing trade between Canada and many Pacific countries. So we were counting on that deal having significant economic benefits. And there are two major players in that part of the world, Japan and China. And we wanted assurances that there would be no negative consequences potentially for our trade with Japan and China resulting from this deal with Taiwan. Unfortunately, I had one question that hasn't been answered. We will support the bill, but there is still a question about the potential economic impact. My question was, have you measured the economic impact on Canadian output that this agreement could have? The agreement was examined from a legal perspective, from a political perspective, but the economic impact was not assessed. But we need to put our trust in our business people and our investors. We have to hope that this will give them better access to opportunities abroad and to growth. So when you study a bill, you have to look at what the actual impact will be on the economy, on business people, on those directly affected, i.e. men and women who export to Israel and Taiwan. So let's take a closer look at what this bill provides. Taiwan, as we know, is a major player in the global economy. They're one of the four big tigers of the Asian economies, so it's very important to have good relations with Taiwan. We know they export a lot. We are a much bigger country, geographically speaking, but I don't think I need to say how many products we have all bought in our lives with Made in Taiwan marked on them. So we know that they are huge producers and exporters. So this agreement to avoid double taxation is an effort to try to smooth our trade, our mutual transactions. And when it comes to Israel, this is such an inspiring country. There's such a great relationship between Canada and Israel. We know that Israel's coming into being was controversial after World War II. From the very beginning, Israel was at war in the very early days of its existence. It's been controversial ever since. They got off to a rocky start, but without getting too much into the history, everyone knows today that Israel is the democratic country in the Middle East and serves as an inspiration to others. And they are a friend and ally of Canada, and we are a friend and ally of Israel. Israel has 8 million citizens. They're the 38th largest economy in the world. The number of startups in Israel with real potential and also risk. Israel ranks second in terms of startups after, of course, the United States. And despite the fact that Israel still has some hostile neighbors, they continue to perform admirably in all areas, including all areas of the economy. I visited Israel, this magnificent place, in 2009. And I'd like to thank JPAC for inviting me. I went with other members of the National Assembly at the time, and I was able to see firsthand this magnificent democratic country that's full of optimism and is an inspiration for all. I was also very impressed, I think everyone was, impressed by the dynamism and the agricultural production capacity of Israel. It's surprising. Let's not forget that it's not exactly an easy country to grow things in. It's a desert, largely, but thanks to the genius of Israeli engineers, this pile of sand has become a source of incredible agricultural wealth and production. In fact, Madam Speaker, the dairy production in Israel is impressive. Some say that Israeli cows produce the most milk in the world. Maybe that's a bit of folklore, but if they don't produce, they get sent out into the desert. So I'm just joking, Madam Speaker, but it illustrates the incredible desire of Israelis to fully develop the potential of their country, and that should be a source of inspiration to all of us, all Canadians here. As a matter of fact, nobody has anything to teach the Israelis in some areas. For example, they are leaders in the development of solar energy, so they're very environmentally conscious. There's not a lot of water there, but they're also leaders in water treatment, in converting salt water into fresh water or potable water, and reusing water once it's been used. It's incredible the things they're doing with water. We could also talk about the economic strength of Israel. It's incredible. They come first in R&D as a proportion of GDP. Obviously, there are bigger countries like the Americans where they invest more in research and development. Of course, that's true. But for a country of 8 million, Israel has a higher R&D to GDP ratio. And just as an aside, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that our government left behind the best debt to GDP ratio in the developed world. That's a fact. We left our house in order. Coming back to Israel, Madam Speaker, Israel uses high tech. When a country really relies on its brain power, it pays off. That's the kind of wealth that you create out of nothing, in a sense. Israel's a country that's a real magnet for high-tech firms. Microsoft, Google, Apple, you name it. All the high-tech firms have very highly specialized research centers located in Israel. That's where it's all happening. So it's very stimulating, very inspirational. We need to pay attention to this and recognize that the Israelis are capable of fully living up to their full potential, of developing that potential. They've taken this dry land and created a country with great potential. They use their heads to do that. And that's why this is an economy that we should be friendly with. Another interesting figure is that it's the best proportion of scientists to workers. There are 140 scientists for every 10,000 workers. That's the highest ratio in the world. And that's why they're such great leaders. So we are friends of Israel. We should do everything we can to promote trade, and that's what S4 does. It's a step in that direction. Another thing, Madam Speaker, that's important to talk about when we're talking about international trade and international relations, and that is the importance of free trade. We are all, both the government and the official opposition, in agreement when it comes to the importance of free trade. In general, we all agree that that's the way of the future. That's the way to promote growth and development. And you can't talk about free trade without talking about the epic battle that was waged here some 30 years ago when in 1986, 87, 88, the Right Honourable Brian Mulroney committed to some very tough negotiations that led to something very fruitful, and that is the free trade deal with the U.S., NAFTA. And it's important to remember the history. The man who enabled us to sign that trade deal was against free trade. During the leadership campaign, John Crosby said he was in favor of free trade, and Mr. Mulroney from Baie-Comeau and later Montreal said it's not a good idea because if a mouse sleeps in the same bed as an elephant and the elephant rolls over, the mouse will get flattened. That's what he said. But Mr. Mulroney, because he was an intelligent man and he recognized when his opponent landed a point and made a good point, he came around and said, yes, let's go with free trade. Let's do it. Prime Minister Mulroney was given the Legion of Honor. I had the privilege of attending the ceremony. So, and the member for Papineau, the current Prime Minister, has recognized. So everyone wins with this kind of free trade deal. So I'd like to excuse myself for this kind of aside that took us all around the country, Papineau, Baie-Comeau, Montreal, and Ottawa. But last September, when summing up 30 years of free trade, let me just quote what was said.
To the success of FTA, free trade negotiation, free trade agreement, trade volumes more than triple in less than 20 years. From 235 billions to 880 billions today. Trade explode into the largest bilateral exchange between any countries in the history of the world.
Madam Speaker, we're not just good friends with the U.S., we're their best partners. And we're also their best competitors, and we're proud of that.
$250 million in goods and services will be changed by Canada and the U.S. This is more than $1 million every minute of every hour of every day. More than $2 billion in total, each and every day of every week, of every month, of every year.
So, Madam Speaker, that just shows how important trade is between two countries, and that's why we need to support this effort, the free trade effort. We also know that we've just signed a year and a half ago, barely, the TPP. That's also very important as in terms of wealth creation. We need to support that deal, and there are other negotiations underway that we should encourage because Canada is an exporting nation. I was in Vancouver for the Electoral Reform Committee. Without telling you my whole life story, I was in a hotel high up. I had a beautiful view of the bay, and I counted 12 tanker ships that were full to the brim, and they were heading towards Asia. That's wealth creation for you, Madam Speaker, exporting things abroad, bringing things back. And let's hope that S4 can be a vector of wealth creation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent on his excellent speech. Madam Speaker, he mentioned the name of Lawrence Bergman, my former colleague from Darcy McGee, and I have to say that I fully agree with his opinion. The man in question was very upright, very intelligent. My question, Madam Speaker, I enjoyed what my colleague said about Israel and the Silicon Valley of the Middle East. He talked about the mayors of Montreal and Toronto, John Tory and Denis Coderre, who just came back from Israel, and I was just wondering if what my colleague thinks are ways that we could boost trade with Israel. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The best way to boost trade between Canada and Israel, Madam Speaker, is to continue to be one another's best friends and to exchange people. It's by visiting and meeting people. That's what promotes trade. It's all well and good to make speeches here in the House. It's all well and good to make it easier for our companies and scientists to go back and forth, but it's much better when you have direct exchanges. And Madam Speaker, speaking of this meeting of the Mayor of Montreal, Denis Coderre, who went to Tel Aviv for a meeting, which, without getting into my private life, we went, and the Cirque Éloise, we attended a show by the Cirque Éloise, too.
De Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We also believe that it is a good idea to support this bill and to have such agreements with Israel and Taiwan. However, it is important when fighting tax evasion and tax havens to ensure that these agreements that are signed by Canada stipulate the automatic obligation to exchange tax information. Does my colleague not believe that it is timely? We know that we have 92 such tax agreements. So does he not believe that it would be a good idea to include the automatic obligation to exchange tax information instead of these exchanges being only upon request? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Absolutely, Madam Speaker. The member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, with whom I had the privilege of working on the medical assistance in dying. And I'd like to say that Clause 25 explains in 5 paragraphs what the information exchanges can be put in place to avoid tax evasion. Tax evasion must be regulated by all countries that adhere to this agreement. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague with great interest, and I recognize the magnitude of his knowledge, but in his speech, he did refer to things that needed to be taken into account in a treaty or a convention. So I have 2 questions for him. First, do we need to take into account the borders of Israel? For example, are settlers part of Israel? I did not get a clear answer to my question earlier. And he also talked about how urgent this treaty is. But in 2009, the Conservative government signed treaties with 22 tax havens. And that was by regulation rather than by law. So I'm not sure that it's urgent because the government in the past acted through regulation. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'm not an expert in this area, Madam Speaker, but I'm going to try and answer anyway. Someone with an Israeli passport is an Israeli, so they would be covered by Bill S4. With regard to the fact that this bill is a bill rather than a regulation or a governor and council order, the experts that we heard from in committee told us that in the case of this type of agreement, which dates from 1975 with Israel, and which dates back a few years with Taiwan, and they told us that we had to use a bill. So I don't want to advance myself any further because I'm not an expert. But I do want to reassure this House, Madam Speaker, that we put the question in parliamentary committee, and the legal experts told us that in this specific case, we did have to use a bill rather than an order in governor and council order, and tax evasion will not be affixed solely by Canada, but by all 192 countries that form this beautiful planet. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that my colleague from Louis Saint Laurent is going to say that the treaty is available, and it says clearly in the treaty that a resident of Israel can use the treaty. There is a definition in the treaty itself, and since 1976, it has been the practice of governments, most of the time, to put this to the House of Commons. I have a question regarding free trade. My colleague said originally that Brian Mulroney was against it, and now it is for. It's the same with our party. We were used to be against this, but now we're for it. And we share with the official opposition the idea that it is important to conduct free trade with as many countries as possible. So I'd like to ask my colleague, does he believe that other people in this House might also come around to this idea? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Under our government, the Conservative government, we went from 14 countries to 43, including the EU, which includes 500 million people and $12 billion in trade with them. And with Korea, we had an agreement with Korea of $50 million. And there were rather 50 million people and trade of $1.7 billion. Free trade is a wealth for this country, and obviously the TPP with the 10 new countries is a good thing too. So yes, we have to support free trade. Canada does not have a large population, 35 million people. That's 35 clients. We don't have enough people. Modern technology allows for trade across the planet. We need to take advantage of our natural resources, our hard work to sell our products abroad, because that brings in foreign products here, and that creates wealth. And we have to study this rigorously, unlike what the current government is doing.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I particularly appreciated hearing my colleagues share some of the background in terms of our party and the whole free trade issue. I don't remember the 1988 election perhaps quite as well as he does. I want to ask about his thoughts, because he's been aware of and involved in this debate for a long time, about the global trends in terms of debates around protectionism, and maybe a rising anti-trade sentiment in certain quarters. Canada, I think, is a nation that has benefited significantly from trade. Our previous Prime Minister was a strong leader, not only domestically but internationally, speaking out about the importance of economic liberalization and free trade. What role could Canada play now in this emerging climate? What role should our government be playing in terms of trying to counter some of this emerging protectionist sentiment that we see around the world?
L'honorable député de Laurentides.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent.
I appreciate the comment of my colleague. Maybe he was very young when it occurred in 1988, but I can assure this House, Madam Speaker, that now maybe this young man is very bright, very articulate, very good, and really appreciate every time that he rises up in the House, Madam Speaker, he has something to say and very well documented. So we talk about the rise of the protectionism is right, and we must be aware. As Canadian, as an exportation country, we must be very aware of what's happened all around the world, in U.S. or in Europe. So this is why, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful. We have to have good relationship with Canada, with the U.S., with European countries. But also, let me remind you, Madam Speaker, that in election years, every political party is against free trade. It's the trademark. Let me remind you, Madam Speaker, that President Obama, before getting elected as president, talked about NAFTA, saying, "Yeah, I'm the one who's driving the car, and those two others are the back seat." And speaking of the two others, he's talking about the President of Mexico, and also what? About, quote, Obama, President of Canada, unquote. He talked about us as a President of Canada. So this is just to say that, Madam Speaker, during election year, people are tough. After that, they talk about business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, the aerospace industry, the Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières, rail transportation, and the Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière, ethics.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to maybe try to give a bit of a different twist to the debate that I've been listening to all afternoon, and try to relate it, at least in part at the beginning, to my constituency, in the sense that, you know, I would ultimately argue that in Winnipeg, there's all sorts of wonderful things that we manufacture. Two of the things that come to my mind was the issue of windows and buses. I would argue some of the best winterized, even summer windows that can manufactured could be found being manufactured in the city of Winnipeg. And some of the very best buses in the world are in fact manufactured in the city of Winnipeg. Many of those employees that are producing those windows and buses are in fact constituents that I represent, Madam Speaker. I say that because if you take a look at exportation of manufactured products, we as a nation are very much dependent on exporting our products that are in fact being manufactured in our communities throughout our country. Virtually in all regions, there is some manufacturing that is taking place, Madam Speaker. And when I think of trade and the whole issue of how important that file is to Canadians, I think that you get a better understanding when you bring it down to the level of the people that are in fact working in these factories throughout our country. I sat down, you know, the Minister of Finance had all sorts of round tables throughout the country, and I was able to participate in one of those round tables. And that's the reason why I bring up this issue, because at one of the discussions, it was either prior or right after that round table with the Minister of Finance, the issue of the Canadian dollar came up. And it was, well, is it better for our manufacturing industry if the dollar is higher or lower? Well, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, it depends in terms of the manufacturer that you're talking to. For example, the manufacturers of windows in Winnipeg gave me the distinct impression that it was better if it's a lower dollar because of where the material comes from, Canada, in the production of the windows. And if you talk to the bus manufacturing, Fly, or as I say, the very best buses in the world, as far as I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, made by many of my constituents, a plug if I may. Well, for them, the merchandise or the parts quite often come from all over the place, all around the world, ultimately, Madam Speaker. And that is something that is not unique. So for them, the price of the dollar going down isn't necessarily a positive thing because they have to buy and purchase those mechanisms. Now, why do I use that as an example? There are policies and price factors that need to be taken into consideration from the issue of taxation, such as what we're debating today, and the importance of taxation and trying to level the playing field. And beyond that, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about trade, it's important that we recognize, yes, the value of it, but in many ways, the nuances that are there that are very real that do impact the bottom line. And that's really what S4 is about today. You know, we have a great trade links today with Taiwan and Hong Kong and Israel. Three countries in which we have a great deal of trade going back and forth. What today illustrates is that there's always room for improvement. And if we see S4 pass, ultimately, I believe, as as the government is proposing by bringing forward this legislation, that Canadian industry will, in fact, benefit by it. This should come as no surprise, Madam Speaker. On the trade file, this government has been very aggressive at pursuing, more so, I would argue, than even the Conservative government before us. And I will demonstrate that very shortly, Madam Speaker. But to indicate how important trade is to say that Canada is a trading nation, and we are very much dependent on world trade. And I expect, Madam Speaker, that it will continue to be a priority for this government for a number of good reasons, but one that comes to mind. And that is, if you take a look at the last budget that we presented, the focus in good part of that budget was on Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of the middle class. Well, Madam Speaker, good, solid trade and a foundation that allows us to expand upon that will build upon Canada's middle class. Many of the jobs, both direct and indirect, that can be generated will assist Canada's middle class and provide those jobs into the future. So it's really important that we get this right, because if we have a healthy middle class, we will have a healthier economy. And by having a healthier economy, I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that overall, as a society, we will continue to move forward. It would be very difficult to do so if we did not have trade. When you look at the bill itself and the specifics of the bill that we're debating today, it can be actually broken down into three parts. The main purpose of this enactment is to implement a previously publicly announced convention concluded with the State of Israel, and an arrangement concluded with respect to the jurisdiction of Taiwan. It also amends the Canada-Hong Kong Tax Agreement Act of 2013 to add it to, for greater certainty and interpretation provision, Madam Speaker. When I take a look in regards to just the sheer number of trade agreements Madam Speaker, investment agreements that we have entered into over the years, it is actually a fairly impressive list. One of the things I truly appreciate is the research capability of the Library of Parliament and the manner in which they're able to present such high caliber and quality documents. And let me just extend a compliment to those individuals that work for our library, our parliamentary library. One of the questions that I had posed to them was the issue of trade agreements, Madam Speaker, and investment agreements. To what degree, how many do we have, and where are they? And to give me some sense of indication as to when they were actually entered into, Madam Speaker. You know, in looking at it, what I have done is just a very quick count. You know, we're talking about a dozen trade agreements with a number of countries. Many of them have actually been highlighted during the debate, Madam Speaker. I look at this as a very positive. Whenever we can get into trade arrangements, it helps build upon the relationship between countries. And we have a couple of them that, even though they have been signed, they haven't been implemented, and they won't be implemented at least until we've had the opportunity to have that debate and vote, Madam Speaker. And those two that I'm referring to would be the Canada-European Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, better known as CETA, and the Canada-Ukraine Trade Agreement, Madam Speaker, both of which I'm very proud of the efforts of this government because, yes, they might have been started, in particular the CETA agreement from years ago, but it was this Minister of International Trade that was able to pick up on that file. And for people to try to give the impression that it was a foregone conclusion, that it was something that was just going to happen, was in fact would in fact be untruthful, because the reality is that we've had to, as a government, to invest a great deal of resources and ministerial time and dependency on our bureaucracy, in particular those highly qualified individuals to assist us in negotiating on behalf of all Canadians. And I am pleased that we were in fact able to get that signature in place on October the 30th of this year, Madam Speaker. You know, it wasn't that long ago that just in front of you by a few yards, Madam Speaker, we had the president, the newly elected president of Ukraine, deliver a speech to the House of Commons here, and he talked about how he wanted to further the relationship with Canada in regards to trade with Ukraine. Madam Speaker, he put a challenge out to us to attempt to get a special Ukraine trade agreement. And that was only a few years ago, Madam Speaker. Well, when we take a look at what we have today, just back on July the 11th of 2016, where we actually had that deal signed off, Madam Speaker. Again, we appreciate the efforts that are put in by the Conservative government at the time, and at the end of the day, I'm so grateful that we've had the opportunity to sign it off, and we are anticipating debate on that, hopefully, to not only come, but even potentially to pass, and how wonderful that would be, Madam Speaker. There are still some agreements that are still being debated, at least discussed with Canadians, Madam Speaker, and I'm thinking of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, best known as the TPP. We understand in terms of where both of the opposition parties stand on that issue. We have taken a position that we want to continue to work with Canadians and other stakeholders to see where it is that we're going to be going on that particular vote, Madam Speaker. And I would anticipate in due course that we will be able to see more direction coming from the government once the thorough consultations and Canadians have had their opportunity to provide some input. And the reason why we're being so thorough specifically on the TPP is because we made a commitment to Canadians that we would, in fact, be very thorough on that, Madam Speaker. So I listed off three that are very close, at least two that are very close, and we're not too sure what's going to happen with the third one, Madam Speaker, but two that are very close, and we have another dozen deals, trade deals that have actually been implemented. But then if you take a look at the investment agreements, Madam Speaker, and this is where you would find it very interesting. I found it in terms of just reading through. You know, there's an investment agreement on the Canada and Hong Kong. Well, the bill that we're debating today deals, at least in part, with that by the taxation issues, Madam Speaker. If we continue to go through it, you will see there is, and I believe I saw it, a Canada-Israel agreement, Madam Speaker, that was actually signed off on also. Now, I'm just quickly trying to find it, Madam Speaker. I know there is the Thailand one. The Thailand one was actually signed off in January the 17th, 1997. The Israeli one is somewhat escaping me. I found the Hong Kong one here, Madam Speaker, and it was signed off on February the 10th, 2016. The Canada-Israel was actually not an investment agreement. It was indeed a trade agreement. And there is a difference, and that's the reason why I was a bit tough trying to find it there, Madam Speaker. That trade agreement with Israel was signed off in July of 1996, Madam Speaker. Now, I am not going to remind members in terms of who was in government and who was not in government. We have a very good sense that there have been political parties on both sides of this House that have recognized the value of trade. But what I want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, is that as a party, in particular this specific government, we have seen the value of trade and we have acted accordingly. we have been exceptionally aggressive at pursuing all sorts and forms of trade with our counterpart countries, and that is best illustrated by the 2 trade agreements, Madam Speaker, that I made reference to, and we have also had investment agreements that have also been signed in the last couple of 12 months. And I can make reference to either the Hong Kong one or Mongolia. Madam Speaker, it wasn't that long ago that we also had other legislation that was brought into the House. Many members might recall the World Trade Agreement and the Trade Facilitation Act that was introduced to the House, and I'm pleased to see that it passed, Madam Speaker. That was C-13. Remember, that particular agreement from the World Trade Organization represents well over 100 countries around the world. And this is, again, an agreement in which this government brought forward, as there's a certain number of countries that have to sign on in order to ultimately have it implemented. And we saw that as a high priority and brought it to the House of Commons and passed it through. Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop there. We also have an agreement on internal trade, in which is something, again, that has been debated inside this chamber. And we have seen this government take a very positive approach at not only saying, is it important that we further trade opportunities abroad, but it's also important that we look at ways in which we can take down trade barriers between provinces, Madam Speaker. That is something that we constantly hear about, Madam Speaker, and there is room for improvement and making the system better. And that's one of the reasons why you will find that if you talk to the Minister of International Trade or other ministers related to internal trade here in Canada, that it is an important issue because, again, we recognize how important it is for Canada as a whole. Madam Speaker, I started off by talking about the issue of the constituents in which I represent in Winnipeg North. And I want to emphasize that, I represent very much a working class riding. Often I have been afforded over the years to take tours of different facilities. I made reference to, for example, Flyer Industry as one of those companies. I have been afforded the opportunity to meet with many of my constituents that actually provide hard work, amazing skills, or by using amazing skills and providing hard work, we manufacture all sorts of products out of the city. I have stood inside this chamber and I've talked about the importance in particular of the hog industry. Hog industry is something of critical importance to the province of Manitoba and has derived many benefits by trade agreements. But all of those jobs that I reference are direct jobs. There are many thousands more indirect jobs that are there as a direct result of having and developing industries that actually export. And it doesn't have to be a manufactured product. I have many colleagues of mine from in particular the Ontario caucus that will boast about how technology is being developed, ideas are being developed. And this applies to many, if not all provinces, Madam Speaker, but I know that there is a fairly significant industry of ideas that are being generated, in particular in the province of Ontario, but other provinces too, that ultimately also reach out beyond Canadian borders and provide good quality jobs. I say all of this, Madam Speaker, because I truly believe that if we collectively recognize the value of trade, that we can even do that much more. I am very proud of the fact that we have a Prime Minister that is very well received virtually in all countries around the world, Madam Speaker. where there's an expectation that as a relatively new government, that we are going to be able to, bring Canada back on the international scene. And there's many ways in which people will pull for attention. For me personally, I'm hoping what we'll see is the government continue to push on the trade file, Madam Speaker, because it is so very important. When we look at the specifics again of the bill, the types of messaging that I think is important, Madam Speaker, I understand that my time has expired. I might be able to expand on that in a question or an answer possible. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The NDP, we support the harmonization and simplification of tax legislation. We don't want to see companies paying double tax. So when we heard the member, I heard the member, we're supporting this bill. I was going great until I heard him starting to talk about the middle-class tax break and how they're helping the middle class, because 2/3 of Canadians aren't getting a benefit from that. In fact, if you earn 45 grand or less, you get nothing. So that made me nervous, actually, because we were fine with this until we heard that. Madam Speaker, in 1980, there was a tax agreement with Spain, Korea, Austria, and Italy, and the tiny islands of Barbados. It profoundly changed Canada. We have the biggest economic leakage in Canadian history right now happening through that tax haven. And my question for my colleague from Winnipeg North, who I know comes from a riding where the median income I think is close to what my riding is, about $25,000 a year, so maybe lower, right? And a lot of those people don't get anything from their middle-class tax break, way more than 2/3 of Canadians. More like 3/4 of the people in his riding get nothing from their middle-class tax break. But does my colleague think that the government should propose amendments to the Canadian tax code to prevent tax cheats from using our lenient laws to avoid paying their fair share of Canadian income taxes? Because, like I said, Madam Speaker, we know that $5 to $7 billion are being lost through this treaty that's supposed to be fair with Barbados. We know that we're entering into an agreement with Taiwan and Israel, and it should be a great agreement, but we thought that, in 1980, when we signed up to do a similar deal with Barbados. How are we going to make sure that this isn't going to be repeating itself, history repeating itself? Because we know that
Excuse me, it is questions and comments, and if the member would like to make a speech, maybe he could make those arrangements to get added to the list. So the honourable member, Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes. Madam Speaker, when the member made reference to the middle-class tax cut and tries to disappoint my constituents, I think it's important that the member also acknowledge that the middle tax cuts, which is a super fantastic thing, Madam Speaker, over 9 million Canadians will benefit by it, is one aspect of a very progressive budget. I can assure my constituents by responding to the member that many of my constituents that have children, many of my constituents that are seniors and reliant on the guaranteed income supplement will be receiving literally hundreds and in some cases thousands of dollars more, and that doesn't even deal with the middle class tax cut, but it's all a part of the budget, Madam Speaker. There is a net gain for my constituents, and I'm very, very proud of that fact, Madam Speaker. With respect to the question that the member has posed with the trade and tax evasion, I share the concern about individuals that choose to avoid paying taxes, and I'm very proud of the fact that we have a minister responsible for revenue that's allocated literally, I think it's close to $400 million. Please don't quote me on it, but I believe it's close to about $400 million to fight tax evaders and tax evasion, Madam Speaker. I see that as a good thing. It's one of those things, if you take it all together, Madam Speaker, I would highly recommend the member might want to reconsider his position on the budget, because a majority of his constituents will benefit by this budget.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Certainly these are important issues, and I might recommend to him a fact-finding trip to Taiwan and Israel in the month of February. I know I'd certainly be prepared to pick up the slack in this place. I want to ask him about the trade initiatives of this government, because we are seeing legislation come forward that kind of follows through with and implements things that were begun under the previous government. And we're pleased to see this bill come forward. We're pleased to see the continuation and the following through of that. But we hope as well to see this government undertake additional new initiatives on trade. So I wonder, we're seeing the Canada Free Trade deal next week, which was something that was begun under the previous government. We've had CETA again negotiated under the previous government. Could the member maybe tell us, are there additional new trade initiatives that this government is undertaking? We're pleased to see the continuation of those things, but also we would like to see actual additional proposals, because it's so important that we continue to move forward with this trade agenda well into the future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend across the way, and I can understand why it is the Conservatives are a little nervous about this issue, Madam Speaker, because if you take a look at it, according to the Parliamentary Library, and the response I had when I asked the question how many trade agreements there are, in essence there's 12. 12 trade agreements according to the Parliamentary Library, and I could list off the countries, or I can provide the information to my colleague across the way. And I think what makes the Conservatives nervous, Madam Speaker, is they didn't quite get the job done on the CETA agreement. So when the CETA agreement was actually signed off, and our minister who did an outstanding job in finalizing it and getting it across the goal line, that's, the Conservatives used to count that as 28 trade agreements. So if we use their math, it would mean that they are actually being outperformed by this government in less than 12 months of action, which took them more than 10 years. So I know that they'll be a little sensitive. They don't like to be outperformed. But I can tell the member that, even if you look at the bottom line of trade deficits and so forth, that one of the things that the Liberals have consistently done is delivered trade surpluses. And the best case in point is the multi-billion-dollar trade surplus that Mr. Harper had inherited, and he turned that into a deficit. Now we're hoping in time, to be able to try to turn Mr. Harper's, path towards ongoing trade deficits into a more positive lighting. It might take us a while. So we understand the importance of trade agreements. We will continue to push for trade agreements. I have a personal favorite, that being the Philippines. I'd love to see, we have a bit of an agreement that's there. I'd love to be able to see something more, but that's more of a personal thing. I can assure the member that we have a very aggressive government that will continue to look for opportunities that will expand Canada's trading opportunities and if that means an agreement, an association, or just looking at some side agreements and working with our provinces and different stakeholders, we're prepared to do that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And he used this favorite Liberal phrase, "didn't get it done." Don't let the Foreign Affairs Minister hear you use that phrase. It might bring back some bad memories. I want to just follow up on his comments about CETA, though, because I think the member knows that we negotiated it. It was gift wrapped, given to the government, and through various shenanigans and attempts to put their stamp on it, we almost lost that deal. And in the end, certainly, we were very happy to see that completed. It's in Canada's best interest. Look, we're in a not bad place when it comes to trade. If the Liberals are trying to compete with us on trade, they're going to have a hard time doing it. But if they can try and compete with our trade record, hopefully that's an effort that they'll undertake, and hopefully they'll try and learn policy lessons from us in other areas. Now, he spoke as well about the deficit. I think he knows that we had a balanced budget at the end of the previous government's tenure, that the debt-to-GDP ratio went down under Stephen Harper from about 34% to 31%. Projections are that they will go up to 38% now under this new finance minister. So this government talks about their economic record. I wonder if, since the member brought up deficits, he'll use this opportunity to tell us, when will this government bring us back to balanced budgets? I've asked this questions many times and still haven't gotten an answer. I know the member for Winnipeg North will be able to concisely drill down and give us the response to that question. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to go back to the CETA comments. I wonder, how the member would feel if I was to present him a half-knit sweater for Christmas, and package it up. At the end of the day, the Conservatives need to recognize that yes, and we recognize, honestly, we recognize that the Conservatives did do some work on the CETA. We've acknowledged that, Madam Speaker. But to try to give the impression, we had leaders in Europe that had a very difficult time, and it was off the tracks. If it was not for a very aggressive Minister of International Affairs working with the Parliamentary Secretary and a Prime Minister that was prepared to pick up the discussions and carry it over the goal line, we would not have that CETA agreement, Madam Speaker. And that is the reality. It was signed off by this government, and it doesn't mean that we can't share in the glory, because at the end of the day, Canadians and Canada's middle class will benefit by it, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Maintenant, est-ce que la Chambre est prête?
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows.
No, seconded by Ms. Le Boutillier, move that Bill S4 enact to implement a convention and an arrangement for the avoidance of double taxation and the prevention of fiscal evasion with respect to taxes on income, and to amend an act in respect of a similar agreement be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Plaît-il à la Chambre d'adopter?
Is it the pleasure of those to adopt the motion? Carried.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Point of order, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find it the will of the House to call it 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30? Therefore, it's carried. Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business. Resuming consideration of motion M47, instruction to the Standing Committee on Health, Violent and Sexual Online Material, in the name of Mr. Bierce.
The resuming debate, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'll be honest, when this topic came up, I never thought it'd be something that I'd be discussing here in the House of Commons. And I know when my parents watch this, because we discussed this a lot last night, they too will be surprised with some of the information that I'm going to be sharing with them. But to start off, I would really like to thank the member from Peace River Westlock for introducing such a timely bill. Currently in the status of women, we are studying violence against young women and girls. And through that study, I have learned more than I ever expected to learn. And I think it's really important for all Canadians to know about this important topic regarding pornography and the necessity for this Health Committee to study the effects of pornography and such. So I'm going to start off with a little story, and I'm just kind of going to go off the cuff on this. And you know, there was a member that I sit on with the Standing Up Committee for Status of Women, and she will laugh at the fact that I'm telling this story because it's something that is a little embarrassing once in a while. So I'll start with a commercial called The Boys. And The Boys, I will ask everybody in this house to go home and watch this advertisement called The Boys regarding some underwear made by an Australian company, and the underwear's name is Bold. So this commercial I first viewed on my flight back from the Status of Women, some work that I did with them, and I viewed this, and it was one of the award-winning commercials regarding this underwear product. And so on Air Canada, this nice flight, I'm watching this commercial, and it's two testicles, and they're talking about how comfortable this underwear is, and sometimes how uncomfortable this underwear is. I found the humor absolutely hilarious because it's the type of humor that anyone who ever watched Seinfeld would be engaged with. It was a little off the cuff, a little oh my goodness, I can't believe they said that, but at the same time, extremely witty. So the first thing I did was I went home and I said to my husband, you have to watch this commercial. It's absolutely hilarious. Now, this is a commercial that has 2 segments right now, part 1 and part 2. I believe there may be a part 3 as well. But I allowed my son, who is also 13 years old, to watch it because I recognize what's appropriate and inappropriate. I also think parenting is very, very important. But what happened is, after watching part 1 and 2 of these commercials, we were on an automatic loop. And the next thing came up was pornography. And it was regarding 2 young girls and a young man. And I will let you know, we could not run faster to that clicker so that we did not have to show our 13-year-old son what was actually going to be playing next. So it was one of those embarrassing moments where you sit there and go, wow, how did we get to this from an underwear commercial that is played on television in Australia 24 hours a day? How would pornography come out of this? Now, it's really great because in the status of women, we're also studying about algorithms. And I see the parliamentary secretary here, and she too would understand, and I'm sorry for pointing that out, but she would understand the things that we're studying and how algorithms is a huge part of about violence against women and girls in this study. So, you know, we looked at this algorithms this week, and it talked about pornography and how, you know, you put certain things in the search engine, and with algorithms and crumbles, the crumbles that will show what you've watched in the past, how they will send you to something. Now, of course, in my home, the first thing I said was, who is watching pornography? How did we possibly get this coming out after watching 1 and 2 videos? Of course, I had to ask every single person, and everyone saying, no, I didn't watch it. So the first thing I did was I went to my BlackBerry, or not my BlackBerry, I actually use an iPhone now, slight commercial, but on my iPhone, I did the exact same search. And I can promise you that not once has the word pornography been put in the search engine under my iPhone. So I kind of look at it as a safe place because there shouldn't be any crumbs that are leading to this. The third thing that came up after viewing part 1 and part 2 of this commercial was pornography. So somehow this is being linked in. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is because I understand from all the studies that we have done that there is a huge majority of young boys at the age of 11 who have already watched pornography or have come across it. And I'd really like to thank the member who has brought forward this motion about the work that he has done with the Over 18. There's a documentary currently out called Over 18, and it really focuses on the pornography industry and the effects of the pornography industry. And during this, while watching this viewing of Over 18, we had it here in the House of Commons last month, they had a young boy from Ontario, I believe, who talked about the fact that every single day he was watching pornography. And he wasn't just watching it 1 segment or 2 segments, but he was watching it sometimes up to 5 times a day. Now, his parents found out about this, and the first thing they did, of course, was have a discussion with him about the pornography. But this was caused by the fact that they noticed a huge change in their son's behavior. And they're stating that they watched a huge digression of their son's behavior towards his sisters. The fact that he had become much more violent with them, and it became much more of a violent situation. And so it was really quite unbelievable for these parents that they were having to discuss healthy relationships and sex with their young son. I believe he was 11 or 12 years old at the time. In this documentary, Over 18, they also talk about the desensitization of pornography and the views and the effects that it has on healthy relationships. And just last week, or the week before, I'm sorry, I was at a breakfast with a professor who has done tons and tons of work around this country and around the world on pornography and the effects of pornography. Some of the things she talked about included a discussion that she had with a 12-year-old who asked, is strangling while having sex the right thing? Because he understood that that was normal. And what's happened is things like this violent relationship stuff at the age of 12 is now being introduced to our young children. I'm a mother of 5. I have 2 young girls and 3 young boys. And, you know, I am very, very concerned with what we're actually seeing. And when we talk about pornography, what is happening to healthy relationships. I think this study is very timely, especially when we see the effects of pornography on our young children and our families and our relationships, especially since it has not been studied for over 30 years. And we have now been introduced to the internet. 30 years ago, when you were looking at pornography, it would have been something as simple as a Playboy. And my husband will share the stories of coming across Playboys many, many years ago, you know, when they're at friends' houses or things like that. And, you know, those were the things that 14 and 15-year-old boys would get their hands on. But now it's gone much, much greater and much further to the craziness, where we're seeing violent behavior towards young girls and women, and even young boys as well. And we have to recognize the effects that it's having on our relationships. During the study of violence against women, we had a lady in by the name of Jane Bailey. Now, Jane Bailey says there is absolutely a correlation between pornography and violence against women. And I think that if we're going to continue wanting to make sure that we have a world of equality, a country where there is no violence, a country where women and children are treated properly, that we need to look at pornography as a huge issue. You know, as I say, I'm a mom, and I think for any parent who is in this chamber today, or anyone watching, they too are going to be concerned. And you know, it's really, really important that as parents, we know what's on the internet. We recognize that places like Google and Twitter and Facebook are doing as much as they possibly can when it talks about removing some of these horrible images off at the internet, but we need to do more. And we need to do more because what's happening is pornography is desensitizing normal, healthy relationships. What is a normal, healthy relationship is something we can always discuss, and we see that it expands and changes all the time. But what we've done is there's healthy relationships when we see that pornography is there, and we know that over 80% of our young boys are watching pornography. What is it going to do to them when it comes to having a healthy relationship? And those are some huge concerns that I have. So I think this is the most timely that we can do, and that we should be studying this in the Health Committee. And I also urge the Status of Women Committee to make sure that this is something that's very important on the report that we're going to be doing about violence against women, because we need to see the correlation between pornography and what it is doing to our country, to our young boys and girls, to our families, the abuse that we see that occurs because of this. And I think I appreciate all the work that the member from Peace River Westlock has done on this to bring it to the committee, to bring it to the House of Commons so that we can have a conversation and make sure that we are recognizing what is healthy and what is unhealthy. And I recognize that as a parent that whenever I come across this pornography, that it is extremely unhealthy. I thank you so much for the time, and once again, I thank the member for bringing this forward. I recognize that many members, and I'm seeing the heads nod with me today, I recognize many of the members understand this really, really important topic, and I thank you for the time.
Resuming debates. Reprise de débat. L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak today in favor of Bill M47, which calls on the Standing Committee on Health to study the effects of violent and degrading sexually explicit material. Such a study will support Canada's commitment to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. It will also contribute to reaching the goals of the 2013 Sustainable Development Program, i.e. eliminating all forms of violence against women and girls and combating abuse, exploitation, and the trafficking in children, as well as all forms of violence and torture they are victims of.
Egan appointed lawyer Paul D.K. Fraser to head a committee to examine current issues related to pornography and to recommend legal and social reforms. In 1985, the committee issued its report. In that pre-internet world, cyberbullying was not even imagined. In its report, the Fraser Committee made 108 recommendations. They were based on principles of equality of women and men, that society must protect children and that human sexuality and sexual relationships reflect an inherent mutuality and respect. These recommendations remain as relevant today as they were 30 years ago. They serve as a foundation for addressing the issues we now face. The Internet brought a whole new world, including instant access to information and communication and worldwide connectivity. However, it also made it possible for criminals to target, isolate, and harm people through the modern-day crime of cyberbullying. La cyberintimidation.
Cyberbullying occurs when people use computers, cell phones, or other apparatus to embarrass, humiliate, torment, threaten, or harass another person. It usually occurs over an extended period of time. The frequency and intensity of the abuse increase over time, and the victim feels more and more degraded and helpless. Cyberbullying can take several forms, from sharing humiliating photos to a never-ending number of scornful texts. It can also lead to tragic consequences, and the harmful effects of cyberbullying are particularly troubling when children and young people are the victims. The suicides of Amanda Todd in BC in 2012 and Rehtaeh Parsons in Nova Scotia in 2013 illustrate the tragic consequences of cyberbullying. Amanda was barely 17 years old when she died, and Rehtaeh 15. Two teenage girls at the opposite extremes of the country, but both were victims of toxic cyberbullying. They were traumatized. It happened for a long time. Both were harassed and humiliated to death. Their suffering and their death were senseless and confirmed the urgent need to put an end to cyberbullying. In Canada, almost one teenager out of 10 reports having been a victim of cyberbullying on a social network, and 18% of Canadian parents say their child has experienced cyberbullying. The vast majority of Canadians want steps taken to combat cyberbullying. According to a poll in 2012, 90% of Canadian men and women believe that the use of electronics to intimidate, bully, and harass are causes of significant emotional distress and should be made illegal. Our government has heard the concerns of Canadians and is taking the necessary steps to put an end to this problem.
Mandated the Minister of Status of Women to work with experts and advocates to develop and implement a federal strategy against gender-based violence. As a result, in June 2016, our government established the Advisory Council on the Federal Strategy Against Gender-Based Violence. The Advisory Council serves as a forum to exchange views, promising practices, and research on issues related to gender-based violence. The Advisory Council members represent a range of sectors and bring a diverse range of knowledge, skill, and areas of expertise, including expertise in prevention, survivor support, justice, and other systemic responses. Over the summer, the Minister and I held 13 roundtables across Canada on a wide range of issues related to gender-based violence. In July, a roundtable on youth and online gender-based violence took place in Toronto. This roundtable explored the influence of social media on GBV with a particular focus on youth. Stakeholders discussed actions our government could take toward preventing and addressing different forms of online GBV among youth, and on the specific experiences of at-risk populations. Stakeholders at the event included young people under the age of 24, anti-violence researchers and advocates, and representatives from frontline youth and feminist organizations, and from industry organizations engaged in media and online safety. These roundtable discussions brought forward a range of effective approaches to addressing online GBV and its impact on youth. To name just a few, the need to look at root and systemic causes, including patriarchy, sexism, racism, and capitalism. The importance of challenging the separation of online violence and real-life violence, where online violence may be seen as less serious than other forms of violence. The imperative of taking an intersectional approach, which is all-inclusive. And fourth, the need to be youth-centered, as these are among the most vulnerable. Le programme de...
Status of Women Canada's Women's Program continues to fund projects, the purpose of which is to put an end to violence against women and girls and to prevent and eliminate cyber violence. One project by Safe City Mississauga supports inter-community networks of girls who act as ambassadors in schools and young youth groups in order to find better ways to put an end to cyber violence. Another project from Toronto Victim Services brings together young women and girls, school boards, police officers, people from digital businesses and other local stakeholders to improve data collection, the exchange of knowledge, and coordination of cyber violence interventions, especially when there's sexual violence against young women and girls. Our government understands that violence, gender-based violence, is a significant public health issue here and in other places in the world, an issue with lasting consequences for individuals, families, and society. We are determined to protect the health and safety of all Canadians and to prevent violence in all its forms and to support victims through our national strategy for child protection against sexual exploitation on the internet. Public Safety Canada is working in partnership with the National Centre for Coordination Against Child Abuse of the RCMP, the Department of Justice, and the Canadian Centre for the Protection of Children, which is a charitable organization, in order to implement our strategy, which will make it possible to prosecute cyber predators and to catch them and to raise awareness among the public.
First ever to have such easy access to worldwide communications. As a government, we must remain steadfast in ensuring they are not also the first generation to be harmed by easy access to the World Wide Web. Motion M47 is a way to gain deeper knowledge and understanding of the health effects of online violence and degrading sexually explicit material, and an important stepping stone toward preventing and eliminating online crimes. This is why I am pleased to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Hear, hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today's topic of conversation might be a little bit awkward for some. I'm going to talk about sex. But I'm not talking about sex between two people who have consented as adults. I'm talking about sexual acts performed for the sake of entertaining a remote audience. I'm talking about pornography, an industry that targets young people to get them hooked on their product as children in order to profit from them for life. I'm talking about an industry that produces a product that portrays violent, degrading, and dehumanizing acts toward women. I'm talking about a product that plays a significant role in shaping the development and attitudes of our nation's young people. We no longer exist in the year of 1985, a time when those who wanted to access pornographic materials had to enter a public place and pay for said materials. In the digital age, there is no store clerk to verify a user's name. In fact, many children are not even looking for pornography when they stumble across it for their first time on the internet. This is 2016. Where there is Wi-Fi, there is access to pornography. The videos that are often accessed, however, are not your so-called miracle of life educational videos. The videos that are most often accessed nowadays are in fact violent in nature. The material that I refer to often goes by the label hardcore. These videos are graphic, these videos are exploitive, these videos are dehumanizing, sadistic, aggressive, and altogether violent. They are humiliating. They routinely show men ignoring consent and performing sexual acts on women against their will. And these videos are readily available and easily accessed by children during school hours and at home. This is deeply concerning because there is a growing body of medical research that is showing that early age exposure to sexually explicit material is harmful to the development of young people. Exposure to sexually explicit material does the following. It influences youth's sexual values, attitudes, beliefs, and behavior. It shapes youth's expectations of relationships and love. It incites youth to experiment sexually before they are ready or prepared, and also gives them expectations of body image which are often unrealistic. It can lead to compulsive behavior and addiction, and it feeds the demand for sex trafficking and sex workers and lures youth into a field that they would not otherwise enter. And most alarmingly, it shapes the attitudes of boys and men toward women, and it blurs the boundaries of consent. The average age of first exposure among boys is the age 12. This is often before they have hit puberty or have had the opportunity to receive proper sex education or an understanding of consent. In fact, many young people are reporting that pornography serves as their primary source of information with regards to sex. Mr. Speaker, this is extremely frightening, given that 90% of mainstream sexually explicit content features violence against women, and in fact goes so far as to normalize it. It comes as no surprise, then, that young people who watch violent pornography are significantly more likely to hold a negative attitude towards other genders. They are also more likely to engage in sexually aggressive behavior, including non-consensual violent acts toward women. Several studies have shown that youth who view pornography engage in higher levels of delinquent behavior, and due to higher incidences of depressive symptoms and decreased emotional bonding, often lack in their social development. Louise Roth, director of the Caribou Child and Youth Center, has noted that positive messaging about gender and relationship equality, consent, and respect are undermined by this mainstream industry, which promotes and endorses sexual and physical violence. End of quote. The issue of pornography is not just an issue of physical security for women and girls, but of the mental effects and brain development of our nation's young people. Viewing pornography can shift a young person's psychological and emotional perception of other genders, and it further creates a flawed perception of what it looks like to be in a healthy sexual relationship. Viewing pornography causes women to go from being a sister, a daughter, a niece, a neighbor, a person, to being little more than just an object. Women become a hair color, an age, a body type, a breast size, or simply a living sex toy. Because of the quantity of pornography that is consumed by individuals, the values that are taught in school and at home are simply just not enough. They become overwhelmed. Dr. Victor Klein, a researcher in psychology, stated that, open quote, "In the scientific world, the question of pornography effects is no longer a hot issue. The scientists and professionals are no longer pretending not to know," end quote. Everybody knows that pornography can cause harm. It can also change people's sexual appetites, values, and behaviors. And it can also condition people into deviancy and cause addictive behavior. The president of the Australian Medical Association has also noted that there has been an increase in sexually transmitted diseases and violent practices which are not the norm and are accompanied by the availability of porn. This is resulting in physical and mental harm in youth. In Canada, we prohibit young people from access to alcohol or tobacco because of the negative impact on their healthy development. We delay their ability to access these substances because they have not reached the age of majority, the time when our society considers youth capable of making a fully informed decision. So why are we allowing pornography then to go unregulated when it too has a negative impact on the development of our young people? PhD Gail Hines likens the unregulation of pornography to, open quote, standing outside a convenience store handing out cigarettes to kids, end quote. Surprisingly, Parliament has not studied the impact of sexually explicit content since 1985, well before the Internet existed. And that is over 30 years, as my honourable colleague has already pointed out. And during this time, of course, there have been huge advancements in terms of how pornography has evolved. The worldwide revenue from porn is estimated at $57 billion, which is more than Microsoft, it's more than Google, it's more than Amazon, eBay, Yahoo, or Apple. The mainstreaming of pornography increases daily. This is having a significant impact on how boys grow up perceiving women and thus treat them during adulthood. 1 in 3 women will experience sexual assault in their lifetime. 1 in 3 women will be harassed, inappropriately touched, taken advantage of, or forced into sexual acts against their will. And 1 in 3 of these women will be under the age of 16. These are women and girls in Canada, our daughters, our granddaughters, our nieces, and our sisters. It took a generation of feminists to legalize pornography in North America. Pornography was seen as a positive force for the liberation of a woman's sexuality. 4 decades later, a new generation of feminists is now fighting against the negative impact that pornography is having on their lives. It is truly scary how many boys don't understand that no does in fact mean no. At Standing Committee on the Status of Women, which I'm a part of, Rita Patterson's mother explained to us how one of the boys that raped her daughter didn't even understand that what he did was in fact rape. He felt that it was just simply appropriate sexual behavior with a peer. That peer has committed suicide. We need to understand the impact that pornography is having on our young people. We need to change the attitudes and behaviors that are fueling violence against women and girls. As policymakers, we have a shared responsibility to take a stand for the health and the well-being of all Canadians. We have a particular obligation to ensure the healthy development of our children. Today, I respectfully ask my colleagues from all sides of the House to support motion M47. Because together we can help ensure that women and girls are treated with dignity instead of degradation, as human beings instead of objects. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise today and contribute to this critical debate. Before getting elected, I had the honor of serving on the board of a local organization in my constituency called Saffron Centre that works on education as well as on counseling in terms of violence against women. So this is an issue that is very important to me, and I think is important to all members in this House, and speaks to this critical problem of violence against women. I think there is a consensus across parties about the importance of addressing this issue through new strategies, perhaps new legislative mechanisms, and I think this can be a major project of this Parliament, that we not only pass this motion, which by all indication is going to pass with flying colors, but that we also use the resulting study to move forward with some legislative changes that are going to make a real difference in terms of countering violence against women. So we have this desire to confront these issues in this House. And it's so important in that context of confronting violence against women that we think about what I would call these sources of false belief that contribute to violence against women. Why do people do bad things, in this particular case, in the way that we're talking about? Well, probably in many cases because they have false beliefs about those actions. They think that what they are doing or would do is okay. Perhaps they think that it is normal. Perhaps they think that it will make them happy. So when we talk about countering violence against women, we have to really dig into what are the sources of these false beliefs and how do we counter them. Much of the discussion about responding to violence against women, but also other kinds of social ills, is to talk about the importance of education. And education certainly is very important. But if you have education happening on the one hand, but people developing false beliefs as a result of something else happening on the other side, then there's kind of a push and pull effect there. So you need to deal with the positive education, but also the countering of misinformation and looking at the sources of that misinformation. I would argue as well that underneath all that, you need to pay attention to the development of character, because people's tendency to accept false beliefs versus true beliefs is ultimately going to be shaped by their character. Now, when we talk about the origins of false beliefs, I actually think we have a problem in language, because when we speak in English about education, that always necessarily has a positive connotation. We have a word to describe providing people with true and useful and good information, and the process of providing that information being education. We don't really have a corresponding word to describe when people, by viewing images that prevent distortions or by receiving false information, they come to absorb and believe things that are not true, that have an injurious impact on their well-being, on the community. We don't really have a word for this latter phenomenon. You might call it miseducation, though, the opposite of education. And it's not ignorance. It's absorbing information that is wrong, but coming to believe that through whether it's viewing movies or reading books, whatever the source of information may be. When I think about this distinction between education and miseducation, you might want to reflect on a quote from C.S. Lewis that I quite like, and I've mentioned at the Status of Women Committee before. He said, "Education without values, as useful as it is, seems rather to make man a more clever devil." And right now, Mr. Speaker, we have a crisis of sexual violence on our university campuses. And this should be troubling for the obvious reason, but also because these are supposed to be hubs for the most educated people, for our current and future leaders. And yet, in the presence of so much education, there is also this huge problem of sexual violence and other forms of gender-based violence. And I think this should give us pause if we think that positive consent education is the fullness of the solution. It's part of a solution. But we need also then to look for what are the sources of false belief, because this is the reality that happens to young boys often today. Their first exposures to sexuality are viewing violent pornography at a very, very young age, often before they've even reached their teenage years. So over the course of their teenage years, they've viewed significant amounts of violent pornography. They've come to develop these false beliefs about what is okay, about what is normal, about what will make them happy. And then, yes, they have teachers and authority figures who tell them consent, consent, consent. But so much of their formative sexual experiences have told them something completely different. So if we just provide the positive education side and we don't respond to this miseducation, this shaping of perceptions and beliefs from a false negative direction, then we'll really be missing a critical part of the battle. If we want to address violence against women, and I think all of us in this House do, then we have to say, what are the opportunities for us to provide good and true information about consent? And on the other hand, how do we respond to these sources of false belief that are really a central cause of the violence against women that we see? And this is what this motion asks us to do. It asks us to start by undertaking a study at the Health Committee about these impacts. But again, I hope that honourable members, either through private members' business or that the government will be prepared to take the next step after this study and to look for legislative responses. And I want to say that part of the reason we likely have not addressed this up until now is some very legitimate concerns that exist about civil liberties when you talk about possible restrictions on pornography that we might put in place. And it's important to have that discussion because civil liberties are important and need to be protected in the context of any action that we take in this respect. But there's a few points that I want to make specifically in my remaining time about civil liberties. And the first point is that civil liberties always entail exceptions for children, that we do not allow children the same liberties as we allow adults. And that is because it is important that a person, before they are able to exercise their full freedom in the interests of themselves and the wider community, that they have some degree of personal formation, that they have a sense of the way the world works at a basic level before they are prepared to fully manage their own affairs. That's fairly obvious, Mr. Speaker, and that's how the world operates on so many other fronts. Now, therefore, for the law to step in and look for ways to protect children, or at least to make sure that children are not accessing certain kinds of material without the awareness or oversight of their parents, I think that's a legitimate activity of the law. We're talking about something different if we were talking about adults. But the reality is that there is this formative process of absorbing these false beliefs about the relationship between violence and sex that often starts very, very young. In fact, it often starts well before the age of legal consent. The second point I want to make on civil liberties is that I think we need to recognize the potentially addictive and choice-distorting nature of pornography. Very often we put restrictions on people's liberty to do certain things if we recognize that for instance, in the case of drugs, that the consumption of a drug will limit their ability to make choices in the future, that it can lead to a level of addiction that will make it very hard for them to make a different choice in the future that will make a different choice that will be better for their well-being and happiness. So especially when we talk about this interaction of children with something that's potentially addictive, that's where we can get into a real problem. And you can see then many of these cases where young boys, before they really have any sense of what they're getting into, go through this process of finding themselves addicted and developing these false beliefs that will have negative social repercussions. Finally, very briefly, as quickly as I can say it, that our intellectual foundations when it comes to rights are connected with a deeper conception of justice, that the origin to say that a person has a right to a thing is necessarily rooted in a concept of justice in terms of what is owed them in a good society. So we need to start from a place of what is a just and a good society look like if we're going to have a coherent conversation about how we apply rights in this case. And very clearly, I think a just and a good society is not one in which very young boys are getting pornography addictions, and that's shaping their attitudes about violence against women as they grow older. Again, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to supporting this motion, and I hope it leads to strong next steps to confront this significant problem. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Please the débat. Accordingly, I invite the honourable member for Peace River Westlock for his right of reply. The honourable member has up to 5 minutes. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak once more on my motion M47. I want to start by acknowledging the support from the members of all parties and expressing my appreciation for that support as it has been shown throughout this debate. It was encouraging to hear the speeches from members in each party. Many points they raised were points that I had wanted to include in my initial speech, but just didn't have the time to do so. For example, my colleague from Calgary Nose Hill discussed issues around consent and youth education. The parliamentary secretary noted the staggering 342% increase in reports of child sexual abuse online over the 4 years at cybertip.ca. The member from Abitibi Temkaming and St. Hyacinth Begot both spoke about the health impacts of sexually explicit material on an increasing number of young men who are developing erectile dysfunction. So I thank them for their important contributions that they made to this debate, as well as the honourable members who have spoken today. Mr. Speaker, Since the last hour of debate, the support for M47 has grown. There are now over 50 organizations from across Canada who support M47. Just yesterday, I received a letter of support from the Colchester Sexual Assault Centre, which is coincidentally based in the riding of the chair of the Health Committee. The executive director wrote, "Unfortunately, online pornography has become the main source of sex education for our youth, and research has shown the damaging effects on personal sexual development and relationships. While we believe there is no simple solution to this epidemic, it is a necessary first step to help address the pervasive impact of sexualized violence in our community and culture." Dr. Kim Roberts, a professor of psychology at Wilfrid Laurier University, who is a researcher on child development and memory, and also a consultant on the thousands of cases of child sexual abuse, wrote to MPs in support of M47, stating, "The issues in this topic are not simply moral. They are very real consequences of exposure and or participation in sexual activities before it is appropriate for children. Further, the way that sexual content is presented does not project the ideals of equality in sexuality. As child victim grows up, they see themselves as someone else's property or to be manipulated as they wish." In a letter of support from the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, the organization responsible for CyberTip, the executive director, Leanna McDonald, writes, "Numerous studies have examined how viewing violent pornography that depicts the dehumanization of women can harmfully shape children's development of values about healthy sexual relations. And these are not just statistics. These are our children, the ones growing up with these distorted views of healthy relationships, and the ones growing up to be treated as a body instead of a person. It is our job to teach them otherwise." The Centre to End All Sexual Exploitation in Edmonton writes, "We think it's important to understand the multiple health impacts and to create prevention initiatives and support programs to assist Canadians of all ages who want help to stop viewing violent and sexually degrading materials. Research will enable all of us to better understand and create the appropriate responses." During the first hour of debate, one of my colleagues from the NDP asked why I had not tried to introduce this directed motion at the Health Committee instead of debating it here first. One of the reasons I introduced M47 in this chamber is that I believe that it is such an important issue that it warrants the attention of this House and all MPs. I also believe the impact of strong all-party support for M47 will resonate across our country at the provincial, municipal levels and significantly increase awareness about online sexual violence from coast to coast to coast. In fact, inspired by Motion 47, in the past month, the Alberta School Boards Association voted strongly in favor of integrating education on the harmful impacts of pornography into the provincial curriculum. A Manitoba MLA made a statement in the Manitoba legislature on sexual violence online, and 3 municipalities in British Columbia, the City of Victoria, the City of Colwood, and the District of Highlands, formally passed resolutions in support of the study. Mr. Speaker, boys and girls are not born with the idea that violence and degradation are a normal part of sexual activity. They are taught that by a multi-billion-dollar industry that sexual violence is normal and acceptable. This has to stop. Mr. Speaker, I have a daughter and I have a son. And just like all members of this House, I want to see them grow up and develop attitudes of respect instead of objectification, of affection instead of coercion. We can do better for all of our youth, and I look forward to working with stakeholders, parents, my colleagues, and those on the Health Committee to find solutions that foster healthy development of youth, increase child protection, and reduces violence. Again, I thank my colleagues for their support on this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Beerson, seconded by Ms. Rempel, moved that the Standing Committee on Health be instructed to examine the public health effects of the ease of access and viewing of online violent and degrading sexually explicit material on children, women, and men, recognizing and respecting the provincial and territorial jurisdictions in this regard, and that the said committee report its findings to the House no later than July 2017. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes? Not hearing any noes? Carried. Pursuant. Oh, no, we're going to do that. And now, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I would like to explain why I asked to raise this question in the adjournment debate. A dream for the people of Trois-Rivières and also of the people of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, my colleagues' riding, is a frequent train service. Because the last train, the last passenger train to come through Trois-Rivières was in 1990. And now the rail is talking about a high-frequency rail service on dedicated rails on the north shore of the St. Lawrence, and everyone is waiting impatiently for important data. And so when I asked the question in the House, why was I unsatisfied with the answer? Well, because the government's investing a fair bit into Via Rail, but they have nothing concrete to do with the high-frequency rail project. And this is the project that I want to focus on. The only number that I got was the number for a study. There's a feasibility study for participating in funding this project from Via Rail. And on that issue, on November 21st, 2015, the Minister of Transport indicated in an interview with La Presse that he's looking closely at the high-frequency rail project on dedicated tracks for Via Rail. This September 9th, 2016, he said that he was continuing to study Via Rail's project. October 21st, 2016, I asked a question in the House about it, and you'll say the government told me that they're studying it. I asked the question again at the Transport Committee to the Minister recently, and I got the same answer. Still, I got the answer that the project is being studied. So, with that in mind, where $33 million has been devoted to studying this project, a study that's been underway since at least 2015, my question is very simple, Mr. Speaker. When will the government conclude its study and stand up in favor of money for the high-frequency rail project from Via Rail on a dedicated corridor on the north shore of the St. Lawrence River with a stop in Trois-Rivières to serve not only the community of Trois-Rivières but all of Mauricie, with a stop that we're all waiting for, because a train coming through would be a major change in the economic nature of the entire Mauricie region. Imagine the day when you could take the train from Trois-Rivières to Montreal or Trois-Rivières to Quebec City in under 60 minutes and do it several times a day. Well, it's clear that Mauricie, which already has a high standard of living, would be added to the comfort of traveling by train. It would allow everyone living in Trois-Rivières to work in either Montreal or Quebec City. And I have no doubt that my colleague and myself would often find ourselves in the same train to come work in Ottawa. So when will this train come to life, Mr. Speaker?
Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member from Trois-Rivières, Quebec, for the opportunity to share our government's vision for the future of transportation in Canada and how passenger rail in particular fits with that long-term view. Building a national transportation system that is fluid in its operations, organic in its connection to Canada, and responsive to meeting the needs of our society and economy are critical to increased growth and better service. That is why our government allocated $3.3 million to support a comprehensive assessment of VIA's high-frequency rail proposal. Via Rail proposes to reduce overall operating funding requirements from government and reinvigorate its services in the Quebec City-Windsor corridor by investing in dedicated passenger rail service. And I know my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance, and the member from Mauricie, Champlain, is very excited about that. VIA believes that dedicated tracks would allow it to set schedules and frequencies to satisfy demand for passenger rail service by Canadians while providing a potentially greener mode of transportation. I recognize the interests expressed by the people of Trois-Rivières, Mr. Speaker, among many other Quebecers and Canadians alike with regard to VIA's high-frequency rail proposal. They can be assured that ongoing dialogue and consultations will remain an integral part of the process going forward. We are very interested in VIA Rail's proposal as it aligns with this government's vision for the future of transportation in this country. The proposal offers a range of potential benefits, relieving congestion, boosting economic development, delivering a more efficient and sustainable rail transportation system, Mr. Speaker, and reducing Canada's transportation-related environmental footprint. We are committed to laying the groundwork for a transportation system of the future for Canada that will be safer and more secure, innovative and green, and sensitive to the needs of the traveller. VIA Rail's proposal is one of several options being considered for the future of passenger rail in Canada. Our government will take the time to not only carry out an in-depth assessment of the proposal, Mr. Speaker, but also to fully consider other options available for delivering a safe and efficient intercity passenger rail service in Canada over the long term. I can assure the member opposite and Canadians that this government has already begun its assessment of VIA Rail's high-frequency rail proposal, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to communicating further with Canadians on the outcome.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize in the answer that I just heard a certain number of principles that I share, obviously, but I still haven't had an answer to my question on a deadline. You know, when we give a contract to someone to do a study, we give them a date where we want to see the report. And maybe sometimes the date can be extended, but there is a deadline, and the government's unable to give me a deadline on the end of this study. Do I have to understand then, Mr. Speaker, that the government is constantly pushing this study back to try and get this project to fit into funding that will be given by an eventual infrastructure bank, which would mean that the cost charged to passengers would probably be higher to that which would be charged if this project were to go into the infrastructure plan financed by the government. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to again thank the member opposite for raising this subject, a subject of interest to him, and of course my good friend from the riding of Mauricie, Champlain. Our government's long-term vision for Canada's transportation network is a future where alternative and green modes of transportation are widely used. A future where air, rail, and transit are more integrated and seamless. A future where the Canadian traveling experience is better and more affordable. VIA Rail's high-frequency rail proposal offers promising benefits that would put us on track, pun intended, Mr. Speaker, to meeting those goals. We will work diligently to determine the best approach for passenger rail service in Canada in a way that best fits into our vision for the future of transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this adjournment debate, and I'd like to bring your attention to a scandal which is getting bigger and bigger and which is destroying Canadians' trust in our democratic system because of the old Liberal Party culture when it comes to political funding. I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, that as time goes on, the more time passes, the more opportunities we have to ask the Commissioner of Ethics and Conflicts of Interest to apply and look at the directive set out in the government's document for an open and responsible government, which was published by the Prime Minister himself. It's an opportunity for me to speak tonight about ethics and to reiterate my concerns to the new Liberal members who are being imposed this old Liberal culture by the former members, the older members of the Liberal Party, because ethics are a value that are clearly lacking from this Liberal government's judgment. The Liberals like playing on the yellow line between conflicts of interest, the appearance of conflicts of interest, and that's unacceptable for Canadian democracy. The goal of tonight's adjournment debate is specifically to ensure that no preferential access or appearance of preferential access is being given to individuals or organizations who have contributed to the Liberal Party through fundraising events that give privileged access in return for donations. I'd like to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that over the month since they've come to power, the Liberal scandal when it comes to political fundraising is getting worse and worse, with new events that are shocking people who don't have the means necessary to pay for privileged access to Liberal ministers. Let me give you some context, Mr. Speaker. Everything started when two employees, good friends of the Prime Minister, who work in the Prime Minister's office, charged over $200,000 in moving fees to taxpayers. We've heard completely by luck of a number of receptions where privileged access was given for $1,500, and people were able to meet with ministers to talk about business in secret, about things that affect the jobs of those ministers. And a couple of weeks ago, we learned that $1 million was given by a rich Chinese donor, somebody who comes from a and they've made country, what this has done is made Canada a country where not only ministers can be bought or rented, but the Prime Minister as well, in exchange for favors. And another scandal that the Minister of Justice has been trying to deny in this House is that a person responsible for Liberal Party financing has co-founded a marijuana business, has seen that the value of their stocks double in a week because of leaks from a Liberal task force report that should have been confidential. Mr. Speaker, not only is this Liberal government and its Prime Minister irresponsible, but they're also hurting our democracy by helping and favorizing those who can pay to access Liberals. So if the Liberals aren't going to vote in favor of a motion to end this ethics scandal, I'd like to know what the government is going to do to end this scandal, this Liberal scandal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure for me to listen to my colleague from across the way. But this evening, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about things that are true. Let's talk about the real things that interest Canadians and the people who sent him to Ottawa in his riding of Lévis-Lotbinière. The people who sent him here to Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, sent him to talk about the real things that are important to them, and that's jobs, the economy, and young people, Mr. Speaker, and that's why people sent him to Ottawa. And I know that the honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière is also concerned about the economy and youth employment. So allow me, Mr. Speaker, to remind him of the measures that we've taken as a government to help not only people in his riding of Lévis-Lotbinière, but also all the people of Quebec and Canada.
The government came to Ottawa just over a year ago with a bold plan to strengthen the middle class and to help those working hard to join it. And I do know that there are people in his riding which are working hard to join the middle class and are very appreciative to have a government that stands on behalf of the middle class and work for Canadian families. We move forward on the understanding that with Canadians working to their maximum potential, they can build a better life for themselves, their families, and their communities. And I do know that people are working hard in Lévis-Lotbinière as well as in my riding of Saint-Maurice-Champlain, and they do expect a government that's going to be on their side when they're young, when they become seniors, when they're working, people that care about their families, care about seniors, and when they're going to retire. And by doing so, Mr. Speaker, they are building better and stronger Canada for today and future generations. And I do know the member from Lévis-Lotbinière cares not only about this generation, but future generations. And that's why I was saddened to see, Mr. Speaker, that him and his political formation, the Conservative, voted against every measure we've put forward to work for the middle class, whether it's reducing taxes for the middle class that benefited 9 million Canadians, Mr. Speaker. 9 million Canadians today are paying less taxes because of this government That's the first thing we did, Mr. Speaker, was to work for the middle class. It saddened me and it saddens people in his riding because I do know people living in his riding. Actually, my mom lives in his riding, and I can tell you that she was disappointed to see the member voting against measure that would help the middle class. And then we went on with the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker, a program that is benefiting families across Canada. 9 families out of 10. Think about that, Mr. Speaker. 9 families out of 10 are better off because of the Canada Child Benefit. We're lifting about 300,000 children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. Think about a program in your lifetime that has done so much to reduce poverty for children. This is this government who did that. And I'm saddened to see again that the member from Lévis-Lébinière has voted against this measure. Let's talk about the CPP expansion, the Canada Pension Plan expansion. An expansion which is historic, Mr. Speaker. This member will remember when he retires one day. He will be proud to have seen that in this House where we voted to expand CPP because this is going to benefit generations to come. And his children and grandchildren will benefit from this government action. These are the matters that Canadians care, Mr. Speaker. That's why they sent us in Ottawa, to work for them. Not to discuss about trivial issues, but to work for Canadians, Canadian families, and grow our economy. That's why people are proud when they're watching us at home and they say, what are my member of parliament are doing for me? Well, Mr. Speaker, they know on this side of the aisle, we focus on what matters. We focus on not just what's right, but what's important for Canadians. And I could go on, because, Mr. Speaker, we did even more for seniors who are watching, but I see you waving at me, telling me that I must end there. But I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, we will remain committed to work on things that matter for Canadians. Whatever they may say, we will work for Canadians.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear much of an answer on liberal ethics, but I'll try again. The media report this week that the Prime Minister's agenda is relatively heavy for reasons that are hard to justify. And this prevents the opposition often from asking the questions they need to ask to the Prime Minister. So my question is, do we too on this side of the House have to pay $1,500 a head in order to be able to ask the Prime Minister legitimate questions and get proper answers to enlighten Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, you know, I have a lot of respect for the member for Lévis-Lotbinière, but I'm convinced that people listening at home this evening are saying to themselves, what are they talking about in Parliament? Are they talking about the real concerns of Quebecers and Canadians? Because people in his riding, Mr. Speaker, in Lévis-Lotbinière, and I know more than one of his constituents, they're concerned about the economy. When I travel around Quebec, Mr. Speaker, people ask me, what are you doing for the economy? What have you done to make the economy grow? I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, we've made $186 billion in investments in infrastructure. It's unprecedented. That's what Canadians want. The members' constituents expect all of us here, not just him, but everyone here, to talk about what really matters to people. Public transit, infrastructure, green infrastructure, social infrastructure. That's what people care about. That's what they want us to deal with here in Parliament. This belongs to them, this place, and they want us on both sides of the House to work on their behalf. And I can tell you, we're going to keep it up, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, on October 31st, 2016, I asked the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development to tell us what happened with the financial aid that was promised Bombardier. The Minister said that the government was working closely with the company and that they understood the importance of Bombardier to the aerospace industry. He said the government was clear on this and that the question wasn't if, but how the government was going to invest. After over a month, is there any answer yet? Bombardier is one of the flagship companies, and they need support. People in my riding depend on jobs with Bombardier. The company was founded by Joseph Armand Bombardier in Valcourt, which is a city that lies just outside the limits of my riding. Every morning, several residents of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte go to Valcourt to work, and I've had to go myself to tape community TV shows, and that station does an excellent job of informing viewers in my riding. But ever since I was young, if you've ever been there, whenever I go to Valcourt, I'm impressed to see the mountains of equipment that will be exported by Bombardier. In my riding, there's Roxton Falls and a company called HoC Composites. In 1963, Mr. Bombardier created the HoC Limited division to supply the assembly line for Ski-Doo snowmobiles. And in the early 70s, HoC was given the job of producing and assembling the first generation of Sea-Doos. Over the same time period, HoC produced the whole series of Bombardier sailboats. And they developed expertise in manufacturing, and that grew. And they were one of the first Canadian and even North American companies to use liquid resin injection technologies on a wide scale for high pressure molding. In the mid-70s, Bombardier, HoC took part in the design of the Montreal Metro, or subway, by equipping car linings. At the same time, with the approaching Olympic Games in Montreal in 1976, they designed and supplied Montreal with composite parts for the Olympic Stadium and the Claude Robillard Sports Center, as well as the Maurice Richard Arena. In 2015, HoC Composites expanded its plant in order to diversify its line of products and to produce bigger composites such as in-ground pools, windmills, windmill parts and outdoor fixtures, boats and recreational vehicles, buses and train cars. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, Bombardier is a major part of the economy in my riding, and we need to preserve all the jobs. I'm very proud to have a company like this in my riding and very concerned about its survival. It needs support. So I repeat my question: what happened with the promised assistance to Bombardier? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science and Economic Development. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to respond to my honourable colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte's concerns about the recent Bombardier announcement. And before I begin, I'd like to thank my colleague for accommodating my schedule today. It's a privilege, and it's very generous of her to have accommodated me. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, as the Minister for Innovation, Science and Economic Development said, our thoughts go out to the workers and their families affected by this recent Bombardier announcement. We as a government understand the challenges they're going through. The Government of Canada and Bombardier have a shared interest in contributing to a strong aerospace industry in Canada. As you know, Mr. Speaker, the aerospace industry is a driver for innovation, economic activity, and high-skilled jobs, and it makes significant contributions to Canada's socioeconomic well-being. In 2015, the aerospace industry contributed more than $28 billion to Canada's GDP and hundreds of thousands of very high-quality jobs to the Canadian economy. Montreal is the third largest aerospace hub in the world, but it's important to recognize that Canada's aerospace industry goes all across the country, as my colleague pointed out. In fact, Canada's aerospace industry is comprised of nearly 700 companies of all sizes, located in many regions that are integrated into local and global supply chains. Mr. Speaker, anyone who's familiar with the aerospace industry knows that innovation is integral to its success. Aerospace is one of Canada's most R&D intensive industries, spending $1.9 billion annually, if not more, and dedicating more than 20% of its activities to research and development. To put this in perspective, aerospace manufacturing R&D intensity is 5 times the average for manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian aerospace sector punches above its weight. We're ranked 3rd for civil aircraft production and 2nd in the production of business aircraft. Canada ranks 3rd globally in aircraft engines and 1st in both turboprop and helicopter engines specifically. Mr. Speaker, the most recent innovation is Bombardier's Series C. It's the most advanced cutting-edge commercial jet. Bombardier is clearly a leader in innovation, and this will result in future growth and more of the highly skilled jobs that Canada needs. Not only is Bombardier's C-Series state-of-the-art, this aircraft has been a game changer in using new engine technology and materials to be greener and more fuel efficient. Bombardier was a pioneer in this technology, and its competition was forced to follow its lead to compete. The Minister has expressed publicly his desire that federal support for Bombardier be focused. We want to ensure the benefits of the long-term stability of the company and the aerospace industry in Canada, including economic benefits for Canadians, better jobs, and stronger communities. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, employers need more than the Minister's thoughts. They need action. On October 31st, the Minister said that job losses had nothing to do with current discussions about the request for $1 billion in support for the company. However, we saw this with Avios. Without financial support from the government, 1,800 employees lost their job, and this mustn't be allowed to happen again. Jobs with Bombardier and its suppliers, like the one I talked about earlier, these jobs are crucial in my riding, and not a single one. We can't afford to lose a single one of those jobs. It's a matter of the economic health of Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. So my question is, when is the government going to do something? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to reassure my honourable colleague that the job losses have nothing to do with our discussions with Bombardier. And that is why we are continuing to work with Bombardier and the aerospace industry and to promote its growth. Ongoing discussions with Bombardier are focused on ensuring the benefits of the long-term stability of the company and the industry in Canada. The Minister announced in October a project that could be worth up to $54 million. I'm talking about the Technology Demonstration Program that supports Bombardier and its 14 industrial and academic partners. The project will support technological development in areas such as advanced system architectures, control systems, and aerodynamic systems that have significant potential for broad-based and long-term economic benefits to Bombardier and to Canada as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.